Welcome, duelists, to day one of your European World Championship qualifier in Berlin, Germany. Almost 2,200 duelists have all registered to make their way here, but only one of them will be crowned the European champion. But the top 4 duelists in this tournament will also be making their way to the World Championship Series in Paris in August, joining our top 3 duelists from yesterday, Yuna, Damien, and Mattis. We're very excited to see what's going to be happening over the next 2 days. But before we kick things off, our Konami representative, Kat, has some words for our players and viewers.
Thank you, Ed. And good morning, duelists, and good morning, our viewers. I just wanted to say a few words and very quick ones because I know that the players can't wait to start. So thank you very much to everyone that made this event such a great success. Thank you to our staff, thank you to our live stream crew, thank you to our players, thank you to our judges, and thank you to you, our viewers, for tuning in today. Let's see who wins, let's see who qualifies for Worlds. Thank you very much, and enjoy the show.
Thank you very much, Kat. Yes, we are going to be finding out exactly who our champions are going to be, who's going to make their way to Worlds. But how are we going to bring all this to you? Well, we have a coverage team. Let's take a look at a welcome video. This is your coverage team for the European World Championship qualifier. Let's introduce your commentators. Leonard Koenig, Sebastian Lemke, Marcello Barbari, Alberto Morazzi, Tom Payne, Mike Patukas, and your host, Ed Templar.
That's not a good thing to do. Do not do that.
This is your coverage team for the European World Championship qualifier. Stick around, we've got loads of great coverage coming your way. Always a good bit of fun. So we're ready to kick off our first round feature match. In front of us, I have our current European champion, Esteban Rey, versus Julian Robin, and they are ready to kick off our coverage for today. Guys, we're going to do a high roll to see who goes first. Okay, our previous champion rolling first there with a solid 10. And Julian has rolled a 5. So who's going to go first? Esteban is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to your amazing commentary trio for our first round here. We've got Basti, we've got Mike, and we've got Leo. Gentlemen, take it away for round 1.
Ooh, thank you so much, Ed. Yesterday was already exciting, but we're back with more action. The main event, of course, of the weekend starting today with over 2,100 players gathering here in Berlin, Germany to try to win this whole thing. I mean, let's wrap up yesterday a little bit first, because let's take a look at the people that made it through the World Championship playoff yesterday. Of course, 16 people tried to make it, and now we already have 3 people in the World Championship from Europe, and those 3 people are, of course, Yuna, Damien, and Matis. And it's very exciting that they made their way through there yesterday, so very, very cool. There we have them, look at them, 2 French and 1 German player, and yeah, I gotta say, they really put up a show yesterday with the Malice deck, honestly.
Yep, and what a beautiful story as well on the Matis and Damien play testing the entire year, grinding together to achieve the playoff point. But then also Yuna. No major tops before this. Complete underdog story. Played every regional there ever was, basically. And just ran through this completely undefeated 4-0. And then, of course, also winning versus Tom Luca Menslu. Unfortunately, got the 4th place.
That is true. And I mean, that was yesterday, but now let's focus on today. From here on out, it's all 0 again, and we are going into the new tournament. And Mike, I think you can tell us quickly, how is the tournament going to look like now for the main event? How is it going to be for the next 2 days?
So in comparison to yesterday, we will have 12 rounds of Swiss.
Oh yeah, that's a lot more.
Yeah. This means that players have to build exactly differently their decks in comparison to yesterday.
For sure.
And after the 12 rounds, they will have a top cut of top 64 that will be a knockout rounds in order for the top 4 to advance to the World Championship. The thing that matters really to this weekend is the fact that you have to build a deck that not only can adapt to 12 rounds of Swiss, but also to top 64, top 32, top 16,
You have to find a
top
good
8,
mixture, right?
Exactly. In order to make it to the top 4, that gives you a golden ticket to Paris.
Golden ticket.
And those top cut spots, they are really, really prestigious, but they also come with some prizes that we have for you here as information. You can see that there is, of course, for the first place, a trophy in white, 2 Worlds, travel and accommodation, as well a super rare Championship Series prize cut of another versus Glutonia. Another one, and another one, and another one. A Nintendo Switch system. Of course, a complete set of the Infinite Forbidden and Legacy of Destruction.
Including Starlight Rays. That's really cool. Getting the full set. And I mean, the most important one, of course, for most of the people is that invite, right? The top 4 going to the World Championship in Paris. That's what they want. Second place also having that, of course. And plenty more things alongside that. They still get a complete set of the Infinite Forbidden. That's really, really cool.
Including Starlight Ray
and
cards.
third place. It keeps on going. Still the invite, of course. That's what they are going for. That's what they are trying to win. So importantly. And also, of course, one more thing worth mentioning in terms of prices. Those cool new prices we have for day 2 and then also for Top Cut. I mean, all I'm saying is Effect, Veiler, and Card Trooper for the Top Cut prices. Those are really, really nice, not gonna lie.
My favorite one is the Gaga Magician that you might be able to get for day 2 there, because they get a cool booster pack with different kinds of cards that could be in there. But we've already seen the glorious dice roll. I think our duelists are ready, so let's kick off EU WCQ 2025 in Berlin.
Esteban Rey, last year, was the champion with the 10-Pi Dragon deck. He mastered that strategy so perfectly, but now it's all different. He is on the Ryziel deck, and he will go first here, as still, of course, our reigning European champion.
Chandra's strongest soldier.
Oh,
now,
yes. Oh, still a fire card there. The bonfire is still within him. Okay.
Works for me. I think that Julian actually drew triple copies of Jessie Cat. If I'm looking at this, which is not the absolute worst, but it's also not really good, huh?
And I want to know how Julian right now feels, meaning that he entered the European Championship in the first round, he plays against the reigning European champion.
Yeah, that is definitely some news to wake up to in the morning, looking at the pairings. Oh, that name is familiar to me.
Yeah.
Well, that might be that.
I'm quite curious. We can see the... Okay, we're all still figuring out what happened there, but looking at Julian's hand, there was only Ash Blossom as interruption, and not the best kind of engine with triple Chassis Cat. If your opponent starts with Bonfire, which is not necessarily the best start because it just plays so heavily into Droll and Lockbird. Don't you just ash that?
I feel like that as well, for sure. I was surprised to see that Esteban was able to resolve that. I thought maybe one of his other cards in hand could be a Droll and Lockbird, which would make it a lot more sense to just let the Bonfire resolve. But now, when you let someone resolve Bonfire in this current format, it basically means we're going to get, at the very least, I would say, a Detonator, but probably more than that.
To be honest, at this point, a proper play would be to ask the Bonfire and hope that your opponent doesn't have any more follow-up. As you mentioned, Basti, right now, Rafflesia will come down and probably we'll see us on duo drive, but a Detonator will be summoned regardless.
I mean, we can't even ash for duo drive anymore. I mean, we can, but then the Rafflesia is just going to take care of it and say, yeah, nice try, buddy, but I'm not going to let that slide because there is Gravedigger's Trap Hole in my deck.
I mean, maybe it does. Because Ash is such a low impact hand trap sometimes that you might just go, alright, okay, yeah, I might have another extender in hand so I can still play.
I mean, but we also have Cross. It just feels so free to negate those things, right?
Yeah, that is true.
And he played it very carefully by sending the duo drive to the graveyard in the beginning, meaning we even have one material left on the duo drive if it does resolve here, so we can in multiple ways now interact with any kind of interaction from Julian. So this is what this Raizia deck's why this Raizia deck is so strong at the moment. And you might be wondering, Rafflesia, that's not necessarily a card you see in Mitsurugi Raizia or in Fiendsmith Raizia or something like that, and that is because Esteban, as, for example, Tom Luca Menzel, who just barely yesterday missed out on the World Championship, is playing and packing those Onomart cards. And those Onomart cards, all of a sudden, this Rafflesia is a staple again in that deck, because most importantly, the Dodo Warrior is just able to get this card out before playing into Droll and Lockbird, which makes everything else so much safer.
That is also because this card is not even bad going second, because you are actually playing the Raziel Plasma Hole in most of those decks. This card can be used offensively together with Traptrix Rafflesia, just because Rafflesia lets you activate or send a whole card from your deck to the graveyard and activate it when it's appropriate, and you can always activate this card. There's no condition on it.
But we're searching for the Raziel Plasma Hole, so we could have activated that from the deck, but we decide to just go ahead and search it to our hand. I mean, that gives us more accessibility by just setting it. Oh, and again, Leo, this is just the best feeling ever, right? Discarding a Mold Charmy, you going first, you won't need that. Your field is full and you're very happy about that. So you may as well just discard it for the effect of no there. And there is...
You attach it now.
The Detonator, and the Detonator still going strong. Limited since a while. It doesn't feel like its playability was any limited with that, right? Because you still see it everywhere.
You just summon it once and then you win with it. That's that is the game plan of Raziel strategies. And with the hand that Julian has, I don't know if I would reveal my cards.
Ooh, and that is all we got. And Julian just
goodness.
picked up another Ash Blossom.
To be honest, Marlis has very hard time playing against the Detonator. One solid play is activate her on your opponent's.
And there it is. Julian, like, very hardly tried to explain that he does not want to play this game anymore, and that he is saying that Esteban got this first one. Very impressive first turn. After that, Bonfire did resolve. Would have been interesting to see if it would have been so impressive if the Bonfire did not resolve. But here we have Esteban as our reigning champion, taking game number 1 as a true champion does.
I mean, he extended with nothing, right? He just played with the cards he got off of that Bonfire.
Totally.
So maybe ashing that would have immediately ended that turn, but that is not what happened. And now you might be thinking at home, oh no, the first match was over after 4 minutes. What if the second one is as quick? Are we not going to have any more content now for round 1? False! False. We have a backup featured match now here in Europe as well. We found some nice spice for you guys. So
Can we appreciate also the mind games between the players? Because as we saw right now that they're siding, Esteban was thinking about the Lancia.
Yeah.
So one logical assumption is that when your opponent scoops before revealing any cards, he's probably into Malice in order to avoid potential Lancia. So there is a logical assumption to side in Lancia since you already have taken game 1.
I mean,
I can see where you're coming from, but I've done that with every deck.
Yeah, exactly. Isn't just a regular thing to do that you don't want to reveal your deck before going to the second game?
On the current meta state, it's better to take the gamble and side in Lancia since you have already won.
I would probably,
game
yeah,
1.
I can see that. I think siding Lancia is probably a good call, but I don't think your opponent scooping is necessarily a sign of them being on Malice, to be honest. But I do think probably blindly siding in Malice also depends on the deck size, of course. I'm not siding in blindly my Lancias against a 60 card deck, for example. I would try to not do that. But I think against a close to 40 or 40 card deck, I can definitely get behind
I think
the
versus
logic.
60 cards I would side in Lancia.
Why?
Because it will be probably a pile of graveyard banishing effects.
I mean, it could be Octoedic Ryziel, and then you're kind of... Or Octoedic Mitsurugi, rather, not Ryziel. Maybe also Ryziel, who knows?
Octoedic Ryziel is my favorite deck. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no. How's it faring against
I can see
Lancia?
that. But maybe that's in the earlier round. Maybe that's a sign for Branded or Lightsworn.
Yeah.
Without Fairy Tail Snow, to be honest, there's not too much banishing going on.
But they have grass.
Yeah, exactly. You can't banish Mizuki under Lancia. There you have
That
it.
grass looks indeed very green when when there is no Lancia around. But yeah, I mean, those decks, of course, are the more conventional decks right now that I would say. We see the Ryziel deck, we see the Malice deck throughout yesterday as well the entire time. But we will definitely make sure that throughout the coverage of this tournament, we do show you a lot of those other very, very cool decks. And I mean, we already checked out a couple of players here with the deck list and everything. And there is some really, really, really cool things going on. And we are making sure that everyone at home is also going to see those.
And that you're not only going to see Malice for the entire day, because yesterday we had so much Malice in the top 16 playoff. There was a time in this format where people said, yeah, I think Malice has finally fallen off, hasn't really won a tournament so far. People are playing Lancia, those cards that just stop the deck from playing at all. And now it's just back everywhere. It's insane.
Yes, because people stop respecting so much, cutting Chaos Hunter, cutting Meows, and that's why Malice became again one of the best decks. So when people disrespect it, always will be on the scene.
Yep. We won't disrespect it any longer as well, because the players are ready, so let's go into game 2.
Julian, as a fellow Frenchman, of course, wants to follow the two players that made it yesterday. He wants to follow Damien and Matisse and also qualify with the same deck to the World Championship. But let's see whether he even is able to overcome Esteban on the first round. And he again drew Chessie. And again, I'll stand by my call. Yeah, I think Chessie Cat is one of the best of the Malice monsters. But there is Molcharmi Fuvolas immediately from Esteban.
All right, that's a little bit early, I want to say.
Ooh, and even Imperm. Ooh, that's very, very interesting.
Malice and Underground is going to be activated as well. It's good to know that Fuola's resolved. I can see the point because Chessie Cat doesn't play on its own. And if you are having Chessie Cat with no other Malice cards but a Bestial in hand, you want to just immediately go into Linguribo and then summon Magnamut or something from hand. So I can see why the Fuola was used there.
Totally.
Fuola was used there not only in order to play around the Link 1, but also Chessie Cat could potentially draw an out to Fugal like an Blossom or Cross Out or Call by the Grave.
But I mean, we activated the Infinite Permanence on it anyway, so that's never going to happen. But I think it was more so because of the Link 1 dangerous territory.
Yeah, you don't take the gamble if he has Brick, and he will go for Bestial plays to get an extra draw.
Yeah. It's a very smart choice there indeed. But also already down to 3 cards here, even if that is only a half field, as we call it here. Something that is really decimated to not give too many draws. Might be hard to play through that, especially since we've seen how many hand traps Malice player are playing. Julian just immediately goes, hey, draw your card. Please, I want to proceed. I want to activate the Red Ransom.
And we do have the GWC set there as well, being another believer in that card. And yesterday has proven those believers that you should be deciding to run Malice GWC06 in your deck. And there's also Malice in the Mirror, which is now already a pretty good setup, even though we don't have that many monsters on our field.
Malice in the Mirror is also a debated card.
Yeah.
In Malice deck, Yuna, for example, didn't play it in her main deck yesterday. All right, we're setting 3 cards. I think that is basically the most normal start versus this deck. there with the Red Ransom if the Fuvalos was activated before. Sometimes you really want to have access to your White Binder. I don't think that's the case for this one because, I mean, White Binder versus the Ryziel Onomat deck doesn't really do too much.
Nice Ryziel. Julian, any response? Probably immediately going with Malice in the Mirror there, yep. Making sure that that doesn't resolve. Also very, very smart play by Julian. Playing around Nibiru, the Primal Being there on his opening turn by just going for 4 summons. That was really, really smart. Still got his alright setup with only giving up 1 draw into the Fuvalos. I think that was very, very well done by Julian. And I mean, we knew the Malice in the Mirror, we know the GWC, so there's only 1 unknown set card left, and we know how well the Ryzie strategy can extend when there is only 1 Ryzie monster already on the field. This could mean Sword, Axed, all of them waiting, and then also the Ono mod cards. That could be wild.
But I don't think that the hand of Esteban looks too good. I think he really wanted this Ice Ryziel to resolve.
All right,
oh,
there's Sword Ryziel.
All right,
I think that will do.
Didn't see that one.
That's a sufficient one to follow it up with. And Julian, does he have another answer to this? We know they're now playing Infinite Impermanences again, and he is as well. And that is stopping the Sword Ryziel. But still, you got to realize there is now 2 level 4 monsters on the field. And that is what... Ooh, yeah. Okay. There's Bestial Brawldrake now too. So before Esteban even has the chance to go into his extra deck, we want to have another answer ready with that Brawldrake.
Bestial combined with Malice have made such a good engine, meaning that they are not only extenders, but also can trap with your opponent, and especially Brawldrake.
Yeah, that's true. Brawldrake is also like an extra interruption on the field. Wow, the White Ribbit gets banished. I thought I saw a Called by the Grave for Esteban there, but also the GWC setup already from Julian just prevents Called by the Grave. That would basically negate it here. I mean, you wouldn't summon the Bestial Brawldrake then, which can make a difference after all, but now we're gonna get access to MTP.
He knows GWC, that's why he didn't activate Call by the Grave, because Julian would just activate GWC, bring back White Rabbit.
But then at least the Baldrick is not on the field, because that's another interruption. You can just tribute the Red Ransom to banish a monster summoned from the extra deck. And the deck doesn't really have too many monsters that activate their effects on summon, so Baldrick is a huge interruption there. That one, however, is really, really strong here if you don't have a hard negate.
That's massive, and I mean, it has been like that since the beginning of days, where this rivalry between Ryziel and Malice came up, that this card into a full Malice field is massive. Yeah. And you can see Julian struggling, looking through his cards in the graveyard. Sure, you might activate the Bestial Baldrick as well, but the rest of the field will probably leave alongside this. We chain the GWC. Okay, all right, we can protect some of our field now with that in the end, but this is still massive. Oh, wait.
Wait, we are resolving? I thought we were going to chain the MTP. That would give us a March here and follow-up, but that...
oh, wait, no. Oh, wait. I think we're protecting ourselves with the Dormouse now, because Dormouse says Malice Link monsters that point to this card cannot be destroyed by card effect. So this is kind of a smart move from Julian there, at least protecting the Red Ransom there.
But I mean, the Red Ransom doesn't really do anything. MTP would have given us a March Hare, which is tremendous follow-up. And you can't lose this turn anymore since X-Titanite was activated. But Dormouse can still be attacked over.
Indeed. So Julian valued that Red Ransom very, very highly. He still has plenty of cards in hand, so, I mean, it will get back over to him, so the situation for Julian isn't horrible. And Esteban also, oh look, he doesn't have much left in his tank either, so he's setting 1 card, and he's probably going to pass it over back to Julian. Yes, that is what's going to happen. So, I mean, starting your turn with a Red Ransom, I can see it.
And he has also follow-up from the add of Red Ransom that added Malice in Underground.
Indeed.
That is true.
All right, draws another card.
Wow, this is a mistaken arrest. Or Shat, right? Can never tell these two apart.
He's taking a rest.
Yeah. Makes more sense. We have Malice in the Mirror in the graveyard as well. I mean, it doesn't matter if it's in the deck or if it's in the graveyard with Malice in the Mirror, but this is just even more follow-up here. And I think that Julian is very much looking forward to ending the game this turn. Doesn't want to waste any further time here as well.
And Esteban, of course, immediately forced to do something about this. Called by the Grave is being used on the Red Ransom. That's massive, because I think that's the only Link monster available in the graveyard right now, because on turn 1, Julian played through Fuvalos, and now all of a sudden Access Code Talker there, but no monster to banish besides itself, but also no other card to destroy either. Yeah, exactly. So that is sort of funny. And I mean, that was summon number 2. One thing Julian will have to really pay attention to now is to, again, not play into Nibiru, the Primal Being, but he also doesn't need that much damage anymore, to be fair.
But I think that Access Code Talker doesn't gain the attack.
I mean, of course it did, because you can only activate the Caught by the Grave on the resolution of the effect to gain attack points,
true.
but still, that means we need only 2,700 attack points now.
Very good point.
So you can easily do that by just going Dormouse. Dormouse bring out another Malice monster, and that's already enough, isn't it?
Yeah, you can just go Crypto.
I mean, when you go Crypto, you're already on to 5 summons then, though.
That is true.
So I feel like March here is decently big with also the boost of... Could that be enough? I think this, like all the small Malice monsters just together might be able to just strike this out. Because if you commit into Nibiru here, I am afraid our follow-up is not particularly good anymore. Because usually the Malice deck can play through Nibiru really well, but here you really want to be careful about it.
I think that you, as you have the Marcher, I think there's a really good chance that you're trying to play. Otherwise, wait, how many summons are we on?
This is 4, Leo. We're going to summon 5 times.
I mean, this is not enough.
This is a huge risk, Leo.
It is
We're
enough
summoning
because every Malice must gains 600 attack from...
This is 5 summons, and there is Nibiru, the Primal Being! He has it, and Julian has barely anything left after that. Wow, the European champion has that card that he needed exactly there.
I think he did have to go for a completely different route here. I think you have to go Access Code Talker into Splash Mage with the Dormouse and then try to play for some more resources like a White Binder and set up more cards just to play around the Nibiru.
To be honest, proper play might be actually normal summon the chess card and go not to Access Code, but to Splash Mage in order to go for White Binder and try to reset the trap cards. But obviously...
I mean, to be fair, the Access Code Talker was decent, though,
I liked
it?
it. The Call by the Grave was kind of a punish for it, to be honest, but you can't know that. Also, going second, Called by the Grave is not always a card that is being still in the deck after
Yeah, but you know that it's not in an imperm, because it wouldn't be set.
That is true. But here, I think just summoning the Marcher and banishing something from the graveyard, that was not the correct play. I think he should have gone for some
Does
Crypto route
Esteban have another starter? Is it finally time to reveal some of his own Omar cards? Maybe, it's extra, but it cannot search. It will not be able to search, but Valen is able to go after the set card. New card from Duelist Advance. But surely we do change something to that.
I mean,
yes, it is the mistaken arrest.
it's a good force out here because you couldn't search anyways. I think that we still have the... is it the Zubababa Bancho Gagaga code or is it the Gogogo Dwarf Dododo?
I mean, whatever it is, will be a sufficient level 4 monster to go into, right?
Level 4.
Any level 4 monster will probably do here.
Does it? Because Mistaken Arrest has resolved now. You can't have 2 Ryzeals on the field right now, so you can go into Detonator.
I mean, still, you probably just go into something that deals with the token, and then you're already in a very good position, because you need to deal with that token.
The token has barely any defense.
Does it? I mean, it was...
Access Code Talker plus 3 Malice names.
Yeah, 3 Malice names. You say that so lightly, but that's more than you would think, I believe, because Dormouse has a significant...
300
Oh, it has 300 defense. Okay. Chassis Cat has 3... Okay, yeah, you're right. You're totally right. It's not that much, really. I thought it's more to worry about, but then it's actually okay.
But I think... what are you going into? Rafflesia might be a card that you want to summon here. Even though I also don't know if it does that much. That is the gloves.
I mean, you could go
Baguska.
You could go Baguska, but you could also... what's funny, a card we haven't seen much anymore. Dagusto Emerald, maybe?
Yeah, but you are Mistaken Arrest. Oh, you can draw under Mistaken Arrest, true.
Yeah, so that could be something funny. And I mean, you need to target 2 monsters in your graveyard. You do have 3 monsters in your graveyard, so... I like that option, possibly. And look, Esteban had it on top of his extra deck there, was considering it, but no, Trap Tricks Rafflesia is the option instead. That one summon that Julian went into, that 5th summon that he needed to go for a game, was the one that punished him too much. Sets 1 card and passes it back over.
Now the thing is, by Rafflesia, yes, you are playing around, I don't know, Marcher top deck. The other cards also doesn't do too much
You
against.
have Malice in the Mirror in the graveyard, so... a potential banish from March Hair could be to banish Malice in the Mirror, so you can,
but you can
have an
that.
additional... Yeah, right now, of course, I was talking for the previous play.
Of course,
passing it back.
Oh,
Okay.
that is Druiswurm. That is massive. But there, Traptrix Reflegia is amazing against. But if we had gone for Daigusto Emerald before, do we even have Gravedigger's Trap Hole in our deck? I mean, I would assume so if we just go Reflegia, because the Ryziel hole, Plasma hole doesn't do anything.
Oh, did Esteban even allow that? Yeah, I was about to say, like, Julian immediately just made it happen, but Esteban is like, not so fast. Or do we just Plasma hole this? No, there's no way. Yeah, we just say Gravedigger's Trap Hole, and that is going to mean the... Oh, wait, yeah, the Dormouse will never be banished here, I would imagine.
I was going to say the same thing. Oh, it also negates banished monsters effects. So we let the Druiswurm resolve here.
Honestly, I did never know. It's called
same.
Gravedigger's Trap Hole, so I would imagine it's only the graveyard.
But then also hand, you know?
yeah, true, fair. You're making a point there, I will have to admit.
So the point that Esteban chose to activate on the effect of the Dormouse is because Gravedigger's Trap Hole does only negate and does not destroy the monster. So Druiswurm will be still on the hand.
Yeah. That is
and there is the
smart.
Goblinberg now, Leo. I know you were really a fan of this card the first time you saw it. Of course, not the original one, but the Go Goblinberg. And that is just a lot of attack points now there, and enough of them to make sure that Esteban Rey is not only our reigning European champion, but also wins round number 1 to start comfortably into this year's tournament as well.
Nibiru just did a lot of work there, huh? It was, even though I think with Druiswurm you could have maybe sent a card to the graveyard from the field there to prevent some more damage, but the whole Malice combo, the effects of special summoning them back, just it costs you. It costs you.
It really does. So Onomad Ryziel being the winner here. Yesterday they couldn't beat the Malice strategy, but now Esteban shows that it definitely still is possible, and therefore I'm curious how this is going to develop here this weekend for the top cut, because you said it for quite some time in the national season. Actually, we saw that Malice fell off a little bit actually, and therefore actually at German nationals, for example, I feel like there was very little Malice in top cut, and some people were even starting to say, hey, when did we ever think that Mitsurugi Ryziel was not a better deck than Malice? And now we look at the playoff yesterday and we look at NAWCQ stats, and all of a sudden Malice is really back into that driving seat.
It felt like there was absolutely no Ryziel Mitsurugi yesterday.
Yeah.
We've barely seen any Habakiri startup or combos.
Exactly.
Even though I still think that the Mitsurugi engine is the best engine in the game right now. It is just so incredibly strong, and there's barely any engine, I mean, Malice can contest that, I think, but that plays through fields on its own right now.
Yeah,
I mean, this is the thing about the playoffs, that players can adapt to it and see how the meta changes, and choose maybe a last change minute to their strategy.
There was also no Droll Lockbird mains yesterday.
Yeah. It's actually, it's so sweet to see how the format just keeps on developing, right? Like going back, going forth, and as you said, like people are just starting to cut Chaos Hunters and Meows, and therefore Malice just coming back into the spotlight. It just always is influencing each other's decision and each other's performances overall, like the way people are building the decks. But also, one quick thing, I think we will have to look back at the prices for this main event again, because there was a little bit of a mistake, and we shall now look at the right pricing. So let's go ahead and see that graphic real quick here again to be sure that we present you the right prices here for our prestigious main event of the European Championship here. And yeah, let's have a quick look at that.
I will be honest, I could just go with a World Championship qualifier.
Ooh, of course, it is the 512 gigabyte Steam Deck OLED instead of the Switch. That is what we're getting for
And it's
this
Supreme
year.
Darkness and Alliance inside.
Oh, of course. That's even better than that. Nice.
So we'll get some quarter century secret rare cards there, and no Starlight rares as well. Yes,
No, they do get... It's not including quarter century secret rares.
Okay. So they don't get them. All right. There's also a Steam Deck OLED for the second place there as well. Very, very nice. Very nice.
Very cool indeed. But of course, still the most important thing that stays is that invite to the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG World Championship. The one thing that every player is dreaming of, going to the World Championship once in your life even, is something that is so absolutely amazing. Esteban Rey has already done that once in his lifetime by being our champion from last year. But now he won round 1 feature match as well. And therefore, we want to hear it from Esteban and Alberto in the analysis corner.
Thanks so much, Seb. I'm here with Esteban, the current European champion. Congratulations for winning round one. How does it feel to come back in the same venue 1 year after?
It's very. I have happy for the tournament. I happy to prove to win another time the European Championship. I very excited and so much stressed.
I can imagine coming back to that table. It was
yeah, very stressed, but I'm excited.
no, especially because entering in a field like this, more than 2,100 players.
Yeah.
Of course, it's something to be proud of, to be the current European champion. And I wanted to ask you, why did you choose Ryzel for the event?
All decks. I don't like all decks in this format, and the most. Not easily, but
Consistent.
yes, it's not easy, but I can prove to play the hands, not so break the deck
Yeah.
for this. But I don't like. But I prefer these all other decks.
Especially because I don't know if you managed to saw yesterday there were a lot of Malice decks.
Yes.
So I think you are also
Yes,
well
I
prepared
proved
against
all
the
decks,
matchup. Right?
and I prefer these for many reasons.
Okay, and so let's talk about the game quickly. It was a 2-0 victory, so of course also for you it feels, entering to the tournament with a 1-0 victory, it's always good. So I want to show you the first highlight, because essentially he didn't activate any hand traps, but you can see he had an Ash Blossom.
Ash Blossom.
So do you think he was keeping it for a specific card? Because he didn't activate it at all.
I when I played Ryzel, I think always draw, because I suffer so much draw. And the first play I wanted to do Rafflesia, because I protect with one hand trap, and I can play him versus all one hand trap in this one hand trap monster in this game, and and then I can put my field, and I can protect another time my bird versus another hand trap.
Yeah, and I think here the ending field it's huge, because essentially here we can see that you have Rafflesia, the duo drive, and the Detonator plus the cross, which is insane. And I think he also makes sense, because from his side it just picks another Ash Blossom, and he says, yeah, maybe I've seen enough, which I think makes a lot of sense. And how do you approach game 2, not knowing what your opponent is playing?
The first question is how many cards do you play? 30 is or Mitsurugi or Malice or Vanquish. And I see that between two decks, I put only 3 cards. Can I play versus Vanquish and Malice? And I prove this.
And in general, so you do not side Lancia blind?
No.
Say. Okay, that's fine. So that's for going into game 2. Here there's something which I don't know if Julian was expecting, because there's the Exit of Night being summoned, and I think here he also played well, because essentially just protected the red ransom. But I mean, I don't think he could have pretended to.
I think if I have only one play, and my opponent have the trap.
Yeah.
If I prove to play, my opponent block me with the trap, and I have an Nibiru and Cold.
Yeah.
I prove to destroy all field and set up me for another time, another turn.
And here we can see that in a second, essentially here is forced to summon the 5th monster. And I think you were waiting for this moment, because the Nibiru here essentially is just coming on play, and you essentially swipe all this field, and the next move you make is just enter battle phase, because he has the mistaken arrest. And I think it makes a lot of sense for you to summon the Rafflesia.
I think the first move, I think it is to prove to draw with Emerald, but if I don't draw an hand trap, and my opponent draw started, I will lose, and I prefer to block it with Xyz, and I prove to draw another start. and I win with this move.
Yeah, no, exactly, because then for the next and last highlight, I just want to show you this one, essentially the moment Drusmore comes and there's the Gravedigger trap.
Now I mistake because I must detach the monster,
Yeah.
and I overthinking the move of my opponent for the sect, and I mistake the detach. But
yeah.
I know when I draw the card, my opponent finish the trap malice,
Yeah.
and I know I will win with attack
Just
goblin.
attacking. Yes, exactly. I mean, anyways, I think you brought it home, so you started things off very well here at this European Championship. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Hopefully we will see you again on stream during the weekend. Best of luck.
Me too.
Best of luck, and thanks so much for watching, guys. Don't go anywhere because we will be back soon with more content for the European Championship qualifier. Keep watching.
Welcome back to WCQ 2025 in Berlin. I'm here with Tom to talk to you guys about, well, a different way of playing Yu-Gi-Oh!, which is just as popular as the main event, and that is our most popular public event, Ultimate Time Wizard. In particular, as for the last events, it's gonna be 2010, and we thought it would be a good idea to discuss just what the format looked like and what are some of the decks that we could expect to win these events that have been, you know, gathering players from all over Europe, if not the world at times. So it's definitely something that has received also a lot of support. We had some important reprints in Quarter Century Stampede, and I would say we can just start from the top contenders. Who do we think could just take the event by storm?
Well, the top contenders, in my mind, has to be something to do with Black Wings. So we have two different ways to play Black Wings, and then people play it in a lot of ways in between. But one way to play it, Black Wings, is just you play all the Black Wing monsters, you center around Black Whirlwind, the very powerful continuous spell cards, and you back it up with loads of traps. It's a very sort of tempo-focused deck. You summon your monsters, you defend them with traps, you attack, you deal damage, and then you play big finishers like Dark Arm Dragon. And then on the other main popular Blackwing variant is focusing on Vayu. So when Vayu's in the grave, along with another level 5 or higher winged beast Blackwing, you can banish it, banish both of them, and summon a synchro straight from your extra deck without having to synchro summon normally. So this is a really powerful strategy. You combine it with all the other kind of staples of the format. You can use things like Hamster and Raiko, you can use Caius, you can use Return from the different dimensions. So this is a really fun deck. It really encapsulates all of the format for me because you can use all of those powerful cards.
Yeah, it's basically, you know, just a mix of good cards, we could say. It has been my deck of choice for quite a long time, and it's actually the card that is going to be featured on the Giant card for the Ultimate Time Wizard this event, Vayu. So I'm sure a lot of players will be, you know, willing to fight it off to get their hands on it. But yeah, I think what, you know, just make the format so popular is that you can really play so many different decks and decks that actually feel extremely different to play, because even among these two strategies of Blackwing, you can see one deck, the Alberto's choice, we could say, the regular Blackwing, which is pretty much an archetype deck. You just search for any card that says Blackwing and you just play it into your deck. Obviously rely on some Wind Beast, you know, synergy with Icarus attack, and then it's good to go. While you can have these kind of mash-up decks where you take a lot of cards that maybe do a +1. We had similar strategies with like Machina cards or Elemental Heroes, and not necessarily it has to be, you know, a straightforward deck, but it can be a mix of different ways to push, because usually games, you know, it's rare to just have a duel finish in one turn, I'd say. You really need a specific combination of cards. But I think the biggest elephant in the room, outside of For the Shoe, has to be frog decks. In particular, anyone who has been playing the game for a long time know that, you know, Treeborn Frog has been one of the OG, you know, recurring cards, making all of the monarchs extremely better. But the thing about Time Wizard is that it's not just about, you know, delving back into memory, playing the decks that used to exist back in the day. It's also about trying to innovate with the knowledge that now we have. And the last few events have all been won by a new deck, we could say, in this last year, which has been this Frog, Turbo, you know, Fishburg deck, let's say. And I love it.
Yeah, it is a lot of fun. So it centers around Subsitoad and Fishborg Blaster. So Subsitoad, you can tribute a monster and summon any frog from your deck. So that's an extremely powerful effect, but I think it might have been not used to its fullest potential in the 2010 format, because the frogs, they're not all super powerful. They all do a little bit. They're all quite fun, but mostly people were just using it to summon a swap frog and send a Treeborn Frog. But some people figured out that with the Fishborg Blaster, you can actually do quite a lot. So it's a tuner you can repeatedly summon from the graveyard by discarding cards. So that gives you lots of monsters you can send, and then you can make some fun synchro plays. So you can make a good Colossal Fighter Armory Arm combo, which is one of the staples of the format. So Marcellus said you can't end duels in one turn, but if you play with this deck, you certainly can.
Yeah, definitely. That gives quite a different experience. And I mean, it speaks volumes again on how the format can change. Back in 2010, at least April, which is around, you know, the Forbidden Limited list that we play with, it wasn't much of an option. But then the next set that is not legal for this event would release Ronin Toadin, which we all know how powerful that card be, and it immediately changed everything, because the European Championship and the World Championship would be won by, you know, a Frog Turbo variant. But I think alongside those, as mentioned, the variety is up there. There are a lot of decks that again have been, I think, quite on an interesting journey, because if you look at deck list for, you know, YCS Edison from back in 2010, you can look at decks such as Gladiator Beast and Lightsworm, which I have to say in the first few years of Time Wizard, they kind of disappeared, but this year they are back.
Yeah, to my mind, like Gladiator Beast is kind of the breakout. People are trying it, they're experimenting new different things. At the NAWCQ, we saw someone running Reckless Greed in Gladiator Beast Respite, which is some crazy tech choices that we haven't really seen before. So there's still room for innovation. Even now, people have been playing the format for years after. And yeah, there's still new decks coming up. The breakout perhaps of last year as well, along with the Frog Turbo deck, was the Gigaplant Supervised deck, a super cool combo deck if you love plants. It's kind of similar. You've got that Lone Fire Blossom rather than Subsitoad, tribute plants, summon other plants from the deck, another superpower combo deck.
Yeah, and you did mention Reckless Greed. A lot of these decks share that powerful trap card, which is unlimited in the format. Personally, I'm a bit traumatized still by the last Duel Chronicle we had, where you opened 3 of it, although that was, you know, a different format as it was in Dark World. But yeah, it's definitely up there. There are a lot of things that you can do, whether you like trap cards more. There are a lot of trap heavy decks, and I mean, most decks in the format run at least 10. But there are also these kind of combo decks that have been tried out. Speaking of, you know, playing monster-heavy focus decks, we can maybe hint at the fact that yesterday night we have been playing, you know, against each other commentators with some 2010 decks, and you in particular played a deck that also have had a little bit of success last year, which is basically monsters-only deck.
Yeah, it's the pet deck is called Monster Mash.
Yeah.
Everyone calls it. You play a lot of fun cards. You play the Machina cards. And then there's a couple of cards which give you a big payoff if you're only running monsters. These are cards like Witch of the Black Rose and Gallus the Star Beast. It's a very fun, very aggressive deck.
Yeah.
There's so many different ways to play this format. And yeah, I absolutely love it.
Yeah, and I think just the suggestion, as always, is the more we play Yu-Gi-Oh, the more we can have fun, and if there are different ways to play the game, which we should all be thankful for as a possibility in 2025, I think that's just a huge benefit, and it's great for me to just see some familiar faces, you know, traveling both for you know, the main event and just competing for the ultimate prize, but also other peoples which we have not seen maybe for a few years come back, take out their pet decks from back in the day, or even upgrade the rarities with this reprints and quarter-century secret rares that we have been seeing in both, you know, Bonanza and quarter-century Stampede. So I think it's a great innovation from Yu-Gi-Oh, and the great part about it is it never stops. So who knows? We'll see what Dex is gonna take WCQ Berlin Ultimate Time Wizard event, and in the future we'll also make sure to, you know, stream some of this content for you guys. If you have missed it, on the official YouTube channel we've actually recorded the Ultimate Time Wizard matches from you know, Birmingham and Bologna, and so there are some content that you can go watch and see how they got to that giant card. So I guess thank you Tom, and thank you guys for being with us. Just keep watching and we'll be back soon with more content live from Berlin.
Welcome back, duelists. We're here with round 2 of our European World Championship qualifier. So in front of me, I have Juho Ahn and Philip Neus, who are ready to get this round 2 feature match underway. Gentlemen, let's do a high roll. Juho, do you want to roll first? That is a 3. Got to do better than a 3. That's higher than a 3. You're going to go first? Okay, Philip is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys once again over to Basti, Mike, and Leo, who are going to take you through your round 2 feature match. And as Basti says, I hope you're as ready as a kite. Over to you guys.
Welcome, man. Thanks. And round 2 is going to start for you. I don't even know how to comment on that. With 2 duelists very popular in the German scene, you, of course, he is a World Championship participant.
And he's rocking that jersey as well, right?
I love it. It looks so good. Back then with the Labyrinth strategy. This time it's not so much Labyrinth. And Philip, on the other hand, he's one of those duelists who always loves to go for more cooked-up creative decks.
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, Yoho, of course, he was at Worlds a while back, but still he's performing really well recently too, because he made top cut with Raisi Mitsurugi already a while back when the strategy wasn't really that popular even, because I think it was Birmingham where he made top cut with it, which was really impressive. And then also at Dutch Nationals ban, he was first out the Swiss completely undefeated with a super wild Octoedic pile.
Do you have a preference between the 2 players?
I think that View is by far the more experienced one, but Philip also is a really strong one. I mean, he made me play the Octoedic deck because you beat me so incredibly hard with it in testing that I was like, I have to play this. This is the best deck ever.
And also, Philip has the home turf advantage.
Yeah.
Berlin tournament for him as a Berlin player, which is really exciting. And in general, like, he only has his tops in German events, essentially, like located in Germany. I think 2 tops at YC's Dortmund, then a German national top or something. So he's ready to deliver this weekend. But let's see what they are able to deliver here. Players are ready, so go to the table now. And I gotta say, I have a little bit of a personal preference here as well in terms of decks, because Philip has brought one of my beloved decks of the last couple of weeks. He brought the Apophis strategy, but he is mixing it up with the Primite cards, and that is something you haven't really seen that much yet. As you said, he likes to cook things up, and that is certainly a well dish that he has put together here. And he starts off with normal summoning the Ether Barrel. And usually when you see that, you would expect, blue eyes probably, but no, there's some other stuff about to come here.
To be honest, I want to see how the 2 engines mixed with each other and what's the synergy behind this.
Oh, and look at that, we're not searching the most common card, but that is a new card from Duels Advance. It is Primite Fusion, and Yoho, as experienced as he is, he still has to take a quick read on this one, because that is not a particularly common card. And now I think we activate the other effect of Lordilo to special summon out a normal monster.
Oh, and that is so funny.
Chains
another one.
But wait, the driver's at so that's 0 draws because the driver wasn't at the one moment you want to have the Psyframe driver at hand. That's hilarious.
And that is just activate Primate Lordilo to discard 2 hands.
Yes!
2 cards from your opponent's hand. And at this point, I don't think you want to activate the Primate Fusion anymore.
And I mean, there's Apophis cards in your deck, so this may as well be very impactful trap cards that we have set there. So we're passing on this, and let's see whether it will be enough, because Yoho is on his recently most favorite strategy again, the Mitsurugi cards paired up with the Raisiels. And that is pre-preparation of rights. Is that a card you can let resolve? It's tough, but it will resolve in that instance here.
Yep. When it resolves, it's really hard. We were just saying, losing 2 cards in hand, that is of course a problem. But if you are starting with non-rolled Mitsurugi engine into a half field that Philip has put up, that's really tough, because these cards tend to generate so much advantage.
I don't know if you even call this a half field, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, you have 2 trap cards maybe.
With only 4 cards remaining to start Yoho's turn, one of them being pre-preparation of rights is massive, really. That is one of the cards you would want there, one of the cards you need there, and Yoho is already resolving his combo here. He revealed the Habakiri, the Saji's in the graveyard, and that is prayers for him now as well.
I mean, the Fuwalos, they did the job, right? You discarded 2 of them, but then you let your opponent end on absolutely nothing. So that's huge. And you actually
the ritual also resolves. I'm wondering what the set cards are for Philip, because I feel like some of those things you really want to stop. Like if you had a Dominus Purge, you really immediately want to stop the pre-preparation of rites. If you had the Apophis Trap card, somehow you also would like to interact with the ritual at the very least. But Philip is not doing anything about all of that, so maybe he doesn't have anything to stop him here.
Kusanagi adding back the ritual. I like the Mitsurugi main deck monsters so much. Just, either they're normal summon starters or they're just going to get you. We're adding Futsu here for Aramasa, so really, really big Ryziel package here, Mitsurugi package. I find it very interesting that you can play the deck 2 entirely different ways. They're either minimizing on this Ryziel engine, sometimes even just playing 4 cards of the Ryziel strategy in the main deck, or sometimes just going for all of the Ryziel cards you can find and then just play 1 Murakumo, triple Habakiri, and the main deck monsters, basically.
No, Yoho is definitely taking the Mitsurugi route. You can also tell by his free copies of Mitsurugi Ritual in the main deck, for example. That's the maximum you can get, so he's really valuing that. But there's Infinite Impermanence dodged by the prayer that was actually known, and that immediately makes Philip considering to pick up his... Oh, no, wait, we're resolving the Murakumo. I was also too quick on that one.
That happened to me so many times already as well.
That prayers was very well known there in the hand. Destroyed both of these now. And also got to bring back something, maybe?
Philip doesn't look too happy. Basti, you have been very, very much eager to see the Primite Apophis deck. Why don't you tell us a little bit of what it's supposed to do?
I mean, you are supposed to end on multiple trap cards, as usually the Apophis deck already is doing. Like you have Statue of the Anguish pattern, which you usually are going to set through that, of course, so beloved Silhouette Rabbit, and then you have the Apophis traps being the Serpent and the Swamp Deity, and then you back it up even with those very, 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 very strong trap cards that you can play in this, because this is not only Purge anymore, but additionally to that, also Songs of the Dominators. And I mean, you can play Songs of the Dominators because the Primate engine is not really that impacted by it, and that card is bonkers, honestly.
Are those though the interruptions that you want to bring against Ryziel Mitsurugi deck? Meaning that I don't know if the Apophis cards are exactly what you want to bring against Mitsurugi engine.
And Philip is packing up his cards. He's seen enough. That is too much value and also too much attack, to be honest, here to play in this game. Now, I'm quite curious, because when you're saying you're playing Man of the Mark and you're playing Aether Barrel.
Yes.
That is 2 normal summons that you really want to have.
Totally.
And you're not playing a Blue Eyes package with the Mausoleum of White that gets you another normal summon.
True, true.
How are you getting there?
I think there is still ways to somehow maybe go through one of those very... where is he again?
Is it either Duke of Demise or Nether Brazilius?
Yeah, it is Nether Brazilius, which you are going to use. So that is... We saw him search for Primite Fusion, but very understandably not activating it then, because the Fuvalos, of course, was
the double
there.
Fuvalos.
So the double Fuvalos even, so it wasn't even something you would consider to really give your opponent 2 draws there. It felt like the perfect way to just summon the driver from the hand and then see, if he even just had 2 impactful trap cards. Like, imagine he had Dominus Purge for the pre-preparation of rites. Yo is left with 3 cards, and then you also have maybe Apophis the Serpent, setting Apophis of Swamp Deity, and then you're kind of good to go, because you can stop another thing. That feels like it should be enough, but he didn't really have any of those other good trap cards alongside the things he had there already, so it was rough out there.
When pre-prepare resolves and you don't get draw, you are in a bad spot, to be honest.
Yeah, and I think also it's kind of interesting that this deck, I feel like that's kind of a weak spot there, because if you are normal summoning Man with the Mark, because he had Anubis the Last Judge in hand, so that was technically possible. I think you're in a decent spot if your opponent follows you. You have your Temple of the Kings. You can just basically start playing. You set another card. You gain so much advantage. You search for the Beast of Circuit, and then you give maybe 1 draw, but for the deity. But if you're kind of forced to start with your Primite engine, that sounds like it could become problematic.
I think, I'm wondering which is the normal summon you want to go for first, but it's probably the Primite things that get you to then also get out the Apophis things. But maybe we can find out now in the second game, as players are ready again. Maybe this game is going to go better for Philip and his Apophis Primite strategy. We shall find out. Back to the table we go. judge. Maybe Anubis, the last judge, is going to be in his opening hand here. I'm calling for a judge in that opening hand, please.
I mean, it was there in the last hand, didn't get into play. Oh, this is looking like a hand already. Oh, wow. This is a hand.
Indeed it is, but let's see, maybe Yoho has things to counter it. We start off with Treasures of the Kings, and what a field spell that is. I really fell in love with that card, because just both effects of it are actually just crazy, because you get to immediately, on the activation, as we are now going to see, set one of your Apophis trap cards from the deck, and we do, of course, go for the more powerful one, Apophis the Serpent, because that then is also going to get us through this, to the Swamp Deity eventually. And now, if we get another set card there, we can also activate the Surge effect of the field spell too, to search for either the Man with the Mark, for the Scorpion, or for Anubis, the Last Judge.
No response to that on the side of you, so that's also quite interesting. Maybe we're going to respond to Man with the Mark. Added to the hand. There he is, the man, the myth, the legend,
the Mark.
And to be honest, you didn't know that Philip was in Apophis.
That's true.
Yeah, that's a shocker for sure. If you are not familiar with that strategy, Man with the Mark is being normal summoned. Ash Blossom there, so normal summon was committed. I see why you waited there. Also quite interesting, the Man with the Mark, it's a card, it's just a level 4 monster with 1000 attack points. Really hard to out.
It is, but that's all we got. Sets one more card, so we know about Apophis the Serpent. And then there's more, but we shall see whether it is enough to counter this. We activate Habakiri once more. That's so strong of a start for Yoho right away. Is there any way to counter this? We probably got to bring out the Saji again here.
And this just plays so well around Dominus Purge. It's incredible.
But it doesn't play around Mistaken Arrest. Ooh.
Yeah, but does your deck play around Mistaken Arrest?
That's what I'm also wondering.
You really have to rely on this card now. Hope that it carries you through the turn, that you doesn't do anything against it. And then Philip has the ability to go for Apophis the Serpent, set a Swamp Deity, special summon that out as well, and then go for the Deity.
I mean, what's also cool is the Man of the Mark, it's not that easy to clear, because clearly it cannot be destroyed by battle right now, because there is Treasures of the Kings on the field, so that makes it pretty tough to deal with. And I mean, we're cutting Philip's deck right now, so I feel like Yoho might have just passed it back over, and that is fantastic news for Philip, because that Mistaken Arrest really putting a mistake into Yoho's plan there. And there is now the Serpent, and that is not a small card in terms of attack points, because that is 1600 right away, and when the Swamp Deity, and there it is, comes joining it eventually, that's another 2000, so we're racking up attack points here quickly.
But I mean, you can't activate the effect of Temple of the Kings. Mistaken Arrest prohibits you from searching in your turn as well. But I think you can just play around Nibiru, just set up more of these cards. I think a Divine Serpent is worth it.
It's worth it. It's
100%.
You probably go into the battle phase first, just because it's more attack points, but I do agree with you that you probably just, for that one draw, want to go for it. Yep, we are in the battle phase. That is 4600, so I think Yoho has more than half of his life points wiped out by that battle phase.
That would be crazy versus Malice, huh?
Yeah.
This would be substantial damage already. I mean, with 3400, they can still play quite a bit, especially if
and
GWC.
Philip does agree, goes into his extra deck, and that is a Contact Fusion, as we like to call it, going into Divine Serpent Apophis without any kind of fusion spell, but just using 2 Apophis traps. And now, the cool thing about this card is it gets to set back up to 3 Apophis trap cards from the graveyard, and therefore we have them available again for the next turn. And that's so huge, because now you have the Swamp Deity, but the Apophis the Serpent ready to bring out another one again, and we give another draw going into the Silhouette Rabbit now as well.
That is quite interesting, but you gotta be honest, the Statue of Anguish Patterns is so good. If this card isn't outed, there's basically nothing that can play through it. I thought I could play through it with my...
Another set card, trap cards are back, baby. 5 sets, and Philip ready to stop Yoho once more.
I mean, I thought I could play through it with my X-Ryziel, but it can just not be targeted once you have another face-up trap monster on the field, and that is insane.
The statue is really a statue, in the true meaning of the word.
I'm gonna be honest. You could have prevented this one by just summoning out the Apophis the Serpent immediately and then activating a Swamp Deity
you're
later
fine.
on.
You can just activate... You have a Swamp Deity already.
At this point, Habakiri can not activate again the effect, because it's one...
Oh, true, yeah.
But
So we have the Swamp
chain,
Deity just chain... Oh, we chain the statue, all right.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah, absolutely, that works. Negates the pre-preparation, but still Yo has a decent amount of cards to work with here.
Yeah, but Habakiri doesn't do anything anymore.
But that doesn't work anymore, and Philip takes game number 2 with the Prime-Eyed Apophis strategy. And again, not a fantastic start, you would say, but Mistaken Arrest is a card that is there for a reason, that a lot of Malus players are playing. It's even strong enough for him to consider playing it. And I mean, there is where the Prime-Eyed part of his deck puts in the work, right? When you activate Mistaken Arrest and then you have a Prime-Eyed card still running around and Ether Barrel just coming back, you're probably being fine there.
Even though if you activate Songs of the Dominators from hand, you can't activate effects in the graveyard anymore and in hand.
But when you go first, that's not that big of a concern, because then you just set the Songs of the Dominators anyways.
That is absolutely true. But later on, it just stops one effect of yours or two. Or does Anubis the Last Judge activate in the graveyard, actually?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, but Aether Barrel does in the standby phase.
That's true.
So that is one downside. But I think you can live with that if you have this phenomenal hand trap. But if you're setting it, you're absolutely right. It doesn't stop you from
I think the
doing
mini
anything.
mind game that Apophis card wasn't shown during the first game played a very huge role in game 2.
For sure, I also agree. And I think this deck specifically, the Apophis deck here with the Psy frames in the main deck, they are really, really good now in game 3, even going second against those Mitsurugi strategies, because Psy frame Delta really made a comeback on the big stage. Like, this card is really, really good.
I mean, was it ever
back
there?
in the Yeah, it really wasn't there just yet, but it is now, and it's so good against the Mitsurugi cards. Just negating Mitsurugi prayers, mostly negating Mitsurugi Ritual. That is a powerhouse of a card. Just destroying it, making your opponent not able to maybe activate the card again or something, and then also having like the dream scenario of having a trap card in the graveyard already. For example, you Imperm first, then you Songs of the Dominators, Surge, Purge as well. Like, how are you going to recover from that? That feels like Imperm and Altergeist Multifaker together, to be honest.
That is true. That was a combination. That sometimes won your game, sometimes it actually didn't. It wasn't always enough. But this, for sure, hand traps that replace themselves and add more hand traps. And then you have those powerful one-card combos that you're having there, like Aether Barrel, like Lordy Load, or just like Man with the Mark. Treasures of the Kings, Anubis the Last Judge. Countless cards that will get you where you want to be if uninterrupted. I think our duelists are ready and we want to be in game 3, so let's go over to the table.
Entering game 3 right now, and I want to see how Prime-Eyed Apophis can manage to go second against Raziel Mitsurugi, because there is an issue with a lot of traps being drawn.
Yeah, and Raziel Mitsurugi, that is the deck that basically, if it combos off, it looks like it can't be beat. The full field of the deck is just absolutely insane. And now you starting with X-Send Aggregator. Philip just gives a thumbs up. That's, I don't think, what he feels in his heart. But he was just like, oh yeah, let's get the combos rolling.
All right, searches for Node Raziel, interestingly enough.
Might have a sword.
There is the sword already, indeed. So the good thing is when you start with your Raziel cards, there's an easy way to also get to your Mitsurugi cards, of course, with King of the Feral Imps, and therefore Yoho has everything he would ever need here to really go for as big of a combo as he would ever
And he
imagine.
starts checking for hand traps. For example, he checked for draw, and he can continue right now, and probably a Fualos also.
Yeah, absolutely. There comes the Habakiri. He immediately went for the King of the Feral Imps, and you can really tell that Yoho is so experienced with the strategy. He knows what he's doing. He knows every move, and it goes by quickly because he has been doing those combos for quite a while. As I was saying, he was actually on this deck when not a lot of people were on it. Before actually Habakiri was even released, he was already summoning Murakumo at YCSs and doing well with it. So he was really on there on the first wave immediately, and he's riding that wave since then.
And at this point, a lot of Mitsurugi cards have resolved, which gives a lot of advantage to you, and I think it also gives him a lot of confidence.
Just if you get to resolve those Mitsurugi cards and your opponent doesn't stop them yet, I feel like this is a little bit like Malice. It has to be stopped immediately with a Droll and Lockbird or with Fuolos to just keep it in check. A little bit Fuolos, not even that impactful. Once you start to resolve your cards, especially in the Raziel Mitsurugi deck, you're good to go. It's really hard to overcome that field. We haven't seen that at all in the playoffs yesterday. This is what really surprised me, because I think that this deck can put up the best field in the game right now, by far.
Definitely. At least when it comes down to what is immediately present on the field, right? The scary cards. Like, it is pulling up multiple monsters really that are immediately scary to you, that also are providing negation through Rise across often enough. Then you have, of course, that Murakumo ready to just destroy all cards on your opponent's side of the field. I think the Malice field also is super strong. It just doesn't look as strong immediately, right? But there's so much coming throughout the turn. But when you do see this combo field from this deck here, it is very, very, very much one of the best fields you could imagine.
And you have like 20 cards in hand afterwards.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the same with the Malice deck, right? When you resolve your Chessy Cat, even though I don't think we've ever seen a Chessy Cat resolve, it's always a permanence.
And another thumbs up from Philip. Also, Ice Ryziel will be bringing another monster to the field here.
We're playing a little into Nibiru, not much to be honest, because Murakumo would still be able to summon itself.
And
Habakiri would be able to.
Both of them.
No, Murakumo was actually used to summon out the Habakiri from deck. So Murakumo summoned itself back.
Already activated the effect.
Yeah, Habakiri hasn't, so you just summon it back, add prayers, and then you still have interruptions.
And yeah,
but I believe this is the last check that you has to take in order to summon Duo Drive and see if Philip has any Nibiru.
goes for Dugaris first. Interesting. And I mean, it's overall very, very different on how people approach the extra deck of the Ryze strategy, or the Ryze Mitsurugi strategy rather, because some people opt to go for rank 8s even, to have like more linking between the two engines, for example, making sure that 2 level 8 monsters brings you into Ryziel engines sometimes as well, by searching 7th Tachyon. That's very popular. It's not something that Yoho is doing. And then there's also, of course, all kind of different options in the level 4 and rank 4 rather department. And even some link monsters here in the deck from Yoho, which aren't necessarily obvious because you're very often just trying to go down the rank 4 route, as we see another rank 4 here with the Eclipse Twins. But there even is IP Masquerade and SP Little Knight in Yoho's extra deck.
Just an extra layer of power on your end field here. We're going to see a Mitsurugi.
He has been locked to Excision, I believe, since he summoned next.
Yeah, that's true. So sometimes when you're starting with your Ritual engine, then you can play an IP Masquerade on your field before you activate your, or normal summon your Ice Ryziel.
Absolutely. That does often enough come up, and I think it just into certain matchups you also just value that so hard. And there is now also the Great Purification. The field will look even greater than it usually would be in game number 1.
Habakiri doesn't come back.
No Ryziel. Oh yeah, you're right. Now Eclipse Twins will be sent off the Node Ryziel to bring back another monster from the graveyard. And of course Eclipse Twins will now also activate. And that's going to bring back the Dugaris maybe? Or the King of the Pharaoh Limbs? What are we going for? I don't think it really matters that much, right? Because you're not going to use them anyhow.
He can activate again the effect of King of the Swamp.
King of the Pharaohs, yeah, sure.
That's true. You can search for another reptile, even though I think you're basically through all of them.
Yeah, you almost don't want to search for them anymore because you want to have search targets for Murakumo later on, but still, well, yeah, he may.
I mean, search targets for Murakumo is going to be prayers or something. You can get your follow-up there. I think the only card left in the deck might be Habakiri, to be honest, because we've seen Saji, we have seen Aramasa, and we have seen Kusanagi.
Yeah, you're right.
You also make less room in the deck, so you can draw into your hand traps and side deck options.
That is true. I just like how the King of the Pharaoh is absolutely chilling on the field. With no business being there.
Detonator puts the Eclipse Twins underneath, so it's protecting itself sort of as well. 1 set card, 2 set card, 3 set cards. That is something to worry about for Philip, but I think it marks the end of Yoho's turn at least, so now we can try. What will Philip be able to do here?
Man with the marks the end of his turn. Can man with the mark on Philip's side just swing this
going
game
second,
back to him?
I guess the full Ryziel Mitsurugi field with only traps, and
yeah,
I don't know how Philip can feel right now.
Detonator is already a big problem, has always been for the Apophis deck, the deck based on Marik's performance at the Battle City tournament.
And now
it wasn't Marik.
The judge was called
Odeon.
Indeed it was, yeah. And there is the man with the mark. But it really feels like Philip just has all kind of different Apophis cards, and I don't even see any Primite cards really in his hand. And I think that's what in theory makes his deck so strong, that he wants a combination of those two things. And wait, he actually does have one of the Primite cards, but that's the one that doesn't work on its own because he did pick up the Drill Beam.
Yep. And now
And that is all it needed. And there we see the hand, puts it onto the table. That is not something you really want to see going second. Just double Swamp Deity is nothing you want to use going second. And therefore, Yoho-An is on his way to maybe go back to the World Championship, as he's still undefeated in this tournament right now.
I mean, we have just finished round
Couple
2,
more
but
rounds.
still is very, very close already. Philip, of course, early losses in those tournaments, they are crucial. There's sometimes, of course, there's always like this one story where someone lost an early round and then goes to the top.
But with a very unique strategy, to be honest.
That's true.
That is true, and actually not even that unique, because I've heard of multiple players in this tournament playing it and trusting the strategy, even though we absolutely could not see what it was supposed to do.
Not really. I would have loved to see more, because, I mean, game 2, he won, but also kind of carried by the mistaken rest, we gotta say. And it really never got to show how the combination of the two engines do work together.
They still don't know what the Primate engine is doing there.
I mean, the Drill Beam is strong, as long as you draw it alongside some other Primate cards.
That is true. And we've seen Driver summoned from hand. That was amazing.
That was funny, yeah.
And I just...
On the start, it felt like a very good move in order to play around the double Fugalus. But as we saw, it stopped entirely Phil's turn. And so you could take the win.
Yeah, I mean, if you just resolve all your Mitsurugi cards without a problem, then you don't need 6 cards in hand. You can start with 1, and if that 1 card is pre-preparation of rights and you never get stopped, then it's pretty good.
It will definitely do the trick for sure. So that's interesting. You just mentioned only 2 rounds so far. He is 2-0 at the moment. Couple of players, of course. Most of the ones you saw yesterday already, they are also 2-0 in the tournament, because we, of course, have VIPs here in the tournament. Those are the 16 players from our playoff yesterday, and also all of our national champions from all those different national championships we had in Greece, in Germany, wherever. They have been chilling until now, because they will be joining the action from round 3 on, being on that 2-0 record. What do you think? Is that massively like changing the way you build your deck, just skipping those first 2 rounds, or is it still the same kind of?
To be honest, when I had my VIP 2-round play,
flexing. Okay. Tell us all about it.
That I didn't have to worry about Morocco strategies, meaning I could dodge cards like Duster or Cosmic Cyclones and prepare my deck for more meta decks, since I would expect more in the 2+ area, 2-0 area.
When I had my VIP...
Okay, guys, good. All right, go ahead, go on.
When I had my VIP, I still had to play the first round, and I was playing...
Wow, what a VIP treat.
I was playing Gookie, and I lost to Burning Abyss because I couldn't play in the first few rounds, so I just had no play at all, and that lost to BA.
I love that story. Thanks for telling it. Thanks for sharing.
I just wanted to mention that you're the only person on this table who hasn't had VIP treatment
yet.
Yet, exactly. Yet.
I mean, I played the Apophis deck at French National. That was so much fun. That's why I also wanted to have it back on stream, and that's why I enjoy it so much at the moment, because I think it brings something different to the format again, because there is not that many trap-based strategy at the moment, but this deck now is really bringing the traps back. Unfortunately enough, though, sometimes when you go second, drawing those trap cards is not necessarily what you want to do, and which also cost Philip the game sort of there. But you can definitely... it's a combination of both things. It's not only a trap deck, but also has combo elements, I would say. So it's good to see that
gets you more traps
back. Yeah, that are getting you more traps in the end, really. I mean, the fusion is crazy, isn't it? Just setting back those trap cards. Like the first time I did that, I felt like, I don't know, I was like a puppet magic.
And it's also giving you an extra interruption, because when you activate a trap card that becomes a monster, then you actually get to destroy 1 card on the opposing side of the field.
Very true. Yeah, that's super strong. Wasn't strong enough here for this featured match, but still Yoho, of course, no opponent to sneeze at, because he is absolutely one of the most powerful players we have here in all of Europe. I still remember the moment he qualified for the World Championship with his Labyrinth deck, I think, in top 4, when he just played against Jessica Robinson and the Happiest Feather Duster into him. That was the quickest game of Yu-Gi-Oh! I've ever seen.
And then the World Championships, where he played the feature match again and got dustered on 4. It's
story of his life, story of his life, really. That's insane. But overall, a deck that definitely can make it, right? Is
Yeah.
it a deck you think you picked to get to top 4 of this tournament?
Apophis?
No, the Rising Mitsurugi strategy.
Yes. I was going to
Yes.
say the Apophis, no. but Rising Mitsurugi is definitely one of the top dogs. I think if people are actually adapting from that tournament we've seen yesterday and they drop drone lockbirds in the main deck, the deck just has a field day. But we want to hear more about Juhu's An's day, so let's go over to the analyst.
Thank you, Leo. And yeah, what a match it was. Congratulations on yet another amazing performance on stream. And yeah, I mean, this great start to the day, I'd say. I mean, as good as it gets. And first and foremost, how do you feel being here in Germany, trying to get there once more?
Oh, I think it's really nice. It's Germany again since I live here,
Yeah.
so it's a pretty short trip here.
Absolutely. And obviously you're rocking that World Championship shirt for this event. We all remember very well your journey to Japan 2 years ago, and I'm sure you'll try your best to get there once more. Although it has been with quite a different strategy, and we've been mentioning, and Seb was going through that you have played this deck for quite a while, even before the latest support was released. What do you like about it?
I think it's like it has so many starters, they're all good, so the deck's really consistent, and every starter usually does everything. And it plays through so many disruptions.
Absolutely. I mean, and arguably, I mean, Malice might have more recursion later on, but like in terms of explosiveness and ending field, I'd say it's superior by far, if no draw.
Yeah.
So hopefully no troll for you. But yeah, let's just go through what happened in this match. Obviously, you got paired against one of the, not more conventional strategies. And I think in this opening, something quite funny happened. Because usually you open your hand, the first card your opponent picked up was the driver. This time it turned out like it was a good draw since, you had that double Fuvalos. I think you were expecting to play against Blue Eyes when you saw the Primates, or?
I actually heard before already that he's playing the Odium strategy, but I haven't read any of the cards before that, so I was quite unsure how it's going to go.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, in the end, I mean, although it looked like, that -2 technically Fuvalos was a right star for you, the engine just does so much when it's not stopped, and you were able quickly to just let's just make your play speak for herself, just completely dismantle your opponent field. That impermanence didn't do quite much. What was your strategy in mind going through the turn?
So I was basically seeing like there can't be that much if there's 2 sets and I have full engine. So I was just trying to see how far I get. And I was just trying to start with the Mitsu engine, see how far I get, clear the board. And if he doesn't have anything relevant, I just go for game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it did work out in this one. The opening again was a bit on the slower side from Philip. What do you think generally is the worst matchup for your deck? Like, what do you not want to play against this weekend?
If I only see Mitsu cards and don't really get to stop my opponent from doing anything, it's probably Vanquish Soul can be quite hard.
Okay.
Since the board is always protected from the start, and then the Snow Devil can't pop anything. So if they have full engine and also backed up by 1-2 non-engine, can get quite rough.
Absolutely, but we see a quite different game 2, because the opening was a bit on the slower end once more from your opponent, but backed up by some strong non-engine, because they see that mistaken arrest, which has to be one of the contenders when you think about side decks that you can be facing off, right? Against. Yep. Absolutely, with draw and lock. And then I think something interesting, at least for me, was, again, I think we all, I mean, at least I remember very well your run back 2 years ago, and you were the one who was, setting 5 traps and passing, but you were on the other end in this case, right? What were you thinking facing down 5 trap cards here?
5 traps in general is usually fine, but then I look at my hand, it's 2 Abakiri, pre-prep, nodes, Fuva, and then top deck the trap. So if the one play doesn't go through and then he's mistaken the rest, so I kind of have to pass back.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, there was not too much that you could do. He decided to give you a couple draws through the Fuvalos, but unfortunately didn't pick up much. And so for the one, it was, you losing 2 the trap cards, for an instance. But then finally, in game 3, you get to open a Ryziel card. We didn't see any of that before. And that was quite an interesting field that you came up with, right? Is that your usual goal when you open everything?
If I start with X, it's usually around that. I pass on the Detonator with Eclipse Twins, Futsu, Murakumo, Trap. Ideally, I'll also have Prayers, but this time I didn't get to it. But if he nips me there. I still have food to add the prayers. I still have detonator for Eclipse Twins. And then, yeah, I just went for Dugara, so I just get to deep draw into my non-engine.
Absolutely. I mean, when you go first, you don't get Fuvalos or Droll. I think, you know, there is not much that other decks can do, no matter what you're facing off against. But I mean, you gave us a demonstration of what the deck can do for sure. And yeah, I think we just want to thank you once more for showing us what the deck can do. Unfortunately, it didn't shine that much at the playoffs. Not sure if that was any worrying at all for you, or did you change anything after the playoffs?
I was originally on Vanquish Soul when I got here on Thursday.
Okay.
I kept playing against friends. I kept bricking, so I was like, I'm not gonna play that one.
Fair enough, and it's working out for you. So we'll just wish you best of luck and no draw and locks for the event. So I hopefully will see you again in Top Cut. So thank you guys for the analysis, and let's throw it back to the casters.
Exactly. Surprise, we have a back-up featured match. And why don't we just go over to the table, right?
Quick and easy, we have Strafko versus Aaron, and we haven't seen too much of the Primite cards in the last game, but here we jump into a game where Aaron just has 2 Lordly Loads face up on the field already, but he's down a game here. Drill Beam banishes with Dormouse now, and Aaron actually giving you some insight on this deck. He is playing those new Blue Eyes cards. He's actually playing the Kaiba Mando Legend. He's playing triple Blue Eyes White Dragon, so he's really using the support from the newest set Duelist Advance, but there's backup at Ignister.
This is the only problem that Drill Beam has with Malus cards, that of course it negates the effect, but the ban is the motions, and Dormouse, for example, can resummon herself into the field.
Chessy Cat discard, so another card you can banish. Droll and Lockbird, it's not the card you want to activate on backup at Ignister, to be honest. You want to maybe at some point get it on a Chessy Cat draw and then prevent them from getting to the at Ignister engine. Like, Wizard is a really good card to have in hand when you're under Droll and Lockbird.
That is very true, but Aaron, just looking into his face cam, he doesn't seem particularly happy about this, but you gotta realize Strafko is only on 2,100 life points, so maybe not as free as he would like to be in terms of big Malice names, in terms of Link Freeze to come back, because 900 is quite a hefty price to pay, of course.
You can't attack directly this turn anymore.
Yeah, there you go. Goes into Chassis, goes into a Link Free now.
I think there's the other Blue Eyes White Dragon in the hand of Aaron.
Of course. When you play free, you basically sign the contract to always draw one on your opening hand. And there is now the Malice White Binder. Ooh, we're playing the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Different artworks even.
Yeah. That's, I mean, I just love the OG one, the quarter century that we are having there. But all of them are cool.
Or the new ulti.
Oh, the ulti is probably even cooler than the quarter century one, I will be honest there.
It's close. I like them both.
Yeah, we're all good. GWC, so we can make this life points different, a little bit smaller later on. Looks like Aaron is down 1 game, pretty close to time, to be honest.
Yeah, that first game must have been a really long one. Yeah. Or this one might have also been going for a while, to be honest, because Strafko already quite down. So this could be like turn 4, I would say, of the duel. That's how I would probably expect it, because Aaron dealt damage to the life points of Strafko, and this definitely, as it is game 2 and he lost the first game, should have been a game where Aaron started out.
What is the card that is banished on the right side over the drone?
That is Primite Fusion. You just saw it in the last feature match, Leo, because we are also playing this. We are playing a big Primite package, all the new cards. And should I tell you something? We're even playing Blue Eyes Chaos Max Dragon in this deck.
Wow.
He's really leaning in on the Blue Eyes cards. And it's really fun to see that Aaron took the challenge to include those new cards. And there, want to go for Splash Mage or not?
You can't really summon the Splash Mage unless you use White Binder right now, because White Binder just at this point doesn't point to your main monster zone.
Fair.
That's going to be fixed very, very soon. GWC activated, gets 600 life points back. Wait, is it even 600 on Dormouse?
Oh, it's only 900 life points left now.
You're paying those immediately with the White Binder.
But I mean, is GWC not only gaining life points back for Link monsters?
No, it gains it back if you have a Link monster on the field. Oh, wait, you don't have a Link monster.
Yeah, there was no Link monster on the field. So Strafko is actually on 900 life points now. That is crazy low. So I'm wondering whether he even took that into consideration.
Aaron just needs to break that field back. I mean, he might be able to activate the GWC, right? Did he get it from White Rabbit or from the White Binder effect?
From White Rabbit.
Okay, then he might be able to just set it back and then play on the next turn.
Yeah, true. Okay.
White Binders. I'm sorry. I was mistaken.
Okay, so then it's gonna be significantly more difficult. I mean, you can't really go for any Crypto shenanigans here.
Yeah, it feels like we're kind of handcuffing ourselves here a little bit by going down those life points. Strafko cannot even activate any further link-free effects in the banishment anymore. So let's see where we're even going with this, because Access Code Talker all of a sudden not as promising anymore, because that would not be able to then
attack directly.
Not that, and also when you're banishing a Malice Link monster like the Red Ransom, it can't come back anymore.
Yeah, I mean, you're very close to game with the Access Code Talker on field anyways, but still, you can't attack directly because you've used the banishment effect of SP Little Knight on summon. Access Code is in here now. If you activate the effect, you lose the game because you are able to pay exactly 900 life points if the life points we have there are correct.
Okay,
this is one of the worst scenarios for Malice players, to be honest. Feeling that you have a lot of resources, but you don't have life points, and also the clock is ticking. And
both little Load's gone. We're just trying to clear off as much as possible.
We banish Lingoreaver, so we can't banish any of the Malice cards this turn, which would actually lose you the game immediately if you want to activate them.
What's such an easy and convenient answer to this, though? Just Typhon next turn, maybe.
Yeah.
Like, take back the Ether Barrel, Typhon, and that's almost on its own immediately the game.
I mean, if you deal 700 damage, that is going to be enough to skill drain your opponent forever.
For sure it is, but Aaron takes the damage, but probably happy about how this turned out. And is Strafko just going to pass like this? It almost feels like it. He's looking for his action leg again, but I don't see anything that could really bring him out of this.
Yeah, because, I mean, it looks like the hand of Aaron isn't too good, but in the standby phase, he's going to be able to activate Ether Barrel, and then if he is running the Typhon, which could very well be true because the deck doesn't need too many extra deck spots, this could be very, very convenient here.
He doesn't even the Typhon. He can just recycle Primitive Beam and win the game through that.
On the long run, yeah, I would agree. By the way, there is a Typhon in his extra deck. I think that could just be the shortcut to do this, to be honest. I feel like that might be the way to go. There comes now the Lordly Load. What even is left to search for here?
Maybe we're going full Primate combo here.
That is Drill Beam, and I mean, Drill Beam plus Typhon does it perfectly. If we have something to... Okay, we don't even see it. Strafko is picking up his card. So with 6 minutes remaining, we will be heading into a third game even here of our second backup feature match, Bo. And yeah, I love that we now also have more matches of Yu-Gi-Oh to watch. As long as there's Yu-Gi-Oh on and I can talk about it, I'm a happy man.
And a very cool version of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. I want to see Kyberman the Legendary or Legend?
Legend, I'm pretty sure.
I want to see this card resolve because it is so cool, just revealing triple Blue Eyes White Dragon from your ideally deck, not hand. Not hand. But I mean, if you are playing triple Blue Eyes White Dragon, you have a about 33% chance to open it every single game.
Oh, yeah. Are you the math professor on the team now?
This is the one calculation I've ever done on Yu-Gi-Oh cards, and I haven't even done it. I think it was a good friend of mine.
So should I tell you that it's 44 cards now? How about your calculations?
Oh, no.
I mean, I don't know whether it is 44, but I would imagine when you play free Blue Eyes White Dragon, there is a chance that you're playing more than 40 cards, to be honest.
Okay, I'm calling 29%.
Okay.
I'm very sure about that.
Very sure about it. Absolutely, that might be the case.
29.
But of course now, both players rushing with their side taking, of course, be eager to head into this third game with very little time remaining on the clock, trying to make as much out of it as possible. Of course, Aaron being the one that will have to go second, but Strafko will have to figure out a way how to just get that GWC, maybe resolving on the first turn to gain back life points. He didn't do that as probably there in the last game because he didn't get any life points back with the GWC. And I mean, one ghost spell or something like that can sometimes just completely ruin the plan.
But to be honest, when you go second against Malice in time, you have to change a little bit how you activate your hand traps. For example, what I like to do is keep my Lancia to let one effect resolve and then activate Lancia.
That's good. That's fair.
In order to take the damage
and
first.
Also, maybe if you're getting closer to time, you keep cards like Effect Veiler and Infinite Impermanence for White Rabbit or GWC, so there is no or Malice Whitebinder to keep them away from the access to that one.
No, totally. I would absolutely agree. And I would say, let's just go back over to the table. I think players are still side-taking, but we want to see the action. We want to see how it unfolds here. So back over to the table we go. mean, and look, oh, there is the Chessy Cat and the Fuvalos right away. So we came just in time to witness that, and there now is a terraforming from Strafko, and it is met with Domino's Purge right away as well. Okay, Aaron does not want to see Strafko playing at all, but still the Chessy Cat will resolve now instead.
That's also something you could have purged very well. Would have been a really good target there, but of course there is going to be life points paid now immediately. And if you're going through those big motions to get those life points back, you're going to summon from the extra deck at least once with the White Binder. And if you banish the White Binder then with GWC to activate it, you're not going to be able to gain life points. So if you want to gain life points here, you have to commit into the Fuvalos. Wow.
I mean, I think you have to, right? It's less than 3 minutes. I think you just be like, hey, let him have all those cards in the world. I am doing my thing now, and I will go as big of a combo as I can. That's at least what my approach, feeling-wise, would be like. Because 2.5 minutes, your opponent will not very likely be able to profit off of those many cards in their hand. Or, oh, we also see Drone Lockbird in the hand of Strafko. I mean, I think we might just use Drone Lockbird on our own turn to stop our opponent from drawing cards with the Fuvalos.
Especially because we also have Mistaken Arrest. So that's the Drone Lockbird does not serve any kind of purpose, to be honest, unless your opponent tries to draw loads of cards. Don't know how Blue Eyes would do that necessarily.
Yeah. Yes, to be honest, at this point, Zvarkov should just commit into Fuvalos, activate the draw as you guys said, and then take the time to make a field and gain the life through GWC.
Okay,
Gets
there's
the
the Wicked now.
I mean,
okay,
drawing
Wicked is
yourself
kind
on
of
a Wicked
weird,
summon, but Red Ransom would be even weirder, because if you activate Red Ransom, gets a draw, and then you can chain Drone Lockbird to your Red Ransom, and then you negate your own.
You can, yeah, you can definitely do that.
You are allowed.
Okay, no Drone Lockbird used. Now the Wicked activates on the summon of the Jury's Worm. Also, I like how now also the venue, our viewers here inside of the hall are picking up on the fact that there is a backup feature match as well. Like, people left after the feature match was over, and now people are storming back in to see this Blue Eyes deck also play against the Malice deck of Strafko here. Everyone just excited this weekend to watch Yu-Gi-Oh! Non-stop, to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Non-stop. We're discarding Mistaken Arrest here, all right. I mean, 1.5 minutes left. Probably not going to be able to activate that even ever.
Okay, how far can we play here? I mean, at this point, you kind of
there
want
is
to
1 minute
guarantee
left on the table.
Yeah, you need to also not pay too many life points at this point, because sometimes you could see Malas players going under 5,000 in the first turn, and then
now
GWC
there is the
doesn't
Droll
help.
and Lockbird though. Okay, so we don't even want to search with the
Red
Ransom.
But you need to make sure that you can gain enough life points. You summon back the Chessy Cat, and there's
that's an odd Fuvalos, because
under draw.
that is not going to give him any draws. But sure, still you can activate it legally.
Can you even after Droll has resolved? I mean, maybe it was chained. That, yeah, it's not quite called by the grave. That would have been a different scenario. Anyways, so the players are going through the motions here. It's going to be really, really tough.
I think.
Yeah, you can't draw here.
There's no pointer. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
it's confusing. There's Fuvalos on both mats. It's definitely.
You have to summon the White Binder on the other side as well.
That's true, but also, is it going to be that big of a thing right now? I mean, wait, then you don't have any link zones available for the very moment. That's true, yeah. Okay, so timeout is now announced. So Strafko just tries to find a way to get that GWC, and there apparently is no response to White Binder.
I mean, the White Binder, first of all, needs to move places. It actually really does matter, I think.
Yeah, I think they're just currently just picking up on the fact. Okay, if he links it off. Oh,
that might be a.
Hold on. I mean,
Allied Code or Hard
Crypter.
Yeah.
He can.
Hold on, though. Will that? Okay, yeah, we bring back the White Binder, so we gain life points through GWC. That is our way to be ahead in life points, and therefore, in the end, Strafko does get the win here with the meta strategy. Even Aaron fight it hard with the Blue Eyes deck, but also now with a loss on his resume for the tournament record at the moment.
It was a rocky road, but in the end, every road leads to Berlin and to another win on the featured match. I think we can just quickly get it back to us as well while the players are discussing their side decking strategies here. Of course, would have been cool to see a triple Blue Eyes White Dragon summoned here, gotta be honest.
Would have absolutely been, but yeah, with all the live action we have now, bear with us for a little moment because we're going on a quick break, but we will be back so quickly again with round number 3. As we said earlier, there's now all the national champions and also the VIP players joining the tournament, so it gets even more hype. So you don't want to go anywhere and you don't want to miss out. We will be right back with more live action.
Welcome back, everyone. We have another meta-analysis here for the WCQ 2025 in Berlin. I'm joined by Sebastian Lemke. My name is Leonard König. And we're going to analyze the meta a little bit because it has shifted quite a bit.
Definitely. There is some new decks coming into the format with the latest release of Duelist Advance, of course, and therefore it's worth breaking down. Of course, there's still some big players sitting up top that have been there for a couple of weeks and months now. Most noticeably, I would say that is Malice, because Malice pretty much has only changed since Alliance Inside, where Marcher, of course, was released, which was the big support card for the deck.
And the Ignister cards.
Of course, those are really good as well. Backup at Ignister, what a card it is, really. But overall, I think Malice still fighting back and forth, right? Because it always has that heavy side-taking problem with facing Artifact Lancer, with facing Chaos Hunters, with facing Mulcharmy Meowths. Still, though, it consistently puts up results. It won the biggest national championship in Europe. It won French national championship with Damien Valla, and it just puts up the results. So you can never really rule that deck out. And if you don't have Lancer against it, it just does whatever it wants, really.
It went really hard at NAWCQ as well.
Yes.
And if you have low impact hand traps against it, there's like a 5% chance that you stop your opponent realistically. As if you have impermanence for Dormouse and they pass, that's fine, but that's rarely ever
You're
gonna
lucky
happen.
if that happens. You're very, very lucky if that happens, for sure.
And I think there's another deck, of course, the Ryziel Mitsurugi deck that has been super popular.
Yes.
There's some more developments in that regard as well, because now people have gone away from cards that are considered bricks, maybe playing a smaller Ryziel engine. It added Fiendsmith cards as well, so another engine, funnily enough, to add more consistency.
Yeah, for sure. I think that deck is just basically build whatever you like. Like you can play a small Fiendsmith package, sometimes just playing Lacrima and Engraver in the main deck essentially. You can also just play a big Fiendsmith package with running Tract and all those cards with Lurry and so on and so forth too. So you're free to do whatever you like. And also on the ratios of Mitsurugi cards. Yeah. You can play 2 Ritual, some play 3 Ritual. It's really, like, some people play 1 Aramasa, some play 3. It's really up to personal preference. And I think this deck is just very versatile, and you can just do whatever you like with it.
If you're playing classic Ryziel Mitsurugi, I've seen most of the time that the Mitsurugi engine was quite a bit smaller, you know, just 3 Habakiri and then Murakumo as the only ritual monsters. Now with a little bit of an added Fiendsmith engine and just few Ryziels, you could just go for the full Futsu package. It's great either way. The end field of the deck is super strong. It is resilient. I just think that if you add an Engraver and a Lacrima, it just makes your deck so much better against Droll and Lockbirch, which is of course a card that is in most of the main decks in this tournament as well.
It is, but of course also those cards can sometimes conflict with the extra Ryziel, so there is some potential. You can really do whatever you like with that, but also those decks have changed a little bit in how they build, but some Ryziel decks also completely included new cards with the Onomad cards. Onomad Ryziel is a factor. That deck, all of a sudden, huge results already at NAWCQ. I think we might see it having big results this weekend again as well. That deck for me is definitely one of the picks to maybe take it all the way here this weekend.
And this deck actually plays around Droll and Lockbird quite nicely, because what you always want to do is summon Traptrix Rafflesia first, basically, so that you have the Gravedigger's Trap Hole in your deck to send it to the graveyard when your opponent Droll and Lockbirds you.
Absolutely. That's so strong for sure. And therefore, different Ryziel variants, we're going to see plenty of that for sure, I am almost certain.
I want to say that's basically the old stuff, right?
Yeah,
because there's
exactly.
plenty of new decks on the horizon. Vanquish Soul is a fan favorite because of how grindy it is. It kind of feels like old school Time Wizard Yu-Gi-Oh! Sometimes, where you only have 1 or 2 monsters on the field, but
It does
That can go
escalate
crazy,
quickly
yeah.
into a lot of monsters.
Holly
then all of a
Sue
sudden.
is a card, dude. Holly Sue, on both turns you can special summon it out, special summon a monster from the deck that can be resin to search Caesar Valius or Heavy Borger or anything, and you can take a monster from your opponent's side of the field and put it to your own side. You can steal it. This card is insanity.
Very grindy, very cool deck. I think a lot of high-skilled players love this deck because it gives them so much variability to play on your opponent's turn, to create longer, grindy games, and I think that is what a lot of players value, and I think that is what a lot of players are going to bring this weekend, really.
And it's not only like a personal preference choice of rogue decks, because actually in the playoffs, in the point playoffs, there is 2 players saying this deck is going to take me to Worlds.
Indeed, that is true. So definitely one of the big decks you have to look out for. Another one also with massive support in Duelist Advance, where I don't know, it wasn't super successful in WCQ. There was only one person making top cut with it, Luna Light.
Yeah.
That deck has the ability to be insane, because if you just put out 2 Liger Dances, what is your opponent going to do? Just like those 2 monsters unaffected from everything? I'm hardly dealing with that ever.
I mean, those cards are basically reminiscing to Apocryphal Tower.
Yes.
They are called towers sometimes.
Sure.
And you can deal with one. If they just destroy everything you have, that's significantly tougher. But also, the deck has the potential to put Baguska, number 41, I think it is, onto the field next to it, because the Liger Dances are unaffected. They can still activate their effects. They're still in attack position. It's just so hard to out this field.
It is very, very hard indeed. And I think those are the decks that you would consider to be there. Definitely going to be in the top cut. I think one more that I would like to mention is Blue Eyes. Of course, we as German commentators, it won German nationals, and it also won another national championship along the process of national championships. Always a deck that can take people by surprise, and I think it might still be in the top cut and maybe even go all the way, really.
Has the ability to play a lot of hand traps, has a really strong going first field. Another deck that is also in the playoffs. Actually, we have multiple more. The format is so wide open. What about Memento?
Very good too. Still super strong combo deck.
Paradise Smasher, huh?
That is something they do now as well, which also the Vanquish Soul strategy does. So level 5 monsters more popular than ever before. And that's definitely one that I would recommend to maybe have a deep run in the tournament as well. Of course, favorite of mine too. Let's talk about a couple of other decks though. One that I really love is the Apophis deck. I hope the Apophis deck is going to have a good showing this tournament, because, I mean, I played it at French Nationals myself. I love the deck, and I hope someone can finally get a deep run with that deck, and that would be really cool to see.
I've heard that people were cooking with it, so I'm quite positive, and maybe we dive into other decks like Mermail, the water deck.
Of course.
We have players that have been insanely successful with the deck. It sometimes just feels unstoppable if you have a pilot to the deck that is super sufficient in the strategies and the combos. It seems like no interruptions in the world can stop them.
Speaking of water monsters, I think Crystron also always a deck you have to have on your radar. Not super successful in the last couple of weeks. I think NAWCQ saw 0 on top cut, but I think we're going to have one on top cut. I'm confident.
We might actually have one. Lancea is, of course, a card that is still played by basically everyone just because Malice is so incredibly good. You talked about the side decking problems of the deck. It's a little bit collateral that Crystron also has this issue.
For sure. And then, I mean, there could also just be absolute wonder boxes. Maybe RBs. Maybe someone is going to solve
play
the
RB.
cards from Duelist Advance and brings them into a deck that we don't even expect. Because at NAWCQ, I was already surprised to see RB Crystron, RB Cyber Dragon. Maybe there is RB Earth Machine this weekend or something like that.
I mean, the cards feel incredibly generic combined with machine monsters. Of course, this 1,500 or less. Oh, wait, that makes me think of another deck. Sky Striker. The extra deck monsters all have 1,500 attack.
I love Sky Striker.
Yeah, same. I love Sky Striker as well. The deck has received incredible support. You have Lemnis Gate now, and of course, you have Zero. You can search and engage now with monsters. That is insanity.
Indeed. So that's a wide variety of decks we can expect. Of course, let us know at home what you think might be the deck that takes us all the way, that is going to be represented in the finals, or at least in top 4, which would be enough to already make it to the World Championship. I'm really curious. I hope there is going to be maybe another Dinka Bui fairy tale story where he does it with a deck that no one really is expecting. That can always happen, of course.
Yeah, maybe we have another Fire King miracle. Maybe, calling it now, we have in Top Cut Meteoriactor Dragon.
Oh, please, that would be so cool. I would really be looking forward to that. But we're going to give it now into another short break. So live coverage coming your way very soon again. Don't go anywhere.
In the early rounds of these tournaments, sometimes it takes a little bit longer between rounds. We, after all, do have thousands and thousands of duelists taking part, and if even one of those tables has gone into time, the next round pairings can't happen. So, while we wait, we do have some pre-recorded content, which we've shown you a lot of, but because we spent yesterday doing our playoffs, we didn't record an awful lot of it, which means we've got to do some quizzes. But because we have our nice new area and we've got this little podium here, I can feel like a real quiz master over here, like I'm actually on a game show. So I'm joined by the wonderful Leo and Bassi, who have obviously been doing an amazing job with commentary so far. Guys, how have you been finding the tournament thus far? We're in round 3 now.
Loved it. Absolutely. I mean, yesterday all the emotions already, and now getting back to the start of it, it just feels like doing it all over again, right?
It really does, yeah. Now, I'm sure we're going to have a whole sit-down conversation about this later, but do you have any predictions for a deck archetype that you think might be taking the top?
I mean, we have our informations, right? And I think it's going to be Sky Striker that's actually going to take it all in the end.
Yeah?
I mean,
I have full trust.
my most favorite deck of all time, yeah. And I mean, as more of a hidden pick, I was actually expecting the Primite Apophis deck to do pretty well. Didn't look very well on the second round feature match there, so I don't really know about that one anymore. So going a different route, maybe Crystron is going to be back for another good round.
Already in round 2, Basti. Ooh!
I mean, I guess we'll see. We know that the Malice and Ryziel format is very much prominent. Probably going to see that in a lot of the top cut, but you know, something interesting might sneak in. Speaking of sneak in, I'm going to sneak into this quiz. See what I did there? Okay, so I have some questions. The way it's going to work, you guys are going to have to buzz into your microphone for your answer. These are sort of general knowledge questions about the game, but also general knowledge about previous YCS tournaments that we've had. So, you guys ready?
Absolutely.
Yes. Okay, let's see. Question 1. Which deck won YCS Lille 2024?
Jubel.
And give me both the things that are in the deck.
Fiendsmith Jubel,
correct,
of course.
Okay,
Yeah.
Had to get accurate.
Yeah, no, I get it.
It's a precise endeavor. Okay, question 2. Which deck won YCS Bologna 2024?
Buzz. It was Fiendsmith, Musketeer.
Correct! Okay, so we're at 1 apiece. This is already very tense and exciting. Okay, next question. Which deck won YCS Birmingham?
Dinka Bui with Fire King, of
correct,
course.
that is correct. And this is another one of the YCS questions. From a different region, which deck won YCS Sydney?
Buzz. Mitsurugi Ryziel.
Correct. Okay.
You took a 50-50.
That was a 50-50. You had a real moment of wondering about that.
50-50, though it couldn't be Malice, right? It was a YCS.
Okay. Which iconic monster can be found in the upcoming Limited Pack World Championship 2025 in a special version with an emblazoned tricolour WCS logo on it? That was you, Basti.
I mean, they're both iconic, right? So, wait, no, in the pack. So I feel like that probably then is Exodia, the Forbidden.
It is Exodia, the Forbidden one, correct.
I was thinking about Draker or Mirror Force or something like that, but that was, of course, in then the envelope, but that's 2 different things, I guess.
True. Right, now, do you guys remember your scores?
3-2 for me.
Okay, right.
I'm so mad. I didn't want to interrupt you, and then...
You gotta be quick.
You know what? You can buzz in. I don't have to finish the question. So if you do know it already...
Just a misplay.
You could take that. It was a misplay.
Big misplay on your end.
You could take the gamble. Okay, by the way, we're going to keep doing this until I hear in my ear that the pairings are ready for the next round, or until we run out of questions. Let's see which one of those happens first. So, what are the special WCS promos this year? The question isn't done, but if you want to try and...
Breaker the Magical Warrior and Mirror Force.
Correct. But there's another part of the question. And which language are the cards available
He buzzed in already. I don't know whether he gets the rest of the question.
I don't think you do. So I'm going to have to pass. But then I'd have to pass it over and you wouldn't know either.
And you give me the full question because I didn't buzz in, right?
No. The question is over.
Judge, do you know what?
I mean, you're the game show master here. You have to decide. But I feel like that's how a regular game show would do it, right?
Do you know what? To create a nice sense of even pacing, I'm going to give it to you because you buzzed in. I know it's a bit of an outrage, but this way we've created some tension because now it's 3-all.
Good, nice.
Okay, next question.
Robbed.
Maybe you should wait till the end of the question.
So the score is still 3-2, or is it a point for him?
No, I'm going to give him the point just to now make it even so that we can add some excitement and tension.
I see.
Actually robbed.
Okay, it was robbed, to be fair. Even I don't believe that I've done the right decision there. Where will duelists have a chance to get a hold of those promos?
Buzz.
Actually, rock, paper, scissors, because that was at the same time. 1, 2, 3, go. Okay? Okay,
1, 2, 3, go. He said 1, 2, 3, go.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, go. Nice high five there. 1, 2, 3, go. Do you remember the question anymore?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, I can repeat the question. Yeah. Where will duelists have the chance to get a hold of these special promos?
Of course, at the World Championship as a spectator, but also at their local stores playing in those World Championship celebration events.
That is exactly right, word for word what I have in my answer. 4-3. Okay, next one. What monster is featured on the WCQ 2025 participation game mat? Go on, Basti.
That is Molchami Fuvalos.
It is indeed. We've seen that on the backup feature matches that you guys have been expertly commentating this weekend. That gives you guys even more content to be watching at home, even more Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game happening, even when the feature match is done.
And even a bigger lead for me now, huh?
I was still at WCS.
Yeah, you were still thinking about that. Okay, next one. What conditions must be met for you to be able to activate Lightning Storm?
Buzz. You can't have any face-up cards on the field.
Correct! Okay, so that's now 5-4. I think I'm good at keeping track, clearly. Next question. What is the name of the new theme releasing in Justice Hunters described as Crime Fighters of the Future? You both did it at the same time, so that's a rock, paper, scissors? 1, 2, 3, go. You're right. Okay, 1. Ready? 1, 2, 3, go.
You knew I was going to do scissors.
K9.
It is K9. Now, I know we've talked about this. K9's going to work very well with Vanquished Souls.
Yes.
And I know
with Crystron.
And with Crystron, you guys are excited to see how that comes when that format appears.
Yeah.
Okay, next question. What materials will you need in order to summon Garunix Eternity?
Buzz. 2 monsters with the same attribute and the same type. Oh no, it's Garunix. Oh no.
Yeah, so you got that wrong, so I'm going to pass that over.
I got Garura. I wanted Garura.
Is it just 2 level 8 monsters?
Correct!
I went for a completely different card.
Like, how much is there to this card, dude?
Yeah, like, whoa! I'm looking at the answer going,
I was doing it wrong the entire time.
Oh, I see people moving. I think we might have pairings.
Oh, we might well have pairings.
One more. I mean, I'm winning right now. I don't need another question.
No, but that is true. Okay, I'll give you one more, and then maybe if Leo gets this, we could do the tiebreaker.
Okay.
What monster type is Mermail King?
Sea Serpent.
Correct! Oh, okay, let's make this the decider then. Okay. Oh, which one am I going to pick? Which one am I going to quit? Oh.
I'm warming up.
Oh. Okay, right. What are the different monster types of the 3 Molchami monsters?
Buzz.
Go on, Leo.
Winged Beast, Aqua, and Beast.
Yes! Correct! Okay, so Leo has won this quiz. Leo, how do you feel?
Good.
You played that down pretty well.
I'm a very nonchalant dude, you know.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah.
I feel robbed.
Robbed, yeah.
You're kind of robbed.
To be fair.
I declare you partial winner.
You'll have another chance, though, because I'm sure we'll do another one of these quizzes. We are going to have to do a lot of quizzes over this weekend. So you guys are going to hear a lot of the same questions, so I apologize if you get a little tired of that. But that means we can head towards an even greater quiz when we have the ultimate winners of each of these rounds. But don't go anywhere. We're going to be available with another one of these feature matches very shortly. Welcome back. Time for round 3 here at our European World Championship qualifier. In front of me, I have Joe Brudenell and Max Oehlberg, who are ready to kick this feature match off. Gentlemen, let's do a high roll. Who would like to go first? Max is going to roll first, and that is a 7. Joe. That is also a 7. That is a 6. I can see the pattern here. Okay, that's an 11. You going to go first? Okay, we are going to have Joe going first there, so I'm going to hand you guys over to your commentary trio. Gentlemen, take it away for round 3.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome from your favorite commentators. So, we are with Ed and Tom now joining with Alberto for what is the continuation of this day 1. Yesterday we had a lot of emotions finding out the first 3 players who will be going to Paris later on this summer, and now we need to find out the remaining 4 from tomorrow. And well, I think if yesterday's among top 16 players from the entire season, we did see some different decks. We obviously were expecting the most represented, the most well-known decks to be played in such a small field. Today, that's not quite the case, So many players from all over Europe, and obviously we're gonna see a lot of different decks. And I think one of your representatives decided to bring quite the unique one, no?
Yeah, it is a very unique deck. It's a bit of a blast from the past. I feel like this deck was, I don't think it was ever even popular when it was initially released, but now it's got a few new cards in the latest sets, just commons, I think, so maybe they're a little overlooked, but here we have Super Quantum. So Albert, I'm sure you can fill us in on what the strategy is.
I'm really curious to see the deck in action, especially because I think this is the first time that we may see him in action. I think we haven't seen, I'm very curious to see the deck, how it works, especially because it's mixing it up with Finsmiths, just to give more consistency. And I went through the extra deck as well. There's a big guy here coming, which I think I really want to see him on screen as well. And I'm really curious, on the other hand, for Max, if it's if he knows or really needs to read the card, because sometimes it's just when you're not super familiar with those decks, that may be the case. But it's Sinning or Mermails. So
yeah, my favorite decks from quite a bit at this point. Yesterday I was rooting for Julius, not gonna lie. He was 2-1, but unfortunately lost the last round to make it to the top cut. And I mean, it's such a fun strategy, at least to watch, I guess. To play against, I'm not too sure. But yeah, it's such an explosive deck. And even after, Bahamut Shark and Abyss Dweller gone, it found a lot of different ways to set up a threatening field. But it will be definitely not on that deck, the spotlight for this round. And I think we don't want to keep you guys waiting. So our players are ready. Let's jump into action. Quick question.
Yes.
Favorite Super Quantum? Blue, green, red, white, or black?
It's got to be the red layer.
Yeah.
The red layer was the one that saw quite a lot of play, I think, because it was a warrior that could special summon itself. It was also a level 5, so it was quite handy for decks that wanted to make rank 5s, or back in the day when you wanted to summon Isolde, the Tale of Two Noble Knights.
Fair.
But now we're just using it in the Super Quantum decks, where I think you can use so many more effects that it has. Because in my head, it's just a warrior that special summons itself, but it also starts to add back.
And it's the 1-for-1 start. Both players actually using the card. Although, I gotta say, it might be slightly more powerful than Mermails.
Well, you don't know. Don't knock it till you've seen it, yeah?
Let's see it. It's still really good.
So this is one of the newer cards. Super Quantal Fairy Zitan. So you can special summon it if you control another Super Quantum, and you can use this effect to send a Super Quantum from your deck to the grave and summon another one. So it's a pretty powerful effect, I'd say, all things considered.
Yep.
So sending Alphen Strike.
And yeah, and here, as mentioned, you can tell that Max is just asking Joe the Super Quantus effect because, you may not be super familiar with the deck, and we've seen in the past how powerful those strategies are.
And now we can banish it to activate the Magna Card or the field spell directly from deck if he feels like it, and that pretty much gives him access to his extra deck options as well. But first we are gonna see the other level 1 of the deck, which is the Fairy Alpha.
Yeah, the field spell is quite a fun one. You can discard a card and sort of XYZ summon with only one material, and you can do it with each different attribute, Super Quantum, except for Dark. They don't have a Dark XYZ. This one's quite a fun one as well. You get to show your opponent 3, and then they choose one at random for you to summon. So,
especially if you don't know how to play against the deck, it's fun, because how do you choose, essentially? So.
It's random.
Oh, okay. Maybe that's good. Maybe
makes it easier to choose.
Good. Yes. If you don't know it, then just take it to the fate, I guess.
Exactly.
Let's see, and we get arguably the better one, because you can just search out.
Oh, and you get to send the others to the graveyard. That's so powerful.
Yeah, it's so good.
I think the new black layer gets to search a card when it's sent to the grave. So you're getting a search and a summon.
Yeah, so good.
Yeah, black player gets to search a spell, essentially, as well. So.
Oh, and the white layer also you get to discard and draw. So you get so many things.
Yeah, you have a lot going on, because now you essentially also search. Here it is.
Yep, and here comes some of these spells that we have. If the deck has options, this is gonna be the Sudden Incursion.
This deck looks like it's very consistent, actually, the more that I look at it, because you got to get that black layer to hand, or the black Fairy Alpha to hand. But you can do that just by normal summoning blue layer, and then the black layer can special itself. But also you have 3 copies of Emergency Teleport to special summon blue layer straight from the deck.
No, but it seems super consistent, especially because, as mentioned, he also has a very small Finsmith's packet to support the Super Quantum engine. And here comes the Drowned Lock Bird being activated from Max, which may stop Joe's.
Yeah, I mean, we already set up quite a few names. Pretty much every single one in the graveyard.
Yeah, this is so much stuff already going on. Something special summoning the green layer from the grave. Not sure which effect that was. I think Sudden Incursion can summon one from the deck. And I think the
original attribute, essentially, yeah. But
so one with a different attribute to one that you've already got, so that's good. And then I think the spell, the Alphan Strike, you can banish it to get the field spell active.
Yeah.
So I think he's got everything he needs to summon the Super Quantum Mech King. Let's see. You do have to discard a card, I think, every time you want to upgrade one of your Quantums, but he's got loads of cards, so. Oh, you know what I see in his hand that looks very cool to discard?
What is it?
It's a Fabled Lurry. He's going to discard it and then rank up one of his XYZs and then do all of his Fiendsmith stuff. That's super cool.
Yeah, the field spell is great, honestly. It's you can just discard a card and then XYZ it summon. So with the Fabled Lurry being discarded as well, that would be, great. It's just, Also, I think he has a triple tactics talent just to complement.
This is absolutely crazy start.
Which is interesting that we are not using it.
I don't know how many cards he needs to discard.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking as well. Maybe. Okay, there it is. All right. So at least now he knows what he's up against. And yeah, I mean, it was a promising end going first, but going second, it's going to be an interesting question of whether the deck can even out the Magnus.
Yeah, I think he's going to return the favor of reading some of his opponent's cards.
Do you have an out at all? I'm trying to think if there is any
big enough monster that you can summon in the extra deck.
And also, if you have the Great King Magnus on the field, it's unaffected, but it also stops your opponent from searching cards.
Yeah.
So
even if it was, you know, a vanilla unaffected, sometimes, you know, it's enough.
Yeah.
But of course, I'm pretty sure Max does not even know that is a card. So probably, you know, he's waiting to see what's going to happen.
I think if he's read the field spell, maybe he'll get a heads up that you have to send the field spell and like...
Sure.
But yeah, I suppose you don't know what it's going to do.
Yeah.
If you think if your opponent's got to rank up 3 monsters and then, oh, what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, truth is, there are so many different decks that you can be playing against nowadays, and all able to set up completely different combos, so it's rare that you are familiar with every single strategy that you can come across, and that is always a payoff for you know, players like Joe, where they just bring their favorite deck, and most people they're playing against will have to read their cards.
So this is white layer, and I think the blue layer, when it's sent to the grave, you get to shuffle some cards back.
3 cards, up to 3 cards.
But you don't get to draw one.
No.
I feel like every time I see that now, it's like you get to draw one.
True, yeah, that was quite an old card. Yeah, I remember running it in 2015. Yeah, 10 years ago. Wow, we are old.
What, the blue layer?
Yeah, I did run
it?
one with teleport
In
in Monarch. I was running like 3 red and maybe 1 blue because you could shuffle with like teleport. It was a cute engine.
Oh, and the black layer, I think you don't need to... I think it XYZs by itself, so you don't need to discard a card.
Yeah.
So here we are, discarding 3. Does it trigger Lurie? It does. Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah,
That's great.
Wow. I mean, not sure you needed it, but...
You don't, but you know, it's still...
Yeah, look at
it's
this.
still a lot of fun.
And here comes the big boy.
It's going to have 7 materials.
Yeah, I mean, purely
That's
vibes.
Absolutely
Look
insane. I think
Look
it
is.
I think it only needs
And
6.
now you
also go for the Finsmith package as well, which is great.
Yeah, what a unit. I mean, for anyone who is unfamiliar with the card, basically it gets upgraded based on the number of materials. And essentially, when you have the all 6 or more, it means that it's unaffected by card effects. Your opponent cannot add the cards from their deck. And also you have an additional effect during your turn where you can shuffle card from the field to the deck. It's not a quick effect, that one, but you know, still. It's quite tough to even get rid of, and I think that's what Max is also realizing, is like, how do I get rid of this?
Yeah, I think everyone was looking at Lunar Lights to put up an unbeatable monster after the most recent release, but no, this has always been there.
Yeah, you can tell Max is having a big read at this because
yeah, I don't know if there is an out.
I don't know if there's an out. Yeah, as well.
It's like most of the XYZ options are like 3000 attack, no?
Yeah, do Mermails have any way to buff their attack or anything like that? I mean, he also has to be able to play. When you can't search and you're staring down a Caesar, that's...
I mean, no Dragoons, no party, so... and I mean, there is also just this Caesar on top, and that's about it. This could just be the end. A quick one of game 1, but let's see if Max just tries to fight back. It's gonna be rough, because also, you know, we know the end. We top deck into Ash Blossom, classic.
You imagine playing against this with Mitsurugi, and you're just looking at the card, and your opponent's just summoned a monster that's unaffected by card effects and stops you searching.
Yeah, that's one. And I mean, we do know the other cards. I think we are pretty much done. Yeah, and that's it. So Max picks up his cards, and it is Joe keeping this deck alive and well in round 3. Wow. Scary.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he was the only person in the room with this deck.
Maybe.
Unless he's shared it with some of his friends. But that was very
impressive.
cool. You've got to think on the other side of your Max. You think, oh, I draw my John Lockbird. I'm probably safe from too much shenanigans. But that was not the case.
Not at all, especially because like I don't think there's like a single card that can deal with the Magnus itself in Max's deck. I mean, of course, now he can start things off. It's, you know, we know that Mermel is a combo deck. He has a lot of different starting hands, but you know, overall, I think it's I like the Super Quantum deck. Like, you know, like we should have you know, we should have played as well. I like the strategy, and then he also had the Fiendsmith just to complement, you know. So
it's piqued your interest.
Yeah, yeah, I should maybe ask Joe, you know, something more about it. But I also like his side deck because it's there's a lot of different options. There's no cross designator. He's just playing Cold by the Grave. He has a lot of one-offs. That's, I mean, maybe would have made sense. But I think he's prepared against all the kind of matchups. There's a Lancia, which I think it would be maybe the most played cards in the side deck of our players this weekend. I feel like against Mermel you don't really have a specific side deck in general. Now you play with the hand traps, it's very difficult to stop that. There's no Nibiru, you have to say. So maybe we can see also, you know, Max is taking Revenge and combo off and seeing, you know, some impressive field.
He does surely have a few interesting cards, but ooh, I just saw something. Not gonna speak about it yet, but because that is gonna be relevant in game 3.
I had my eyes on it as well.
Oh wow! Oh,
yeah,
wow.
It does seem, you know, if you're playing this deck, is now
crazy.
The time everyone's going to be prepared to deal with a big monster because of the Lunalight deck. So maybe there'll be some crossover.
It's been a while since we last saw it as well,
but I think without further ado, our duelists are ready to pick up their ends. So let's find out whether Max is gonna just walk away and tie the score up. Let's go to the table.
So here we go, Max's time to shine. And what better way to shine?
Oh yeah.
Than normal summon Neptibus. Probably the most intimidating start in the game right now.
Thinking about it. Yeah, second guessing that Dragoons looks good to me, but yeah, we're changing target. Seems like no.
Sending Dragoons, of course, is more vulnerable to Droll and Lockbird than sending anything else. But it is also just an extremely powerful card, so...
Absolutely. And I think there is an Ash, but I'm not sure there is anything else from Joe.
I guess it makes Neptibus one of the few cards that just powers through Ash by itself.
Yeah.
I feel like it shouldn't be allowed. Just one card that beats Ash. I feel like if your opponent has one card, you should better Ash it and be okay.
Yeah, and do you ever Ash that Dragoons just because they're gonna search for the Minstrel to possibly prevent, you know, the activation, you know what I mean? Because they're gonna get an activation from the Minstrel of whatever card they get rid of, and maybe you just pray that they don't have another extender.
Yeah, it's so tough, isn't it? Because I think you're probably right, but like it's such a painful thing to do.
I know.
But sometimes you got to do the plays that feel bad if you think they're the ones that give you the best chance to win.
Yeah, because at least, I mean, you know about the Shadow Guard, and they just need something else. I mean, it's quite likely that they're gonna have it, but I think it's worth taking the gamble because you know that they're gonna just go for the Minstrel after siding. So,
are you planning on playing Mullen Glacier? Because it's not playing it.
He's not playing it.
Nope.
I think a lot of players are instead going for the barrier statue at the moment. I guess there's a lot of different ways to play with the Mermail. I see the downside of Mulan Glacier is if your opponent resolves a Mold Charming against you, it's pretty much useless if the plan is to like discard your opponent's hand because their hand's going to be sort of refilling as you go anyway.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Barrier statue seems a solid choice for this tournament. I mean,
just gotta hope not to play against any Cristrons.
So far, so good, I guess.
Yeah, here comes an array of fish. It's quite fun, Coelacanth, because I think a lot of players kind of come up with new technology every time we see it. We get to see some new fish.
Yeah. What's in the pond?
It's in the sea.
What's in the sea? Maybe.
He's the deep sea king. He doesn't have a pond. I think that's insane. I think you should need to apologize to him.
Yeah.
He doesn't go in his pond.
You never know what you find these days, you know. Oh well. Oh well.
Now, you do have to be a little more creative, I think, with the Mermaid Atlantean deck now that the sort of premium extra deck monsters are forbidden in the form of Dweller and Barmet Shark. Because beforehand, I think you would just say, okay, I don't need to run any extra fish that aren't necessarily so good to draw, so I'll just summon a few Abyss Pikes and then turn those into a couple of Totally Awesomes or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about it when you talk about Totally Awesome after our last game. That was a thing. Well, we should not do it again.
No. Please don't.
I had a lot of fun.
I did. I have to say, yeah. It's like watching a movie, you know? It's like, if you want to spend an hour and a half, you know.
Yeah. Right. I don't know. From my perspective, it's like watching a movie where you keep screaming at the protagonist not, you know, to do something, not to do that. Like, make that totally, and no. But
can also make episodes.
Yeah, true. Oh well. Here come those fish back. But yeah, I'm surprised that there is no Mooling Glacier there. I thought it was pretty much stable nowadays, but
I guess you need to make choices as to how many cards you want to run that are sort of bricks that you don't necessarily want to draw.
We never draw them.
I think Mermail decks I've seen anywhere between, like, you know, 40 and 50.
Yeah,
almost.
true.
People just choose a number
True.
when they build the decks. So here comes Prima Donna that lets you summon monsters from the banished, I think, or from your deck even, and you get to return one of your opponent's banished cards back to their hand.
Yep.
Which is fine once you've already banished it for them, and they're going to get it back anyway.
I mean, that's usually how we also access the statue, but let's see.
Well, I think you also milled 3 and you get to hit a search.
Yeah.
Off Dragoons. Off the Deep Sea Minstrel there.
Is it only opponent cards? Infantry, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess it's mandatory.
It
I was
is
like, does he have to
mandatory.
pop his own? Yeah. That would have been interesting.
I think he'd have been fine though.
Yeah, of course. First world problems, I guess. But yeah, here comes a bit of recursion, if not extending, because, you know, the other effect of Neptavis is also quite relevant in these cases. And, I mean, looks like he has access to whatever he wants to do from now on. Is Sachu in the deck? Because now I'm starting to wonder, is it?
I mean, surely you make
Statue?
the Prima Donna to summon
Yeah,
statue,
it's
right?
the deck. Yeah.
I think, is it Frilla Rabka, the fish on the right, is a sort of Necro Gardener-like effect. You can banish it from the grave to prevent an attack. So I think that pairs very well with the statue because it stops your opponent just normal summoning something and attacking it.
Yeah, just a lot of reading going on here from Joe. Returning the favor indeed.
He's holding on to so many cards.
Yeah. Also a few hand traps in the... So it's very powerful now, especially because he knows his opponent's hand.
Just passed?
No, it's...
No, returning, okay.
Yeah, you return it.
Yeah,
Prima Donna returns a card.
Yep. So now we get our Ash Blossom back, but we are locked.
Yeah, it's a little too late for that Ash Blossom, I think.
Sportsmanship, I guess.
Yeah. Super Quantals do have a water monster, as we can see there, the blue layer. So, you know, I'm sure that's something. Maybe not quite enough. So here comes the Mermail Link 3, which prevents the cards it points to from being targeted. So, untargetable barrier statue.
Yeah.
It's going to be very, very difficult to do anything about.
And with the Rabka.
So and with the Rabka, so yeah, you can negate an
pretty
attack.
much untouchable.
I think you can also pop a card.
Yeah, we also have...
although heavy infantry is in the graveyard.
Yeah, fair.
I'm not sure if there's any way to pick it back up. I think there is, but I think you can also summon the Storming Atlantean during your opponent's turn as well to bounce a card on the field. So a myriad of disruption in addition to this floodgate-like effect. Oh, and we're negating the first spell as well. This scale of Mizuchi.
Yeah, card E sides specifically for going first, just to add another layer of interruption. I mean,
and the OG
Gaios. Does it also boost attack? Like 500? Something like that?
I think it's 800.
Because then that could be the out to the Super Quantal, no?
800, yeah.
Yeah, then that should definitely come in even for game 3, because, I mean, it becomes a 3800 possibly, so if you equip it to some other monster, you know?
I'm not sure how you're going to get it on the field, but you could have a go.
Sure.
Like, you have to be able to search it.
Wanna be Smegalo in there? No?
Well, no, you can't search with the
true,
meching,
true.
yeah.
We just draw it.
You just draw it, yeah.
I mean, might as well. And yeah, just gonna have one final read.
You have to watch out for Shrine because it's got that powerful graveyard effect.
Such a card, yeah. And I mean, as we've mentioned, we still have a full end with interruptions. I think both an Ash and a Diddy Crow are in end from Max, so this is gonna be extremely rough for Joe to stay. But I mean, regardless, it is draws into Purulia.
I would have drawn about 8 cards, I feel like.
Yeah.
If you'd had it just a moment ago.
I mean, is it sales ban?
Sales ban, yeah. It gets negated.
Yep. And I mean,
this feels very difficult.
Absolutely. Our opponent knows what we are loading into.
Everything but the Purulia.
There goes Ash. Oh well. That was fun. So now we should just think about what we could even do, because yeah, we're just gonna attack. The Rabka is gonna be the play, stopping the attack, lowering the by 5. Yeah, that's it. I mean, overall, not much to say about this one. Max just goes first, uncontested, plays through the just one Ash Blossom thanks to his Minstrel, and takes the game by storm.
There you go, takes the game by storming Atlanteans.
Yes. in the pond, you know.
In the pond.
The pond waves. Yeah. And well, we hinted at something in the side deck from Max that could absolutely crash his opponent dreams of proceeding 3-0 with Super Quantal.
Yeah.
And what is that card?
He's going to crush them under the weight of a heavy sea turtle.
Yeah.
Gamma Steel, the sea turtle kaiju.
Yeah.
It does occur to me that like if everyone's going to have an out in their main or side or something to a big Lunalite Liger dancer, that might also have some crossover. That is some of the things that happens in the metagame. Sometimes you have your deck, but then sort of unrelated to your deck, someone's siding something like, for example, Artifact Lancia.
Yeah.
It's primarily targeted at Malice, but if you play some other deck that involves banishing, then you're going to be in trouble as well because everyone's got this in their side. And it might be the same sort of phenomenon we're seeing now.
True, although I gotta say it's quite different from Lancia, of course. I mean, the fact that people were gonna, respect Lunalite as much is not sure. And unfortunately that is the case because, playing against triple, kaiju in 2025 is not something you should expect. I mean, at the same time, I guess you gotta draw it immediately. Like that's pretty much gonna be the question. Do we see some? Because I guess also Fuvalos is an issue. I feel like you're gonna draw so many cards with it. So in that case, if there is a Fuvalos, at least there is a chance for Max to start his turn with a lot of cards and see those kaijus. If not, we might have a repeat of what we see in game 1. Do we have anything else coming in when we go first to just set up our combo even better from the Super Quantal deck?
He has the thrust if he really wants to set them in, but apart from this, honestly,
I guess talent to just send back that kaiju could be something fun to witness with the 1 copy of talent and triple trust. But let's see whether that will be the case. With 17 minutes remaining, only one duelist can proceed with an undefeated record. Let's find out who that will be. I do see a Mulcharmi, but maybe it's Purulia, not Fuvalos. Can't tell. Yeah, I think it's Purulia. Let's see.
I think Purulia probably lives in a pond.
We passed. Really?
Oh no.
Wow. It's just a pass from Joe, and that's heartbreaking. He's holding into a Drone lock, which is at least, gives you a chance to survive. No, it was the Fuvalos indeed, and wow.
And one of the premium starter cards for the Mermail Atlantean deck.
Yep.
Going back all the way to, I don't even know, in 2013, maybe even earlier.
Yep. But we are going to respond with what is the black, discarding the red layer.
Yeah, when your opponent activates a monster effect, you can discard it, and then when it's summoned, it will let you summon something from the extra deck. And we're going to see a bit of a complicated chain here, I think, because that Fuvalos, Max has cleverly figured out he can use. Oh yeah, but it's going to be too late for the draw and lock bird, I think. Yeah. Or not quite the right time, even.
I mean, you can still go for it at the end, no?
Yeah, but you kind of want somehow to get it in the same chain as one of your opponent's searches, but I don't think it's going to be possible.
Not quite, but here now we can use it. Unless... Oh, what's going on?
I think maybe Joe is just getting a little ahead of himself. It might be 2 separate effects to do the XYZ summon and the summon, I think maybe. So
let's take a look. So...
Yeah, it's 2 separate effects.
Yeah. Ooh, and that actually, yeah.
That actually benefits him, I think, because now he'll be able to use his XYZ summon effect and then chain the draw.
I hope they just... Yeah, they probably... I mean, Max didn't shuffle his hand, so they were able to, Oh no, what's going on? Because if he goes for this, draw is not an option.
Well, you can still draw in the next chain, because...
after
your
the
opponent drew a
Fuvalos,
card,
though.
but you don't really want to give your opponent an extra draw.
Yeah, a bit of confusion here. We could have prevented this draw, but I mean, now the chain is finally over, and this Magna Liger. It's the field.
Very cool card. Can detach material to destroy a monster on the field, and it's a quick effect while you have a red layer as an explosive material, which you currently do.
And there's an Aptobase, which is very powerful in this situation as well.
Just get rid of it.
But you can't activate its effect. Because of draw.
Yeah. That's exactly what I think Joe is trying to figure out. But no, he does go for it.
I'm a little confused what it...
Yeah, what's going on?
You can't use the effect, so...
And also, was it right to detach
Well,
red?
If you detach...
Just because you want to use the effect of black afterwards, I guess?
Yeah, because I think black adds a card, doesn't it? So you want to use that on your own turn.
You do
if
lose the
possible.
quick effect of Magna Liger, but at least, yeah, you have a search for later, I guess. But yeah, a bit of an interesting sequence, as you've mentioned. The Neptabis wasn't really threatening at all.
I'm not really sure why he normal summoned it. Maybe it was just a bluff.
Yeah.
That worked.
Yeah, maybe he wants to get it destroyed.
For sure. Because now we access Colligant.
It's a little more scary.
Definitely.
The king of the pond.
There it is.
Who doesn't have a Colligant in his pond?
I think resolving a Qualifier, it's normally pretty good.
Indeed. I mean, going second, it opens up so much, even in terms of possibly going for game, depending on, you know, oh, but no, we're not going to go for a link summon. Maybe not enough targets in deck to just take full advantage of the effect. We're just going to get Shu, which is a bit surprising. But I guess we did... Oh, we... What?
Because I think he...
Did he side out?
Because I think he hard drew the...
Yeah, but he played both. Maybe he took out the
I think he yeah.
But like Pike, really only one Pike in deck.
He plays... Let me tell you.
Because often people
Pike.
kind of trim a little bit of their engine, but he's drawn one Pike, one...
Yeah, he drew one Pike and one of the other one, but like really he sided out both the Rapka and the other Pike.
Seems to be that way.
Wow. That's so unfortunate.
I think he's going to do okay.
Sure.
The
Trite.
This Shrine?
Trite.
Trite? Because he can make the...
Yep, Poseidra.
Poseidra, and Poseidra, when your opponent has cards on the field, becomes all that much more powerful.
Yep, there it is. Poseidra Abyss. The Atlantean Dragon Lord summoned.
Is it you get to send 3 and then return up to that many, or is it send some number and return the same number?
No, you just send 1. And
Send
then
1.
you can return up to 3.
Oh, okay, I got it completely wrong.
I mean, sending 3 would be
send
would
1,
be quite
return up
insane.
to 3.
Yeah.
Okay. And he has sent the barrier statue. So I guess we can bring it back with Armorincess Link 2, unless that negates effects.
We're gonna have a read, so also improvising a little bit.
Yeah, the draw really putting a big ceiling on the Mermail deck, because normally at this point you'd have added about 4 or 5 times.
Link.
A ceiling, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, here comes the good old king once more. But do we have enough? I guess in the back of our mind, we just are reassured by the fact that Joe passed completely empty. Yeah. So those two cards are not really threatening at all. And now we are gonna be able to use the other effect of Poseidon to bring back a bunch of level 3s.
I'm loving the fact that there's a Trishula in the extra deck.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
I really want to see that.
Could go for it.
Hit the field. I mean, it's not.
Here comes. How many do we have? A couple of level 3s. Yeah. And now, hit again. Statue.
I think we can close this out.
Army of water monsters.
Is this enough?
None of them are very big, yeah. The statue's only 1,000. Oh, he's just attacking with the...
Yeah.
Maybe enough.
Maybe with the... Yeah, it is enough with the synchro. And yeah, I mean, good effort. Very unfortunate opening in game 3 by Joe. But it is Max taking this match home. Well, I mean, not quite the ending we expected. We were talking a bit about this game of, you know, summoning the Super Quantal and then having to face possibly the Gamesios, but that wasn't quite the case. An unfortunate break by Joe, only with the, you know, the black layer to possibly, you know, play during his opponent turn, but wasn't quite enough, even though the access to draw and lock. And I mean, regardless, it was an impressive show for game 1 at least, showing us once more that you can bring, you know, a lot of different strategies even to these high caliber events and still, you know, be competitive.
Yeah, that game 1, I mean, it was just one card, I think, that seemed to access basically everything. Plus we had a Fiendsmith engine at the end, which a lot of decks used to supplement their main engine. But this card, like, it seems like it would be extremely difficult for a lot of decks to out. The one thing I'd be worried about maybe is if you ended on that field into Malice. I think Malice don't really need to search the deck so much, so maybe it's not quite as threatening.
Yeah, no, I feel like in general the deck is very consistent, and I mean, game 2 there was nothing that basically Joe could have done because there was an interruption from his side, and there was the Mizushi as well, which, you know, helped him out max. And yeah, I mean, I feel like in game 3 was kind of an unfortunate draw for him. So yeah, still. There's a lot of rounds to go.
Yeah,
so this
absolutely.
is, you know,
gonna be a long day and a long weekend before we can figure out who will be those other 4 players joining the playoffs winners from yesterday to Paris. And I mean, congratulations regardless to Max, moving on with a 3-0 score. Impressive stuff. And I mean, the Mermail deck is always going to be one that can sneak its way in the top cut, and then once it does, you really don't want to be, you know, playing against it, because I feel like going second especially, you are pretty much behind no matter what deck you're playing.
Yeah, Mermail is one of those decks that is very, very scary for a lot of players to play against, because yeah, as you say, it's just so powerful going second. You just normal summon Neptibus and it's just so threatening. There's so few cards that can interact with it in a useful way. So yeah, Mermail is definitely a sleeper pick for this event.
Yeah, and what a better play, honestly, to hear it from Max and Seb, who is ready to interview him.
Thank you, everyone. Indeed, we are here with our winner of the round 3 featured match, Max, and you did it with, of course, the Mermaid strategy. Is that a strategy that's strong to your heart? Are you playing that a lot recently?
Not recently, so I had a Yu-Gi-Oh! Break for 4 months.
Okay.
And before that, I taught the Notice Championship with the deck, and now I'm back again with it.
Now you're back with it again. That's great to see. And then you got surprised with something that you probably haven't really seen before, because you played against Super Quantum of all decks now. So let's get into the first highlight here, actually, because that is honestly something I personally haven't even seen that much even myself. So I was certainly also surprised about it, because we see the field spell, and I was shocked by what was happening here. You were probably questioning it as well. Yes. And the field spell now consistently, that field spell is so crazy, because he just kept on going. There we have the field spell. And then Boom, one exceed already on the field, but he keeps on going. There's another one already coming, and then the third one also is going to transform into another exceed. And then you thought, okay, that's all of these. Maybe I can handle them. But then the Lurry also came back. That was sort of crazy, wasn't it? What were you thinking at that moment?
I was like, okay, maybe I can break his board, but with the Lurry and then the Caesar, that was like too much. Yeah.
The
and
king was crazy as well, yeah. The king was insane. Like, have you ever read this card before this duel?
I had to read it, and then, oh, you cannot search, so I was like, okay.
And also
maybe,
unaffected, like, it's such a crazy card, isn't it?
And that's like, yeah, I lose with 2 unaffected cards if they're big enough, so...
Is there any way how your Mermaid deck can deal with that, or is it just you, when you read that card and understood the card, you knew it was kind of over for that?
With the Graphics and the Changing, I can get enough attack points, and then aside I have some cards for that.
Okay, I see. In game 1, though, you were not able to do anything anymore, so we will go back over into game number 2, which went a lot better for you, arguably, and something here that is worth mentioning, I would say, and let's pause it here real quick, because you've made some interesting decisions for your main deck, because, for example, the first card I want to talk about is one that we don't see on here, Mulan Glacier. That is a card you do not play, right?
No, I don't play Mulan Glacier because essentially it's like a brick and it messes up your combo sometimes, and it was not worth, because if I have the statue and this full board on, there's like not many decks that can beat this, and in the side I play the Mizuki, so their board breakers aren't a problem either. So
I see. And another card I want to highlight, though, that is that card there in the graveyard, because that is one of your Kolikan targets, right? That is the Thriller Rapka.
Yes.
Explain us about that card, because I have not seen that card a lot either.
So I'm gonna be honest, I saw this one in a deck profile,
okay.
So I copied this, but it was pretty good, because on a draw you have issues to protect your statue sometimes, and this card helps you a lot.
Yeah, I do see that. So that is cool to see some innovation on the decks there. And I mean, you were already kind of spoiling it, but you are going for different options on your end field. You were mentioning, of course, the Mizuchi already. So tell us why you decided to play that. It's only in a side deck, right?
It's only in a side deck, yes.
And
because
then
like
that is pretty much, is that your perfect field that you're always going to do, that you're going to create here right now?
Yeah, mainly, but sometimes post-side I go for this field. Before siding, I go for the, I don't know, what's the name in English? The Adamancipator Dragate.
Oh, the Dragate, okay.
I go for the Dragate here.
Fair enough. So what is this field providing? Basically, you're relying on the barrier statue very heavily, right?
I rely on the Floodgate, to be honest. It's like you can pop a card, you have the negate on field, and in hand you can banish the Abyss Rhine, discard the Prince, and then you have another bounce on the pop. It's basically unbeatable.
Fair enough. And then we go right into the third game, which of course was the deciding one. And I mean, you were probably happy that you saw your opponent passing, first of all, so it went over to you immediately, and you started off with the Tios, which now leads to a pretty cool sequence, because you start Tios discarding something, and your opponent chains for black layer in hand, as we can clearly see here. And you were thinking about it, but you, I think, in that moment realized with the black layer that you can chain the Fubalas, right?
Yeah, I asked him what his cards do, honestly, and then I chained the Fuba because it's like a free draw, so yeah.
And yeah, that's actually pretty insane. As he then, in the end, now as he is announcing it, will get a draw with the Molcharmi Fubalas, as he is ranking up into probably another card you had to read then immediately, because that is the Magna Liga, which is a destruction effect. And the thing with that is kind of interesting too, though. The Magna Liga, he immediately used to destroy your Prince. Did the Prince even have any purpose there when you normal summoned it?
No, it was just baiting. He trolled me, and like I cannot even activate the Prince. So he didn't know my deck. This was luck by me, but that's why I knew this, that he probably would chain us, and yeah, it was just a bait. Because I had the Abyss right now also in hand, so I was fine under draw.
Yeah.
Draw wasn't an issue here.
Draw was not an issue. An issue, though, maybe was what happened here in the last highlight that we have prepared, though, because we see that Quellicant on there, and I'll put a question mark on it, because you were not able to activate that Quellicant,
no,
right?
I wasn't, because I side out one Pike and the Thriller Rapka, and the Grecius was already in hand, and I had the Pike in hand too, so it was on my side illegal activation. Yeah.
So is that a regular thing you do going second? Is it just your regular side-taking plan that those cards go out going second?
Yes, the Silocant is in here because it gives you another push. Also the barrier statue, because you can correct the bots easily with the main deck Poseidra, the heavy infantry and the extra deck Poseidra. And after that you just set up barrier statue and it's most likely GG.
Fair enough. And I mean, it was GG in the end because you still got to bring enough monsters onto the field with the barrier statue, even saved from Nip to then go for 8,000 points of damage. So you did end up winning. What are your expectations for the event? You said you had a little bit of a break and now you're back. Is it still maybe your weekend to qualify for Worlds?
Maybe. I would be happy, but I go from round to round and that's it.
That's always a good approach to have. Max, thank you so much for the interview and for the insight. Best of luck, of course, for the rest of the tournament with your Mermaid Atlantean deck. And we're going to go into a very short break and then we will be right back, of course, with more live action here from the European World Championship Qualifier in Berlin.
Welcome back. We are here with round 4 of our European World Championship qualifier. In front of me, I have Jack Steenkamer and Shin Chung, who are ready to take this round on. Guys, we're going to do a high roll to see who goes first. Jack, why don't you roll first? That is a 5. And Shin? That is a 9. Are you going to go first? Shin is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to your wonderful commentary trio for another feature match. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome yet again to another amazing match. Obviously, in the previous round, we had the Super Quantal deck trying to make an appearance. Wasn't quite successful at it, so we thought, let's bring Quantal into the mix, take out the Super, and let's see how it goes. So, I mean, obviously, Jack Rory, familiar face, had quite some successful run at the World Championship, although, you know, in Master of Duel rather than in the TCG. But playing a deck that he has been using there, which is surprisingly Sky Striker.
Yeah, not Super Quantal. Should someone tell him maybe that there's some new cards and he should be using them? But instead there are some new Sky Striker cards. They are very cool new cards. Ways to search that all-important engage. It looks very cool. It looks very fun. I absolutely love playing Sky Striker. You can play one of my favorite cards, Upstart Goblin, and you have a good excuse to play it, so I'm here for it.
Yeah, there are a lot of 3-offs in the deck, and I think the deck is consistent, you know. It's a lot of spell cards. I mean, if you love spells, you should definitely play it. There's also 3 Pot of Desires just to give consistency as well. There's Noble Charmers in the main deck, which, you know, now is going second, so that may hurt. But on the other side, Shin is sitting on, you know, one of the decks that we have seen over the last tournaments, which is Memento. Yeah. And really curious to see that in action, because it's one of those decks which is super annoying to play against.
We did see it with Danilo yesterday, although he didn't make it to the, you know, to the World Championship. It's still definitely a deck that is up there. Has been quite successful at the last events, especially, you know, for us back home at the Italian National Championship. So let's see if it can happen again. So I'd say without further ado, our players are ready. Let's go to game 1. Here they are, and yeah, I mean, talking of some amazing runs, I mean, Jack did manage to qualify once again for this year's World Championship, so we're gonna see it again this time, but now trying to, you know, get a double invite, maybe 2 different categories.
I mean, he's really like carved himself out as one of the premier Master Duel players at the moment. He seems to be qualifying for the World Championships with ease. So that's a pretty impressive thing to do, 3 years running.
Indeed. And for now, though, I mean, we are gonna go second, which I think is not much of an issue. You reckon he actually would choose to go second?
I'm seeing he's got some Molchamis and he has them in the side deck. So,
but he also like die roller.
Yeah. So I have a feeling that he's not deliberately going second.
But I mean, regardless, it's a deck that is usually pretty happy with it regardless. You know, you have a lot of tools from Ayate to just, you know, activating some power spells and then, you know, filling your graveyard with different ones for the engage +1 effect. So we did see 5 spells in the end from Jack, so I mean,
that's what you want to see. But then again, there is going second, and then there is going second against Memento, and especially if you don't have any Mold Charmies, you're going to let them do whatever they like. And some Memento decks have been playing a little lower to the ground recently, where you don't play any extra engine, so you just say, okay, because I don't want to use these cards against the Mold Charmies. But we see Shin, he is actually playing the Fiendsmith package, and I don't know if everyone at home has seen what Memento can do with the Fiendsmith package, but it is quite special when you do it. You end up with absolutely a million negates for your opponent, so we'll see if we're going to see all of that on display from Shin right now.
I think this is something that can also happen, because from Jack's side, I think maybe there's only Ash Blossom in the main deck. Let me quickly check. Oh no, there's the Nibiru as well, but I think if we draw into all his spells, we can actually see this happening from Shin.
Yeah, pretty sure there is only 5 spells in the end from Jack, so he's gonna have to try and rely on cards like Forbidden Droplet, I know, just engine But yeah, that's maybe not the most ideal thing to do against Memento. You know, the deck has a lot of recursion, and it's tough to completely stop. So let's see. I mean, it's gonna be an interesting approach. As already a loss, which is not ideal, obviously, in considering how long this tournament is. But you really want to try and you know, stay as consistent as possible throughout day one, especially. Feel like when you walk into the issue is where you are mostly gonna be playing against decks that you're familiar with. But right now, it's, you know, far west.
Yeah, I mean, I think Shin's deck is fairly... You've got to be prepared for it, I think, because, you know, it did win the Italian National Championships, as you say, whereas Jack is playing something that's... he's the one running the less common deck in this instance, I'd say.
Indeed, indeed. I mean, usually when you play a deck like this, especially when it's not a combo deck, I feel like combo decks are quite different. That we saw in the previous round, I feel like you don't really care about what your opponent is doing as much, but like a deck like Sky Striker usually is built specifically to, you know, fight the format, so it gets trickier. But I mean, it could be just testing for next events and possibly bringing it, you know, in Paris. But for now, we see access to the Finsmith part of the deck, obviously quite synergistic.
Yeah, you can have a lot of fun with this because Sequence can make some different fusions, like Aerialita or Baphomet. I'm not sure what Shin is going to do with his Sequence. It might just be an old school Desiree in this case. But yeah, there's a lot of fun to be had with these two engines working together.
Yeah, especially when there's no interruptions from your opponent. I think it just, as you mentioned, Tom, you can end up having multiple negations on the field. And I also think that, you know, I've seen a lot of players relying on Memento this weekend, which I think on one hand makes sense, especially because, you know, we know how powerful the deck is and it's difficult to play against it. Yeah, I mean, Jack here is just really curious to see how he can navigate through what will be quite of a field from Shin, because, of course, he doesn't know that his opponent doesn't have any response, but...
So one thing about the Memento deck is it does end on a very impressive field, and you can destroy a lot of monsters, and you have a lot of recursion, and you can destroy cards, but you can't really negate that many effects.
Yeah.
That is one downside to it. So maybe if you're Jack, you're sort of happy because, you know, there's not really any way to stop you from activating engage after engage after engage, unless Shin has got some non-engine in the form of Drawn Lockbird, which you've got to think is going to be a bit of a thorn in his side.
Look at this.
5, wow.
Wow.
That's a little weird to me because you do get to set one in the end phase with the field spell.
Yeah, maybe we're out.
He just didn't activate the Bone Party, actually. Okay.
No, we're completely done. So and actually, this could be a deck that mains Lightning Storm if you know if you're Jack. So let's see whether that would be an option. And we do draw into a 6th spell card, and Desire is a great start.
Here we go. I haven't seen anyone resolve Pot of Desires in a long time.
But still a solid card, absolutely.
It's strange to think, you're right, because it is a powerful card, and I guess it really depends on the kind of deck that you're running and how much you can afford.
The thing is, many decks nowadays have, you know, these engine requirements that are kind of like one-offs, but still are needed, so not many decks can afford it, and we draw into the first monster, I think.
I think that was an Ash.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess Sky Striker has got its own engine requirements, but it's so powerful, not only drawing 2 cards, but getting a spell in your grave.
Yeah, you don't exactly care about anything from that point of view, but yeah, here comes the Creation King back from Combined Creation. And yeah, more traditional spell, reinforcement of the army.
Jack just rocketing towards that 3 spell count. One thing he's got to worry about, I guess, is the Caesar, which could negate Ray's effect to try and special summon a monster, or Hornet Drones. But there's so many ways to deal with it, aren't there?
Is it Upstart?
Yeah, here we go.
You wanted to see it, Tom?
I wanted to see it.
Absolutely. We go to that magic number of 3 spells in the graveyard, which means we get some bonus effects for all of our Sky Striker spell and traps. This could be an interesting one.
Yeah, there really aren't that many decks that can pick apart the Memento field, but if there's going to be any, it's got to be this Sky Striker deck.
Do we have Lightning Storm in deck? Let's see, because we just
no, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't mean it.
Yeah.
Okay, fair.
He's got one in his side deck, so
this could just be the engage then.
Yeah, maybe the new, if there's a new triple talents, it will let you search your side deck.
You heard it here, you know, R&D. Exactly. Free consolation. Okay. It is just the engage, which, yeah, I mean, brings us back. Yep. Resolves. That's a good start. I mean, it's gonna be rough to pick this field apart one by one, even though, you know, most of these spells will be technically a +1, but it's gonna be...
Yeah, because you can plus a lot with the Sky Striker deck, but you're right, you do kind of need to just... It is just like one card at a time,
yeah.
and Shin has an awful lot of cards. Having a think about what's in a normal Memento deck list, though, these face-down cards, I can't really imagine they're that threatening. Like, you kind of know there's going to be a fusion, you know there's going to be a Bone Party, but other than that, what are we thinking? Cards like Droplets, maybe a Caught by the Grave.
It's still tricky, because, I mean, you do have a lot of... I mean, I guess Widow Anchor can deal with the Caesar, but you have a lot of spells that just special summon, and we set one. Interesting.
Is that one maybe for linkage?
Yeah. And do we just chain the Widow Anchor here?
Well, there's Widow Anchor,
Yeah.
there's also Droplets, which he's running a few copies of.
So this will be the first, and then, yeah, we could expect a chain.
How do you get rid of it, though, in Memento? Is there a fusion monster you can make with Caesar? Because you can't pop it with Bone Party. I don't think you can pop it with Creation King.
Okay. So we just use Creation King, and I think that's it. Okay. So we're gonna resolve the chain. We are gonna give this Caesar, but, you know, gonna be just quickly on field, because then we're gonna resolve this linkage.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a misstep from Shin there, because maybe he thought that the linkage wouldn't be able to resolve, but I guess you get to choose what to send when the linkage resolves, and by that time he's already stolen the Caesar.
Yep.
So we get to see our new Sky Striker cards.
Yep.
One of the most popular cards, I think, from the most recent set. Because, I mean, for good reason, because when you summon it, you get to search and engage, which is a pretty good thing to do in Sky Striker. But you can also, if you don't want to use that effect, you can use the other effect and tribute it to summon 2 different Sky Striker monsters, I think from somewhere in the main deck or grave or something like that.
Yeah, deck or grave.
Yeah, so that can set you
So
up
powerful.
for a rank 4, you know, if you want to play your Sky Striker Ryziel. But probably you just use more Sky Striker cards. Well, I can't see that card that he's chained.
Actively Called by the Grave.
Yeah, and there one was Lemnis Gate.
Oh, is that a call by? Is that some new art? Or am I just,
yeah, it's the new
lovely.
version. But yeah, we do chain this Lemnis Gate, which allows to just shuffle back cards.
God, so many tricks from Jack playing around Caesar, playing around Caught by the Grave, by returning the card to the deck. God, look at his deck, it's so thin already.
Yeah, it's so good.
Resolved Desires, drawn cards, gets to return a card to the hand, and I guess this is at resolution, so...
Yeah. So
oh no, we're destroying a card for...
we return a card, I think, yeah.
No, the Lemnis Gate returns,
Yeah,
but I think
yeah.
the 0 destroys, so maybe that's what was going on. I wonder what tricks Shin has for us at this point in time.
And here the Ash Blossom that was drawn by Jack, it's being activated, and I think makes a lot of sense on the board party not to let Xin resolve. Let's see if there's anything else from Xin. Because he's running out of resources very quickly.
Yeah, but he's still got the Memento Fusion face down, most likely, I guess. And if you do that, you could resolve like a Twin Dragon, and then all of a sudden your hand is going to be full of Mementos once more. I'm pretty sure he's had a card destroyed, so I think he could fuse from the grave if he wanted to, but choosing to use... Ah, okay, that makes more sense.
Yep. One of the final pushes available, and still comes the forbidden droplet from Jack. Not gonna give this one away easily. That hurts a lot.
Yeah, it's a very expensive fusion there when you're sending materials from the hand and field rather than from the graveyard. I guess it depends if Shin's last card is a droplet, which it is not, so Jack somewhat free to do what he wants. Still a somewhat stacked graveyard of Mementos and Fiendsmith cards, so even though Shin running out of interruptions, he's still going to have plenty to come back with next turn.
But now we are going to be summoning Kagari, and there goes once more the engage, but no, there is an infinite impermanence that he has been holding on to up until this point, and this has been an interesting turn nonetheless, but could Jack be finally out of options? Let's see.
So Sky Striker got a fair few tricks up its sleeve in the extra deck. Somewhat reminiscent of maybe Zodiac, where you send one link into another, which has another little effect. So Shizuku going to get a search in the end phase. Is it bigger by now? Oh yeah,
yeah,
the
droplet.
Yeah.
So many spells. Yeah, for sure. Plenty of.
I was wondering if there was just enough spells without the droplet, but not the case.
Quick muff. But yeah, as you've mentioned, if this is all we're gonna go for, I doubt it's gonna be enough to survive, given that we still have that combined creation plus the Fiendsmith coming back. So
yeah, I mean, at the very least, you've got like Lacrima in 2 Requiem. But yeah, I guess this is one of the things, Sky Striker, this is kind of what it's supposed to do, isn't it? You know, you destroy all your opponent's cards, take it all out. But in the modern game now, this is not enough anymore. You can't just get rid of all your opponent's cards and call it a day, because there are going to be more. You know, if you play against Mitsurugi, for example, they're going to have 4 or 5 cards in the hand. Same for Malice. And, you know, maybe you don't have 4 or 5 cards in the hand with Memento deck, but once you have all these cards in the graveyard, it's more or less same difference, because their resources are largely focused on getting cards into the grave.
And surely at the beginning of the turn, you know, there were 5 sets, 3 monsters, and Jack's managed to pretty much get rid of all of those. But yeah, resources are also in the graveyard. Are we not going to use Shizuku at all?
Oh no.
Does he have any? Like, he's used every Sky Striker spell.
Maybe.
No Shark Cannon, not even one.
He does run a Shark
Cannon. No, I think he banished the. I think he banished the. Yeah.
Ooh, that's rough. Not even a target for the Shizuku. Yeah, I mean.
I think he banished both the Hornet drones, the Shark Cannon, and the
multi-roll. Yeah, all the one-offs. She's just methodically counting all the spells.
Yeah, Muff is probably his worst enemy right now, so don't wanna give away any.
Well, you've got to keep your eyes open with Memento, because the usual way to win or close out games is to summon Acheron and give your monsters the ability to attack directly, and the 2 level 9s you play add up to 8,000 exactly, so if their attacks are reduced, then that is no longer available to you.
True.
And it's going to be transported back to 2020 or something, where you're staring at a Sky Striker Link thinking, how many times do I have to get rid of this before it's actually gone? Like, you kill it once and Ray comes back. And then Ray turns itself into something else.
Yeah, it does really look like a clash between two generations of Yu-Gi-Oh! Decks, but
yeah, here we're going to see maybe a sequence, one of those extremely powerful cards that you kind of say to your opponent, like, you have to stop this, like, if you have anything.
That's going to be the case. I mean, we have combined creation, the very least, or no? Not enough.
No combined creation. Oh, he's going to pop something with his fusion.
Oh, okay, Fuvalos.
And here we go. I mean, this is enough, right, to get started again, because you can trigger the field spell now. I think the field spell doesn't matter what's been destroyed. And yeah, there's so many cards you could summon. I mean, at the very least, you could summon Mace. I don't know if there's still an Anguish in the grave, but Mace is more than enough to get started. It can destroy itself to add any Memento card. So you can add a fusion, you can add the Tatsunoto Shigo. I'm gonna go with that. How many points do I get for pronunciation?
Very high.
Good.
Points.
Very high?
Yeah.
High score? Okay.
Yeah, should have saved for the quiz, but
sure. For 10 points, what is the name of the level 5 Memento Beast?
okay. Now we get the Dark Blade.
I will be honest, I'm not sure which Mementos are Mementos and which ones are Mementotlans.
Yeah, that it's...
Is everything a Mementotlan?
Yeah. The only exception is the Creation King. And there is the Mick in the middle, I guess.
Yeah, and the field spell.
Yeah, all the big ones are a big difference, I'd say. So
okay.
the Kings, the Combined Creation and the Creation King, yeah.
And what about the Bone Party?
No, it's also
without looking. That's a Mementotlan.
Yeah. Cranium. It's cranium. Oh yeah, here comes the key card, Akiron, for that, one-turn win that you were mentioning. Hopefully, it's not gonna be the case, because sometimes you have this default, muscle memory where you just go into your finisher, but.
Yeah, it's so easy to do. Even once you see people do this all the time. You think, right, I'm going to count their grave, check how much my monster's attack is reduced by, and then you do something else for a few minutes,
yep.
and then you forget completely.
Absolutely.
What is the plan.
I mean, skeptic, it would even matter, but
yeah, at this point,
honest,
he's going to have so much stuff.
Yeah, could probably just still go for it, and
Yeah, Memento just grinds so well because so many of the big summons that you do just require you to shuffle back cards from your grave into the deck, so you're just never going to run out of stuff. The Combined Creation is just going to come back turn after turn.
Bam. Here comes the Crush Reaper. Yep. I mean, you can tell that he's just playing it a bit conservatively. I mean, understandably so. He's probably not faced Sky Striker in a while. But time should be somewhat of a consideration, because Memento is not the greatest when it comes to, playing time. And Sky Striker, on the other hand, ahead of its time when it comes, ahead of the rules, I guess. And, it's adapted pretty well. A lot of different ways to push, going first or second. So it's something that could be worrying.
You just got to watch out for those upstart goblins.
True.
Shin's still ahead on life points. So I've got to think, what is the sort of cleanest way to deal with this Shizuku?
Not sure, because as you mentioned, there's also the Ray coming back, and it may be a while since he last played against Sky Striker. So he's pretty confident. I mean, it's just, Jack is left with only one card in hand, nothing else they can interrupt with.
Yeah, I think even if he did it the hard way and just attacked it, and even if Jack got back another engage, it's difficult to see.
Yeah, I mean, especially given that he couldn't even search for Shizuku, so most of his one-off options are gone. With the Pot of Desires, I think already Widow Anchors are also gone.
If you're able to clear your own field, which can sometimes be a bit of a tough challenge, you can just maybe SP and hit the Ray in the grave and then just attack over 2 monsters with the Creation King, and that would probably be a lot of damage. Might be the plan for Shin. Yeah, goodbye Ray. Just got to figure out a way now to get your own monsters off the field to make sure Creation King is the only one.
Yeah, you just throw the Shark and being banished from the Zeiss.
Yeah.
Here comes almost a full repeat of the first turn. He gets so much stuff. But I guess you can just crash your monsters into the Shizuku.
Yeah, I wonder how many spells Jack has, but it should be, around 12, maybe something like that.
Yeah, starting to have a Fiend deck as well. But can always shuffle back names, which is probably what we're gonna see. Yeah.
I guess he's probably doing the maths onto how much damage he can do. So if you have the Creation King attacking over Shizuku, I mean, it doesn't look like it would be enough damage because he can't attack directly this turn. So even Creation King attacking over both Shizuku and the sequence is never 8,000, right?
No.
So maybe he's not even going to bother with that. Attacking for game, just...
Or could it? No. Yeah, so we're gonna push some damage. As Alberto mentioned, probably around 10, 12 spells in the graveyard at the moment.
You don't even need to attack the sequence, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna get it back. But, okay, why not get some damage in?
Prioritize the damage, and yeah, I mean, after a long, hard-fought game 1, we are probably towards the end of it with 27 minutes spent on this game. Wow. Well, we're only 3 turns overall.
Literally.
This can be one of the difficulties of decks where you don't want to hand trap and stop your opponent, but instead want to let them do everything and then come back. But it can take a while to do. So, and if it doesn't pan out, and if game 1 you've lost and it's taken, almost 30 minutes, it starts to become quite tough to see how you're going to win a match if you've taken 30 minutes and haven't won the first game.
Yeah. And we are all done, so one more draw for Jack, or we might just quickly jump into game 2, and I think it's Rose, yeah. Well, struggle to see it. We have Ray and Rose at the moment. Comes Ray. Yeah, here comes Rose.
Yeah, I mean, you can surely special summon it, but I'm not sure how we can deal with all of this.
I'm going to get the special summon back of Creation King if he wants it. Or Combined Creation even.
Yeah.
No point popping the Ray because Ray has a quick effect.
Yep, so gonna be Ray against the Word. Let's see.
Take those odds. He just gets so much stuff again and again. Back comes Acheron. Back comes another monster off the field spell. This field spell just sitting there, turn after turn, generating so much value.
Yeah.
Language going to add a copy of Mace, which is probably the cleanest way of dealing with a Sky Striker Link because it doesn't trigger Ray coming back from the graveyard.
If you're Jack, can you also like consider picking up your card? Because it's like 15 minutes
it's
remaining.
rough,
It's gonna. I mean, how can you like come back and win this one? Because it's.
I don't know. But I don't think it's gonna... What I've mentioned is the closer we get to end of the round, the better his chances to win, realistically. Because at this point... But I do agree with you that even if we were to get into a game 3, I don't know if he has a way to just even get to game 3. So it could be draw or loss for Jack at this point.
Jack using all those Sky Striker tricks of attacking with Ray and then tributing it in the battle phase. Here we see Rose being summoned and then tributed. Sorry,
Zero.
Zero. So I can pop a card, I guess. Is the destruction it doesn't target?
Bring it up for you guys. Yep, doesn't.
Oh, that's super powerful. But still, after all is said and done, it's going to be quite tough to break apart this field. Still got a 5,000 monster staring you in the face. Goodbye, SP. But that field spell still sitting there. Getting back even more cards courtesy of Gatic and Kiron. And then Jack indicating that his Rose can return the Creation King back to hand. Quite an efficient way of getting rid of it.
It's getting very tough now, honestly. It's yeah, it's just resolving and 30 minutes remaining on the round. It's very difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're even going to finish game 1.
That starts to be.
That may be the longest
question.
game 1 of the weekend so far.
So yeah, the Creation King may be coming back off the combined creation at this point. And oh my goodness, look at all these monsters that are coming back.
Yeah.
Just you destroy one and then like 4 more reappear.
Through Hydra.
Yeah, you can bounce the Creation King, but you can very easily make more of them.
Okay, seems like we're finally over this battle phase, given we have already used Ray, and now we will move on to main phase 2 to make Adzalea.
Yeah. It's going to let you send a card on the field to the grave, something like that.
No, it still destroys
Destroy it.
but the targets. And then you can send.
It's finally going to get rid of the field spell, but the field spell is never gone forever. As long as a Chiron is in the graveyard, you can just bring it back again.
Okay, now we can finally use Kagari to bring back something. It's gonna, you know, change a lot based on what we've banished with Desires, because we could still have that third Widow Anchor. In that case, Engage is obviously better, and yeah, that's what we're gonna check. Couldn't quite see it.
It looks like you put Engage on top, so maybe that's
Engage.
targeting it. Jack gonna have to do something to get rid of the Bros before you can activate Engage.
And that's going to be just the SP Little Knight getting rid, possibly, of the combined creation, but yeah, it's not gonna allow Jack to get rid of it forever, at least. With his mace. What a game.
And this is the only the third turn of game 1.
So I think, yeah, the combined creation is out of here for now.
Last card being activated is the Engage.
Wow. Let's see. Important draw here. We still have, you know, quite some spells to summon, but we are almost out of extra deck options as well from Jack. Been quite exhausting game in terms of resources.
I don't know what's left in the deck for Jack.
Jack is playing Sky Striker, so the only card you can draw off Engage is another Engage. It's the rules.
Let's see. And
oh, okay.
That's almost an Engage.
It's an Engage when you think about it. There you go. It's +1.
Yep.
What links does he have left? I mean, he's summoned
a lot of them.
Yeah.
Not all of them, but you know. What's he going to go for?
Ayate, yeah. Wow. One more draw from Jack. What is he going to be? Do you even want to draw Engage at this point? Oh,
there
it is Engage.
One for the crowd.
Yeah.
Engage into Engages with a few extra steps.
Pure cinema.
He has a Widow Anchor, yeah.
And he does have the third Widow Anchor still in deck. Wow.
But is there, I mean, you can take
Can he pull this
creation,
off?
but like, what is there to...
and he drew Cold
and Cold by.
Oh! Can he pull this off?
Some miracle draws there.
And yeah, it's gonna be the end.
It's going to be tough, though, for this Called by... Oh, sorry, the Widow Anchor.
Yeah.
So you already have the creation king. You can pretty much force out a bunch of back row at the beginning of the turn. Yeah, that's exactly what Shin is doing. No messing around. So Called by there. Maybe will be chained. But there's so many premium targets. You kind of have to target the Chiron, otherwise you're going to see the momentum cards coming back still. But if you don't target Fiendsmiths, then you're still going to have to deal with those.
Let's see it. Managed to get rid of every spell Jack was holding.
Just that one interruption. But Chin's definitely holding Bone Party. Not sure if he's holding any more mementos than that.
Well, he has 2 cards in hand, right? So it's I think it's doable for him.
Yeah, because also true, we kind of forgot about Finsmiths as well. They are also an option there. And
I mean, at the very least, you can just attack the SP and then summon a monster, make sequence, and continue on. You're not too worried about the life points situation. That's if you have truly nothing else to do. But Jack has sort of surmounted the incredible grind game of the mementos, because once you've got rid of Creation King and a Chiron, and Chiron's the only way to get cards back from the banishment.
Yeah. Great attempt for sure, but what's next? The actual deck is pretty much empty for Jack. And now I think we're just gonna see this game because 6 minutes remain. So this might just be a game 1 match. Ooh, and we decide to actually destroy the engrave.
Well, you still have Memento Fusion, even if you cannot recycle things with the Creation King, you can still recycle things with Memento Fusion. Got more than a couple of mementos in his grave.
Yeah, there it is. Definitely a testament to how Memento really can play the same game as a Sky Striker, just grinding it out, recycling resources, and giving its best to stay in this.
Here we go. Here comes the Twin Dragon. It's just going to keep going because the Gatic even a Chiron is gone, but Gatic can get back the field spell. And you're just never, ever, ever going to run out of cards.
And oh, I see the time.
It's a good showing of Memento, just comfortably out-grinding the grindiest deck in Yu-Gi-Oh's history.
I'm guessing there might have been maybe a 1 on one side, because I see the timer has slightly increased, but still not a comfortable amount, I'd say.
I still got the Sleepy to fusion summon with. And here comes Creation King for about the 10th time this game. I feel like one's been fusion summoned just every turn of the game. He's even got mementos left in his deck to send at this point.
This is turn 5, by the way, and we are 40 minutes into this. And I think we are almost done. We can recover something. Yep. Gonna recover the fusion once more, and it's Jack finding something off the top. I think he still has another Kagari available to him.
There's another one.
Are there any Sky Striker spells left in his deck at this point?
What's left?
He has
like he's used basically all of them, no?
Yeah.
I was going to say the Lemnis Gate, right? Shuffles them all back.
Indeed. Here comes Kagari. Is it Widow Anchor, or as you have mentioned it is? Yeah, makes sense. Lemning. I mean, there was a time in which the best, option was just the Hercules base, and now this is quite the improvement.
Is he about to normal summon something?
Yeah, looks like he was.
But that would cut you off from Lemnis Gate. Okay, he was just tricking us. Yep. It looked like it was going in the monster zone for sure. Oh god, you get to shuffle back everything. This is insane. Look at him go. He's going to get to bounce like the entire field. So for every 3 cards, you get to bounce one. So
exactly, yeah.
That's actually crazy, yeah.
It's just like the recycle that was missing to the deck. You know, it's like, look at this.
Okay, wow. So I'm just going to put back like 20 cards. This is absolutely mad. Does it target the Lemon Escape, or do you just pick a resolution?
No. Doesn't target.
Doesn't target.
You target the spells, but then it doesn't target when you bounce. You know.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. At resolution, basically, you can return cards. This is ridiculous, honestly. Wow.
But like, he's not got any cards in his hand, does he? He's got the one he drew for turn.
One, yeah.
Yeah, could it be an engage? He's already used Kagari for this turn.
I think he's out, yeah. He's out of engages, but yeah.
I'm not sure what was added off the...
Yeah, everything goes back to end. What a turn of events. Incredible. What is this last card in hand for Jack? I mean, this is gonna also hurt a bit.
But he just shuffled back all his spells.
But still 10 are there, so, you know.
What did Shin add? Maybe an Anguish, that would be pretty good.
Wow.
You could summon it, add something else.
And we can still do a lot. Okay, fair. I mean,
here comes Fuvalos.
Fair enough.
When do you see Fuvalos dropped on turn 6?
And yeah, we're just gonna give a draw. Maybe they're debating about shuffling deck. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, gonna get a draw, and I think that's it. So we're just moving to the end phase now. We can use the effect by Infinite Impermanence picked up. Wow. That also must have been the draw of the Fuvalos, because I feel like we would have negated Kagari if it was set.
Yeah, 100%.
So that was quite, you know, the dynamic. And once more, Fizzmith now coming back. What a game it has been.
Yeah, Finsmiths are never ending.
And now we enter those 3 minutes remaining mark, which pretty much guarantees that we are not going to see a game 2, I believe. So it's going to be this game that decides who proceeds with the 3-1 record.
You've got to see it here. Like, he's got the field spell, he's got the Anguish to destroy and return something.
Yeah.
I don't even know what Jack could have at this point, but he seems to never run out of surprises, so who can say?
And?
No.
Okay, there is an answer.
Can never count him out.
Fair.
But with the non-memento leaving the field, that allows you to summon the horse. Is Shen out of fusion monsters? I haven't really been tracking what's in his graveyard.
I'm pretty sure he shuffled back like last turn with the fusion a fair amount, so he should have some.
Let's see when he goes through. Here comes Moon.
Okay. And
so you can still make sequence, right, with this?
Yeah, he's trying.
I mean,
Here you go.
It's got to be
there it is.
Close spot.
Oh, I think sequence into Desiree is almost enough damage to end the game. Because it gains so much attack. If he's running Agnum Day, right?
Yeah, we're gonna use the effect. I mean, Jack is out of cards at this point, so not much to worry about. Just gotta decide what to shuffle back in.
Just gonna go for like maximum damage.
And regardless, there is about 1 minute remaining, and with the life advantage at the moment, here comes the Agnum Day. Yes.
Yeah, and then you just equip, and it gains like I don't even know how many attack.
Yeah, a lot.
A lot. 600 per
Yeah,
lane.
that should be it. So, what a match this has been. What a game this has been, because we are still in game 1. 45 minutes, if not even more, given that we had like 3 minutes extension. Crazy battle, and it seems like it will be the Memento deck in the end closing this one out. And yes, it is. And I believe, I don't see an handshake, but I mean, we see 10 seconds remaining, so...
Maybe the player's not looking too closely at the time, but it's come over to us, so that must have been
I think that was probably it at this point. And I mean, what a show, what a game, what a match. I don't know what to say more about these two decks. Absolute grind fest.
Yeah, I do love some good grindy Yu-Gi-Oh! You go back and forwards, you keep summoning cards, your engine just keeps recycling itself. We see Sky Striker, which used to be the premier deck for doing that, but maybe been overtaken in that regard by Memento.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just considering when there were 15 minutes remaining on the round, if there was like a universe where Jack may have conceded and going to game 2, because like, of course, the deck is really resilient, capable of staying into the game, and there's I mean, I really felt like maybe Jack thought that for a moment, you know, he could have had this, right? Because I think he didn't think about it for a moment just to scoop and going to game 2. The deck is super consistent, and I mean, of course, on the other hand, we have to say that for sure Xin was more than satisfied with his performance. He showed us how powerful the Memento deck is.
Yeah, but it's sometimes easy to, you know, be in a winning position and let it slip. Truth is that, of course, this opening was impressive, but with, you know, 5 spell and traps, the field spell, and then combine Creation and Creation King. But you had to fight for 45 minutes to get it. And I think in those kind of situations, you know, especially when you're not used to this kind of games, I think you can make some huge mistakes, and I don't think that was the case. Obviously, in such a game, there are going to be a lot of situations where maybe you could go for one line or another. But overall, I gotta, you know, pay my respects to him for staying calm and collected and just basically playing Jack's game and beating him at it. So
yeah, it is a very fair point, because nowadays most people are expecting their game to be over by turn 2 or turn 3. So forcing your opponent into those longer games can sometimes trip people up. Maybe you don't know how to manage the resources of your deck. So yeah, congratulations to Shin for doing that perfectly.
Yeah, because sometimes you really feel like you have it and you can slip it, you know. And I think he played it very well. Still, Jack, you know, we have other rounds to play for the day, so it's far from over. Yeah, but I really like this Sky Striker deck. I think the deck it's still showing up consistently, and with the no support as well, the deck has a lot of different interactions, and yeah, hopefully we will get the chance to see the deck on stream once again.
Yeah, that would be interesting for sure, but for now, Memento seems like he's taking the spotlight, so we'll see whether that will continue to be the case. But now, let's hear it from the winner of round 4 with Mike.
Congratulations for your win. Yes, it was, I think, an amazing match, a very grindy game 1.
Yes.
First of all, before we start with the match, I want to ask you, why did you pick Memento for this tournament?
Why I picked Memento is because it's one of like my most played decks, I would say. I really like the gimmick of like destroying and then like summoning big guys, and now with the release of Ake Heron, you can just attack directly. And in a lot of tournaments, a lot of people don't see that. And when I declare the effect, they will just go like, okay. And then when I say battle phase and say attack directly, they will be surprised because their board is full of monsters, and I just hit over them.
So it's a cheeky way to OTK your opponent, right?
Yeah, it's a very fun way, and I like the grind aspect. It generates a lot of follow-up.
And do you suggest adding Fiendsmith into Memento or not? Because I think there is a mini debate around that.
Yeah, a lot of people are considering playing Pure or Fiendsmith. I've also seen people play the Millennium engine in it. I have chosen to play Fiendsmith because it gives an extra layer of grind game. You could see that I basically won the match because I could make Desiree and equip the 3 Link monsters on it. And it's also an extend engine. One engraver can bridge into Memento also. So it's like engine plus grind, and I really like that aspect of Fiendsmith.
Yeah, I think you just give me a very good pass to show the first highlights that we have prepared.
Yeah.
It's the moments that Jack out your entire field of monsters, and you still have 5 back row.
Yeah.
How did it feel that you lost your monsters, but you still had a lot of follow-up?
Yeah.
How did it felt at the time?
How I felt is like it was a bit awkward. I was a bit panicked because like I had Imperm set and Forbidden Droplet, and he only had spells on the field. But I knew he didn't know like where my Bone Party or Memento Fusion was, so he had a small chance if he had removal to target it. And I was also pretty confident, like I know Striker cannot OTK that easy. And I was like, okay, if I can just generate enough follow-up, I'll just try again and try again.
To be honest, I think this is exactly the reason why we just experienced a very large game 1.
Yeah.
Because Sky Striker could potentially destroy your field. However, they couldn't make enough damage to kill you.
Yeah.
And also you have a lot of grind through Memento and Fiendsmith.
Yes.
So I think those were the 2 key areas that you had your win, or you feel that it was something else?
I feel I could have played definitely better. Like that one game when he had Hayate SP on the field, I summoned Engraver and then hit Battle Phase because I think I shouldn't have been too worried about the SP. I think I still could have played around it and then went for an OTK instead of like the guaranteed grind game.
I see. The second video, I think that is where the crowd went crazy. When he activated Engage, then Upstart, and of course the Sky Striker rule, he drew into a second Engage. How did it feel? Because I could see your facial expression here.
Like, I can see my face. I was looking up like, is this the day that I just got engaged into Engage? Like, I remember like seeing, because I played a lot of Sky Striker back in the day too, like when Engage was still at 1, pre-support, and I remember when it first got to 3, it felt so great, drawing into Engage, and my opponent's reactions were just priceless.
And the third video I want to discuss is, have you ever even thought that you would resolve a Fugalos round 6?
No, but when I saw the Lemnis Gate, I was like, okay, he's gonna bounce my whole field. I looked at my hand, I had the Sleepy, and then I was like, wait, I see the Fugalos in my hand, and I can just activate it. And I was like, I get 1 draw. It was the Imperm. I drew the Imperm of the Fugalos, so I could have Impermed the Shizuku in the end phase, and maybe I could have saved for my own turn, but I was afraid he would add Shark Cannon and then banish one of my more Memento monsters that I don't want to get banished, so I had to stop it.
Yeah, to be honest, I think it was the right call, exactly because Shark Cannon was the only out to the Fiendsmith loop that you were going through, and that you was gaining a lot of value and grind in order to eventually win the whole match.
Yes.
So congratulations again for the win, and I hope that you do well on the weekend and see you in the top card.
Thank you very much.
Thank you everyone for joining us, and let's have a little break and be right back.
Welcome back. We're here with round 5 at our European WCQ. In front of me, I have Niall Mahmutovic and Francesco Seminara, who are ready to kick off this next feature match. Gentlemen, we're going to do a high roll to see who will go first. So we've got Niall rolling first, and Niall has rolled an 8. Francesco? We see the dice roll here, and that is a 9. Are you going to go first, Francesco? Francesco is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to your commentators. A nice fist bump there. Hand you guys over to your commentators who are going to take you through this feature match.
We're going step by step here now, basically in the middle of day 1 here of this day 1 at the European World Championship qualifier. And we still keep on finding interesting decks that partly we haven't even really seen in a while. And there's going to be one definitely that we haven't really had on our radar, which is using some new cards from Duelist Advance as well, right?
Yep, some cards that you have never seen in the OCG before. They're very much exclusive for us, so I can't wait to see them in action. And I think the duelists are ready, so let's go over to the table.
And there we go, and you see up top, in the hands of Niall, the Unchained deck. And yeah, you might be wondering, there weren't necessarily any Unchained cards in particular in Duelist Advance, but there was Buyo the Dawn's Light. And that card is a Fiend monster, which is putting in the work in this Fiend deck as well. But for the moment, another deck massively profiting off of Duelist Advance. It's going to be Vanquish Soul in the hands of Francesco leading things off here.
Yep, that is direct support there with the name of Vanquish Soul, Holly Sue, and of course Vanquish Soul starts. So consistency and ceiling has been added to the deck. That is something that both of those, the deck definitely needed, but now also a pot of extravagant start is always nice. For this deck, it's basically Pot of Greed, and that's perfect, huh?
How do you expect this matchup to go through? Meaning that both decks are really want to play in their opponent's turn, so I think it will be very back and forth and grindy game.
I mean, you say you like to play on your opponent's turn, but when I'm looking at the Unchained deck and the way it is played at the moment, it is a huge combo deck, which is ending on so many interruptions for the opponent. I think when you go first with that deck, you are really happy with it.
Yes, but there is also Mutiny in the Sky, also a new card from Duelist Advance that can enhance your combos, I'm pretty sure, after you search it from Buyo. Oh, we're going to see a Fualos here.
Wait, we're revealing the Ash Blossom though, so I mean, we're kind of telegraphing that there is an answer immediately in the hand. Are we going to use it though?
I mean, we could, right? But you kind of also often need fire attribute monsters in hand.
We do use it though. I think it is important that we shut that Fuvalos down.
Francesco didn't love that.
Yeah.
But what I wanted to say is that there's also Mutiny in the Sky. This card does some fusion summons for you, and Luce, the Dusk's Dark, also a new addition to basically any Fiend deck if you want to play it.
Totally.
It helps you break fields.
It does, absolutely. It's a great card. And yeah, the Fuvalos now has hit the graveyard, and Francesco keeps on going. He got the Vanquish Soul monster that, since the release of Vanquish Soul, is the best card you always want to have on the field. The one that gets everything started, Vanquish Soul Raisin. And from here on out, he's free to do whatever he likes if he has more fire monsters in his hand, because he had to give up on that Ash Blossom, really. Oh, there is Holly Sue now, of course, Surge. And there is Jiaolong, too. I think that is all we could imagine here.
But I mean, Jiaolong is really the one that needs multiple fire monsters, right? So you can easily get the resin back anytime by going Rock of the Vanquisher and then add back resin and then reveal that one. But you need a second one. You want a second one for Jiaolong so you can surge. Otherwise, the effect is just changing the battle position of a monster.
That's true, but what are we revealing here? That does look like the effect of Holly Sue that we are resolving. And I mean, Holly Sue can now just technically also get us Dr. Madlov. Dr. Madlov gets us the Vanquish Soul start field spell. And from there on out, we can just get another material. Or we just keep the Jiaolong in the hand and get another one from the deck out. So we have another fire monster in the hand. There we go.
Xiaolong. Oh, double jump. Oh, I think I see what Francesco is going for here. This does look like a moment that we had in yesterday's feature match already. Oh, that's 3 level 5 monsters. Is it time again? Is it time to pair a dice and make it a smasher? It is indeed the number 67 Paradise Smasher with 3 materials. Okay. Leo, is he going to be lucky here?
Try and break that field, Niall, because this is going to be really hard. Okay, can you go for a 2 here? That is a 6, and that basically makes it impossible for Niall to win that roll here. It's a 7 on Francesco's side. I think you can just modulate one of the die. And that's a fist bump already. Francesco wins this one, skipping the turn of Niall with the Paradise Smasher. That was fast.
He was just destined to do that. And I mean, you can really tell his game plan by looking at his extra deck, because usually that Paradise Smasher is a card you want to include as a one-off, because sometimes you're going to have that option. But he actually values that a whole lot by playing 2 Paradise Smasher even.
When the dice is die, which of the players, though, has the negation?
The turn player loses.
The turn player loses?
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
But I mean, when modifying for 7 plus 6, it was always losing for him.
Yeah.
No, I mean, he can modify his opponent's dice. He had 6.
Yeah.
And modify it to 7, but he also
But you can
roll a
modify.
7.
You take 1 die that goes to 7.
It's not the total result.
Okay.
One die goes to 7.
Because otherwise, this would be a really risky strategy.
Way too much of a gamble. No, for sure. But Leo, you were saying pot of extra games, but usually the cards that are more situational, you're only going to include as a one-off anyhow. But he really is putting in multiple Paradise Smasher because he wants to make sure that always going through.
How relevant is your extra deck really? I really like the approach of not playing a random link toolbox or some random level 4 monsters or rank 4 monsters in the extra deck, but you can say, hey, maybe I just need 6 different extra deck monsters, let's include them twice and triple rock of the Vanquisher.
But Vanquisher rocks.
It really does.
That card is in his extra deck,
once or twice?
He is running it once only.
I'm disappointed in that one, because that is the easiest. I underestimated this card a little bit.
Same.
But this is the easiest Zeus of your life. This is a 1 monster Zeus. It's almost like you're playing Zodiac.
The problem with it though is, like, usually you're only going to do it in main phase 2, and then like you need to have another Exceed monster to go alongside with it, you know? That's what we saw. Yeah, that was what Dinkabui actually was doing yesterday in the points playoff. And of course, he's back for revenge. Didn't make it to Worlds yesterday, but still in the main event of today. All those glorious names, of course, in the field trying to go through here somehow. We had a quick peek at all the top tables, but one particular table, of course, is where the attention is at the moment, and the players are ready again. So let's go back over to the table for game number 2. And in this one, of course, it's not going to be Francesco going first, so Paradise Smasher most likely not going to have any impact. So let's see what instead Niall is able to put up with his Unchained deck.
And I mean, Francesco doesn't know what Niall is up to, because he didn't see anything of his engine.
Just saw absolutely nothing. Ooh. That is a Fiendsmith Tract, and this is a double-edged sword, because yes, of course, it is just a easy starter for your Fiendsmith engine. If you're playing a Fiend strategy, of course, also Aerialator is a card that can sometimes be relevant for you. But this card is not always the best starter for it. It can be ashed easily. I wanted to say it doesn't play around Troll Lockwood, but that doesn't.
That means we have Lurry in the hand already, maybe?
It sounds like...
with discarding Ash Blossom and Joy Spring. Okay, so I mean, in the Unchained deck, I feel like Norman Summon Lacrima might lead to more than we think. I think Norman Summon Lacrima gives us access to the Unchained engine as well, and I hope we're going to see that.
If you don't have any other good normal summon, for example, Tour Guide, it's very good to add Lacrima in order to play around hand wraps.
Yeah, that's true. You're very right, because otherwise just Ash Blossom on the Requiem could completely cut you off of your Fiendsmith engine, but now you're already kind of set on that, and Niall goes in and brings out a second Fiendsmith Engraver to the field just now.
What a card has been dominating the entire tournament scene ever since it came out. However, I want to mention that in the top 16 points playoff, only one player, funnily enough, in Unchained, has played the Fiendsmith engine.
Yeah, very true. And it got to be said that lately those cards weren't as relevant anymore. Now we go into sequence, and I'm wondering what kind of cards we're trying to go into here. Is this the Aerial Eater you were mentioning that could get us an Unchained card into the graveyard? Okay, we're using Engraver and the Lacrima, so that does very much so look like Aerial Eater. And there we have it.
I was just saying that I've been talking about Aerial Eater earlier to bridge into this, but you can also just always go into Yama.
Yeah, no, Yama always is an option. But I mean, you can still go into Yama afterwards, can't you?
That is true, so you actually add more and more cards. You can send Shavara, exactly, set a trap card from your deck and then go into Yama to add another card from your deck to your hand. That can possibly pop the trap card, and then you're starting to combo off good.
Yeah, perfectly executed, and nice display from Niall here on how these two engines work well together, because we have seen those Fiendsmith cards in all kind of different decks, let's face it. But here in this one, it really feels the most natural almost, because it is a real Fiend deck, so we're using the Fiendsmith cards to the full potential, and that's what Niall brought as his tournament.
I hope they play Fiend tonight.
Yeah, for real.
And I love the fact that he bridges from Fiendsmith to Unchained. It's an amazing strategy.
And not the other way around. Like, usually it's every deck bridging into the Fiendsmith strategy.
Speaking of new cards.
Ooh, indeed, new cards. Booyo, the Dawn's Light. And it's just such a free extender for the deck, because you can just special summon it out by targeting one Fiend effect monster you control. You're negating the effects of it, but I think you will be done with using the effect of that monster anyhow at that point. And then additionally to that even, you can get Mutiny in the Sky from your deck to your hand when it goes to the graveyard, which we're probably about to see here. Maybe even making us able to chain block something here with the Yama.
Looking good there. I'm very curious to see what he has been cooking up with Mutiny in the Sky.
There it is. And Francesco, probably not too aware of what's going on here right now. This is a brand new card, not out too long just yet, and it has not really seen any major success just yet. For example, I think at the NAWCQ, this card was nowhere to be seen in the top cut, but here we have it now with a decent start into the tournament so far. Of course, the tournament run is still a long one to go, but it's certainly a good start that Niall had here. And we have that Mutiny now. Are we going to just...
being activated.
Yeah.
And I think that at this point we will experience Fulfilled from Unchained.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to that. I want to see what it does.
Same. Absolutely. And I mean, one part for sure has to be the Abawa Q, right? That is just in Fiend decks nowadays, just an absolute staple in the extra deck. Such a good, versatile card to end on your field when you're closing out your turn. Link 4 coming back just to round it off. Also playing around Nip kind of nicely as well. So that card eventually will definitely be on the field.
And giving so many draws in the standby phase.
Oh, yeah.
You know what else plays around Nibiru, the Primal Being? It's the DDD Wave King High Wave King Caesar.
Yeah, and the cool thing is, normally in those hybrid decks where Fiendsmith is just supplemented into the deck, when you go for sequence, you can't really go for the Caesar anymore. But here, you have so many Fiend monsters that are level 6 naturally, so you went for sequence to bridge into your Unchained cards, and now with those Unchained cards, you will very, very easily go into the DDD Wave High King Caesar indeed.
Even though if you start with Engraver in hand, you have enough Light Fiends to actually go for Caesar plus Desiree in the graveyard with an Agnum Day setup.
True. All of that possible, and we now bring back the sequence with the graveyard effect of Yama.
Of course, it cannot activate again the effect.
This was a very, very popular deck just 2 years ago, I want to say. Also because of the artworks. Just look at how cool these hounds are. Look at Shavara.
Of course. I mean, we all remember Jesse Cotton winning a YCS with it. We remember Lorenzo Muselli getting top 4 with it at YCS Dortmund as well. It definitely was super, super popular and was considered to be one of the most skillful decks in the format, honestly. And I think that certainly has not changed. The skill level of this deck is very high. And now we finally see the Mutiny in the Sky resolving. And not only Francesco is excited to see what's coming out now, because he probably doesn't know, but also the viewers at home are expecting big here. And this should very well be Luce the Dusk Dark. And yeah, Francesco immediately grabbing the card, needing to read it, of course. And it is worth reading, as it is as Buyo kind of protecting your monsters in the main monster zones that are in the most left or rightmost zone.
And we have Caesar there, which doesn't want to be destroyed.
Indeed, so that is very, very handy. And also, once per turn, you can target one card your opponent controls, send one Fiend monster or a Fairy monster from a deck to the graveyard, and if you destroy that card, the problem with that card, though, is, Leo, it's not a quick effect, so it is not that great to be ending on. So
that's what I meant earlier when I said I'm curious what Niall has cooked up, because this card helps you break fields, but I don't see, unless you need a level 8 monster perhaps, how this enhances your
So you consider it more as a going second strategy, right?
It seems like that, for sure.
But apparently it's not.
I mean, to be fair, we got it for free, right? The Mutant in the Sky, we could search for free. Now we get another monster we can possibly link off just like that. So that may just be good enough, honestly, in terms of value you get out of the card.
And I know that you most of the time want to have your cards in the graveyard to be very accessible, but sometimes you also want cards.
But hold on.
Deck that does not look like too much. I mean, we have the Chamber that is set. We can summon back the Unchained Soul of Shavara. We have a Baoaku, and we have the High King Caesar. So there is plenty of interruptions already, but we know that Vanquish Soul, it's a deck that finds its way. You know, you can oftentimes just find out a niche win condition at some point.
Okay, but it is the turn of Francesco now. That's all we got. So we indeed ended on the Luce, but the Luce is protecting the Caesar, and it's also protecting itself, funnily enough, as it's also, of course, in the far right zone from Niall.
So we just summon Luce as protection of the High King Caesar, which is also kind of useful, actually. You know that the Vanquish Soul of all decks is a deck that likes to protect its own interactions.
Totally.
The Snow Devil that just makes your monsters
and also their own effect. For example, Raisin can also protect himself.
Yeah. And now I'm wondering how well can Vanquish Soul play into that Caesar, because all the deck does really is special summoning from the hand. So I'm wondering how well it can play through two of those negations from the Caesar.
Does that a lot, though.
Yeah, that's true. Usually it summons more than it. Oh! Goodbye, Caesar, though! Not getting destroyed, but getting tributed for Dogoran. That is a fire monster that Vanquish Soul decks now like to use. That's huge.
I really like Dogoran as a deck, since obviously it's a fire, and also can be added through Hita in order to address the problem you have with Luna Light, for example.
Totally.
Shavara, of course, triggering immediately gets us a prison, I think. But the problem with that is this card has just been set. You can't just banish a Malice monster from your side of the field to activate it this turn. No, it is going to stay set there. Now, Francesco.
Speaking of Raisin.
Yeah, just getting it back immediately here.
Or a Ray, as we saw before.
Or Kashtira Riceheart.
No, it is the Raisin, in fact. And Niall, does he maybe have drawn Lockbird? That could hurt here, but it doesn't seem like it.
I mean, how much it does? It's problematic for you, yes, definitely. I mean, there's still a field to be broken, right? You still have the Unchained Soul of Rage. You still have a Baoaku. A Baoaku could summon back the DDT Caesar, but I don't think that does a lot.
Not a whole lot indeed, but Francesco is considering now. And I'm wondering, he summoned the Mad Flame Kaiju, but maybe Niall the one being mad here right now. Trying to figure out the Raisin into the column where now two monsters are located in, because the Dogoran, cleverly enough, was also summoned into that column. So, Raisin effect. And you Ash the Raisin now. That's huge. But still, of course, we can activate the other effect possibly if we have the right attributes. It's always about the right attributes with this deck.
I mean, we have Jowling and Dr. Madlove, so I think Dark and Fire, that works.
Vanquish Soul requires so many skill cap in order to play through opponent's field, and obviously have the right attributes in order to keep a resource and still able to break in fields.
You know what? I like that Kaijus break fields again.
Yeah.
That's a good thing. I like that a Kaiju does so much work here, and of course can be destroyed by the Resin immediately as well. It's really cool. I mean, a Baoaku can be chained to this, but still, I mean, it's forcing out the interactions here. But it's interesting. What, do we have?
He's very careful about it.
Do we have Stake Your Soul?
It is Stake Your Soul, and we're staking a Madlove. What are we going to get out of it?
Question is, are we going to use the effect of Jowlong immediately after that? Because that would be quite odd to me. You ideally want to use the Reveal Fire and Dark effect of Resin. Special summoning out the Heavy Borger from the deck can net us another draw as well. Or you can burn your opponent for 1,500 damage. That's something that you would, you know, scoff at, but has ended so many games so far already.
And once more, Francesco, now with already 2 monsters on the field, reveals the Borger. We want to keep on going. We draw a free card here. And the card he picked up there is certainly a nice one.
Nah, I don't think it is. I think it's
a double-edged sword, huh?
And I think we were speaking for that card before in round 2, if I recall, with you and his backup story.
Yeah. Just ending games, but in this case it would give your opponent 2 special summons from the deck, and of course when it's chained, gets the Unchained Soul of Rage back. And so I don't even think
I see your point. I'm not gonna lie, maybe it's more harm than actual good that gets out of activating the Happiest Feather Duster here, but we shall find out what Francesco thinks about that. I mean, it's not a monster that he can reveal, so it could actually be that that was a bad draw, honestly, drawing a spell card there.
And I mean, he sided it blindly. We'll have to say that as well. Didn't know he was playing versus Unchained. Perhaps that's also, I wanted to say, a drawback of those kind of strategies like Paradise, but I mean, you could just take winning the first game for free, right?
I guess you will be okay with it, honestly. And now there is the Borger being linked off. Oh no. Yeah, I think we wanted to go into the Rock. Yes, that's what we will do here.
That seems odd to link off such a powerful monster for Rock of the Vanquisher.
To be fair, Rock is also powerful.
That is indeed true. But it has 0 attack points, Mike. What are you talking about?
Its effect, which is extremely powerful.
Yeah, okay.
Special summon from hand, or adding a monster from the graveyard giving resources, or obviously playing into your opponent's turn. For example, special summon Raisin into a column.
Ooh, is that the... okay, we're taking the risk.
Actually?
Happiest Feather Duster.
He's just nodding. He's like, okay. I'm yes, let's do this.
I'm down. Chains the Chamber. Chamber brings back the Rage.
Is he playing Abominable Unchained Soul? Because that is another interruption if it is being a special summon out from the deck. Just it actually gets to pop the Rock of the Vanquisher or Resin then.
No, he's not playing that. Of course, it's, the deck space is kind of tight with all those different things you now run in, and therefore there's no space for that. But still now, with the Rage on the field, we have the option to go into
Luce activates.
Luce does activate?
No, you can only use each.
Okay, Leo having a quick read
If
on the
another
Luce.
card you control is destroyed by card effect, you can target one card on the field, destroy it.
That makes sense why he's on the field, right?
Now we figure that out. And I mean, we have the ability. In that case, it was Francesco getting that activation off, but Niall, of course, with this deck, with the Unchained strategy, is very much able to do it himself with the Abawa Q, especially on the field.
I really don't think you should have activated that Harpy's Feather Duster.
I now see your point even more. Gotta say it. Oh, okay. The Mutinity in the Sky is being discarded for Abawa Q.
This card just recycles itself from the graveyard, right?
Yep.
I mean, how many targets do you really still have to summon it? But
and we're going through the graveyard, trying to figure out how much follow-up there is also still with the Fiendsmith cards, maybe. Oh, it seems like a tough task to still overcome this, but on the other end, Francesco still has 3 cards in hand. He hasn't even activated the Rock yet, so if one deck can do it, maybe it is Vanquish Soul?
I mean, you don't really have too many bounce cards in hand as well. You have the Jiaolong. Resin can protect itself because you have the Jiaolong. But then the Jiaolong in hand really does not do anything right here. You don't have the necessary attributes for it.
Okay, Abawa Q, and it looks like we are special summoning from the graveyard and not destroying. Gets the Sarama out.
Okay, and Sarama destroys the Dogoran now. I mean, we're starting to activate this now, I think. Maybe we're a little bit ahead of ourselves with resolving the card.
Well, did we change this to the effect of Raisin, maybe? Seems like it, right?
Might be.
Yeah, must be. We activated the effect of Raisin, so we changed the Abawa Q to make sure it's not getting destroyed by Raisin. No. That's why the Dogoran went into the graveyard with all of that in between. What is Visarama doing now, I'm wondering? Because we could have also just activated the Abara Q for its other effect. You don't need to special summon, but you can instead just destroy one card on the field, which seems way more valuable right now.
Yeah, but then it doesn't banish itself.
Oh.
Then it just pops the opposing monster, and then it gets destroyed by the resin effect. So I kind of agree. You want to have this banished for follow-up as well, because even if this field might be broken, I don't think that Francesco is going to go for game this turn. He's going to be able to do that at least. So Abawaku would return afterwards, and then you have Fiendsmith Engine and Abawaku.
Of course, for the effect of Raisin, something was revealed, so Jalong is ready to come out as well.
Will be able, though, to outrank his opponent. And you think so?
I think he would very well be able to outgrind his opponent there. He always has so much setup, and if Francesco wants to break this field there, I think he's gonna need a lot more resources, to be honest.
That's true, and we are immediately to the effect of Jalong. Will chain the Rage, and that's probably going to result in SP Little Knight, I would imagine, and that would leave Francesco without Vanquish Soul monsters on the field eventually.
And I think if you wanted to play a Time Wizard tournament, I think Unchained versus Vanquish Soul was a popular matchup, right? For quite some time.
Yeah. At the very same YCS where Lorenzo Muselli was in top 4, we had Vanquish Soul in the finals. I think it wasn't as popular. Like Unchained back in the day was way more popular than Vanquish Soul, but definitely both were very, very viable decks at that point.
Back then,
right now, maybe they are slightly better, I believe.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, back then, Vanquish Soul players used to believe there can only be one win condition in the deck, and that is a continuous trap card, at least against Unchained. Which was a really good answer to Unchained when you played there can be only one.
Yeah, they couldn't get rid of that thinking just yet, though, because we see in the side deck of Francesco that is still a staple to bring.
Ah, nice.
Of course, some things never change.
Some things never chain, that is true as well. For example, Breaker, the magical warrior, can't chain anything.
And remain unchained.
That's good.
And now we're trying to figure out how this chain is going to resolve. It seems sort of obvious. I don't really know what the confusion is all about, but we are hopefully
having this sorted
So
out.
the problem is rock cannot be used as a link material.
That's
of
course, of course.
The Unchained cannot be activated.
Okay, so I just got the message that we are having a judge call about this, and we should probably bring it over to us for a little moment, and then we can discuss the situation a little further. So let's bring it over here to the caster desk, and we shall talk about that. Because clearly you can't activate the effect of the Unchained Soul of Rage.
I also don't think what don't know what the big confusion is then, especially because I think that makes this whole situation much easier. Of course, you're going to have to check if a potential warning is
This is, I think, what is being figured out right now.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't activate the effect. You can't activate the effect, huh?
Yeah, it was an illegal activation, I believe, and that's why the game state should proceed. And then, if Niall wants to activate again the effect, it can be activated on the effect of Jiaolong.
Yeah, or on the summon of Jiaolong, because on the effect of Jiaolong, it's not on the field at all.
When he summoned.
Exactly. Which I think makes a lot of sense. But what are the possible targets that you can go into? You can go into SP Little Knight, I remember that. You summon a dark monster, right? What else are you into? It's not Fiend.
What do you mean, Fiend?
Unchained Soul of Rage. What can you summon? You can summon
There's
dark
technically
monsters,
Anguish as well.
Yeah.
Unchained Soul of Anguish, which would be... I think it is dark monsters, actually.
Yeah, but...
Gotta be dark monsters, right?
Yeah, I think it's dark.
Monsters,
yeah, it is dark monsters.
So you can just summon SP Little Knight as well as another
Yep.
nice little resource that you can have there.
You can totally do that. And we are just... I think we see the head judge has now also joined the stage. So to talk about some of those procedures a little further, clearly the effect that was activated there, the Unchained Soul of Rage, was not able to activate, obviously, as the rock cannot be used for link material. Therefore, we had to rewind. It's not a big rewind, because literally it just says, you can't do this. We go 1/2 step back, basically. But of course, then there's a penalty being issued, which is a warning, because illegal activation happened. And I think what is being figured out right now is whether that's possibly being upgraded into a higher penalty, which would be a game loss in case something like that happened to the player already previously in the tournament.
And I think this is the epitome of when you're playing against guys that you don't know what they do. And I mean, Nile probably didn't know that rock cannot be used as a link material.
Exactly.
Yep, this is why it's very important to read all of the cards.
What an advice, Leo. What an
fully
advice.
read all of the cards.
If you would only follow your own words sometimes.
Yeah, but it's not about me right here, okay? No, but honestly, I know there is a lot of cards, but when you're playing versus your opponent, you can always ask them to hand you the card so you can read all of the effects. I tend to not tell my opponents to tell me what the cards do because, of course, it's just human if there is a lot of text on the card to forget about some things. And then I'm like, oh, you didn't mention you had 500 attack. And they're like, oh, I forgot. And then it's all in.
And I mean, here in Europe, of course,
just read.
Neuron is beautiful out of that as well because, of course, we are having multiple languages being spoken here across the European continent and all the different countries joining here for the European Championship. So it doesn't matter whether the card is Italian or French or German.
Don't you speak all of those languages?
Of course, fluently. As you clearly know, hasta la vista. But no, and then you can just scan the card. Neuron tells you what it does. Easy peasy, you solve the situation. Especially, of course, in the featured match. And I just got the message. The featured match is back up ready. No upgrade was given, so we can just continue where we're at. Let's go to the table again. And there we have it.
All right, I think we're just getting the okay here that we can continue playing. Now what? Jiaolong has hit the field. Rock of the Vanquisher is still chilling there. Do you use the Unchained Soul of Rage here? Because why would you?
Nile has activated it.
Okay.
We have decided to do so. I mean, probably to prevent the Jiaolong from activating, right?
Yeah, but there's like a... I mean, isn't it a quick effect even?
Yeah, I believe it is.
Okay, that might be a problem then.
Also, there's a bunch of cards that just... bounce cards from your side of the field back to the hand, like Heavy Borga or Caesar Valius.
It's only 2 cards remaining in Francesco's hand, though.
And you're not playing too many of those. Actually, this was basically the main mechanic of the deck back then, and that is not really the case anymore, right? You're not bouncing all of this stuff anymore. You just use sometimes. You have an occasional bounce in the deck, but you're not constantly bouncing back and forth like a frog.
Oh, or maybe the Rage? I'm pretty sure Nile pointed at the Rage. But maybe that was just an explaining move saying that card could now link someone. But no, that clearly to me looks like we're trying to resolve the effect. But that card does target. So those bouncing effects that you were mentioning, those would come in super clutch here. And I think one card in hand is Mad Love, but the other one may be ready to be chained. And it is the Barger. And this is good in multiple ways because not only do you get that Barger onto the field, but also the Rage cannot resolve anymore, getting you to the SP Little Knight.
But this card has been used already this turn, so this is basically a vanilla. Yes, you can take your Jiaolong back. It won't be able to special summon itself back out.
But Rock has not activated the effect.
That's what I was
true,
thinking, right?
Your special summon.
And we have not even normal summon yet, so it's getting mad in here first.
No, we have.
That
was rock effect.
This is a rock effect to special summon from the hand.
Even better, okay. It's still getting mad in here with Dr. Madlove. We started with the Mad Kaiju. I think Francesco is having a theme here for his Vanquish Soul deck.
Everyone's super mad at the table.
Yeah.
Because Nihil is full of rage as well.
Exactly, yeah. Now activates Vanquish Soul start. And I'm really curious because that to me was just an obvious one-off when I saw it in the very beginning. But yesterday in the playoff, and now also here with Francesco, I see people playing 2 copies of this card actually. And it's just, it helps the consistency issues with the deck, right? Because I've talked to a couple of people and they said, yeah, I was trying out Vanquish Soul quite hardly, but I just had some issues with not having the best hands some of the time. So seems only logical to include a card that is getting you more consistency.
Yep. Holly Sue is being added now. And when I saw Vanquish Soul start, I didn't even see Holly Sue. I was like, this card is insane. So, well, I thought it was an immediate 3-off, to be honest. Then figured you can only activate 1.
Yeah.
But still, consistency issues. It doesn't play on its own. That's, I think, a little bit of a problem for the card. That's why it's not being played 10 times in a deck. I thought it was going to be 3-off with Terraforming as well. I'm not going to lie. The Vanquish Soul Holly Sue is a very interesting pickup here because it really doesn't do anything right now.
In the battle phase even, okay.
You can special summon it out, sure, because you can reveal the Jiaolong, but then you only have a fire and nothing else. You have to use next turn, you have to use the Rock of the Vanquisher to add something back, and then you're going to be able to special summon out Holly Sue and activate basically both of the effects, because you can just add back... Ah no, you only have a fire in hand, so you can only activate the special summon effect, right? Yes. And then you also have a dark because you added it back. Yeah, you can just use every single effect.
That's true, but
That's
now
good.
what can be cool, maybe possibly in main phase 2. I was saying earlier, Vanquish Soul rocks, but there is now also a monster that is called exactly like that. And the best monster to use for that is clearly Rock of the Vanquisher, because that is the Earth attribute monster of the deck, or the extra deck. And that gives you the additional effect to destroy one card on the field, as far as I remember.
This is how Dingirshu and Galatea have evolved.
Yeah. Destroying one card your opponent controls.
Oh, we're just linking this off now because, of course, Rock of the Vanquisher cannot be used as link material, but if you want to go into SP Little Knight, you can just go into Vanquish Soul Rocks and then link off.
Ooh, and now Holly Sue also to the field. I mean, the thing about Vanquish Soul Rocks here is you can't destroy the Rage because it is still protected from the Lucci, and also the Lucci is protecting itself, and then on the other end destroying the Unchained monster doesn't seem very valuable either, so the effect of Vanquish Soul Rocks there probably was just not worth activating at all.
Yep, that's true. I'm quite curious what is going to happen here because you've locked yourself out of the extra monster zone successfully, unless you're going into a Typhon here. That's very nice. So Typhon is a good removal for that field here, and now you can go into Rock of the Vanquisher with Dr. Madlove, unless you can only summon one.
I love the fact that Francesco at this point has only summoned into using as material links monsters. Clearly a new mechanic.
Yeah, absolutely. And Francesco now in the end phase using the second effect of Vanquish Soul Start and setting Vanquish Soul Snow Devil.
But what is that Holisu doing now on the field?
Very little, not gonna lie.
It's just chilling.
Very, very, very little. I mean, yeah, no, you're right. It doesn't do a whole lot.
I'm not seeing any restriction that you can't... Oh, you use Typhon, of course. Yeah, summoning the SP Little Zone in the extra monster zone was really, really tough. Should have maybe linked off the Dr. Madlove after going into Vanquish Soul Rocks.
Yeah.
So you can add back another attribute from the graveyard and activate all of those Holly Sue effects.
No, totally, you're right. It was a misstep to not use the Dr. Madlove, for sure. And now we find ourselves in a position where we just basically only have the Typhon on the field as a real interruption. Yes, there is Vanquish Soul Snow Devil, but there's only one attribute we can reveal for it. So that card is absolutely not as powerful as it could be, possibly.
Yep. And yeah, the Snow Devil doesn't do anything as well. It's just sitting there with one card that you can reveal.
And also Abba will have an amazing effect during the standby phase.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're... Oh yeah, true, we're even in the end of main phase, I think.
Yes, on Francesco's turn.
Yeah, going through all of those Fiendsmith motions. So Francesco has decently broken the field. Has set up...
We're not sure because I think we already also resolved the effect of Abao Q in the standby phase.
So it was a normal summon of...
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it was. Now Mutiny in the Sky.
Oh my goodness, you can recycle your entire extra deck. That's crazy.
Oh my. And what are we going into here? Again, of course. And we're taking another close read of that card. We go into Lucci.
Can't really be activated here because Typhon is still on the field, but I think that's fine, huh? Mutiny in the Sky just recycles your entire extra deck. That's completely insane. That's super big grind game.
Yeah, I mean... I was liking the inclusion of the Buoy in the beginning, or the Buyo, the Dinka Buoy, but the Buyo, the Dawn's Light. But I wasn't sure whether you would also additionally play the Mutiny in the Sky with the extra deck monster, but it seems like it is really, really, really worth playing and really good in this, actually.
As we can experience, it gives so much grind to the deck. And obviously a very good interruption.
Nihil is just now going to Requiem. Requiem is going to special summon out probably another Engraver from the deck or something else that was shuffled back. But nope, Engraver, you want the Requiem in the graveyard to attach there, or to equip rather, and send something else off to the graveyard. The Typhon, so Lucci can be activated as well. It's free to go now, and I think we're just trying to go for game at this point.
Certainly, okay, trying to destroy Vanquish Soul Start, which is clever because that also has, of course, that little backup protection effect for the Vanquish Soul monsters, but no longer any need to worry about that anymore.
It's also crazy that you get to destroy something and then send a card from the deck to the graveyard.
Yeah.
Just send a Shavara or a Buyo All right, we don't want to draw this one, maybe.
Here we go. Send to the graveyard. I mean, it's getting close now. This is so many big monsters. You just probably almost are at the point where this is borderline game, really.
Yeah. I mean,
resource-wise, it's also Nile ahead.
Yeah.
Shayama. Oh, Shayama is going to destroy Rage, and then Rage will be able to add another Fiend back from the graveyard to the hand here. Maybe this is why we wanted Wheel on the graveyard.
Can't. Oh, and that was... I don't think that was a legal activation. That was a completely legal activation, but you just can't destroy your own monster at this point because it's in the rightmost zone, which is hilarious if you're asking me.
Anguish now, though.
Yeah, that one fixes quite some problems if you want to go into Access Code Talker. I'm going to be honest with you there.
I must agree. Do we activate the Anguish? Surely we do. Which monster do we want to use?
You take the Holly Sue, of course, because you want to avoid your opponent
Just
maybe drawing 20 cards.
Look at this, though. This is a very small version of the Access Code
he's
Talker.
activating it.
Yep. Nile is playing the long game here, not going to go for game here this turn. And I mean, Francesco is on so little resources, so maybe this is just fine.
I mean, you know that the last card in hand is Jiaolong. You know that there is a Snow Devil set. None of these cards really do anything.
And I mean, the extra deck space in this Fiend pile, which we call Unchained here, it's very, 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 very tight for 15 cards to fit. So Access Code Talker actually the card he couldn't even
How many
put
Yama?
into that. 2 Yamas indeed. So that was something he was valuing. I think he could get away with only playing 1, but in that deck that is really leaning into the Unchained cards, I do feel like you want to go for the second Yama most of the time.
Because I missed some Unchained action in the last turn.
Yeah, exactly.
It was too generic Fiend stuff that was happening. I wanted some more Unchained cards.
Oh, Holly Sue activating, revealing Jiaolong. Okay.
That does nothing again. Rock of the Vanquisher, of course, can be summoned now.
Oh, but hold on, though. That can do some things.
That might...
A Barbecue discards Triple Tactic Frost.
You just pop it here. And maybe we have something crazy like the Unchained Soul of Rage, which also works, but you can't use the Unchained Soul of Rage if you summon it back now, because your SP Little Knight is...
okay, Jiaolong is revealed for the Snow Devil. Is that going to bring Francesco anywhere close to getting out of this situation? Because, I mean, technically you can just special summon 1 Jiaolong from the hand here. That cannot use its effect, but of course it can attack over the SP Little Knight at least.
Yeah, I mean, the cool thing is Vanquish Soul Snow Devil has Jiaolong on the artwork.
Yeah, they work fairly well together.
That is not going to necessarily help
He did it for the lore. He did it for the lore, just this single thing there.
Even though I mean, I must say there is no interruption on the side of Nile here, so you can go for Rock of the Vanquisher and then perhaps get a Razin back or something. But, I mean, Nile just has infinite resources at this point. Abawaku can't be destroyed.
And I mean, the problem with Vanquish, as we said before, is that if he hasn't attributes in his hands to reveal, pretty much the monsters cannot do much.
The deck is generating almost an infinite amount of value. That's what it's always done. But if you at some point get outgrinded or are denied your resources...
Hold back though, we have not even normal summoned yet. How about just add back Raisin and start a party maybe?
Yeah.
Like, it's not out of the realm of possibilities here, is it?
Yeah, I can see that. I can see a party.
I think he was pointing towards rocks though. Recycling rocks here doesn't seem like the most valuable, but there's a Raisin. Yup. Look at this. No normal summon yet. I see some stuff coming here from Francesco.
Okay, but what can you add after this?
Wait, is this another Typhon coming down now?
Oh my goodness.
Nah, you must be kidding. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Typhon number 2. And we do detach the rock of the
Have we
Vanquisher.
even summoned from the extra deck multiple times?
We have summoned SP Little Knight and the Luce. Yep, that was at least
the Luce,
2.
right. And now we're passing, so Raisin was not normal summoned as well. Is kept as follow-up. Nile not keen to use a Lacrima effect at the end of the main phase. I think that could have been possible resources there, or is Lacrima not in the graveyard?
Maybe we have shuffled it back. There's a world where we did.
It's in the graveyard, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah, because we summoned out the Engraver in the last turn. There's no reason not to do that.
Okay, but now that's an easy answer. Now the Requiem in the graveyard puts in the work, sends the Typhon.
And
that's many
Shayama.
attack points already.
I think at this point you can, if you want, you can go for a Shayama and destroy the Luce, and then you at least have Caesar.
And Nile at this point has full knowledge.
Mutiny in the Sky is activated once more. Which one are we even going to summon now? Is that just...
Aerial Eater?
Aerial Eater again? Yeah, true. We recycled it, so we may as well again.
Shovel the Aerial Eater back. At this point, how much attack does Aerial Eater have? Probably like something like about 2,100.
That ain't bad, really.
Yep.
That's very close to already being enough with just these 3 monsters, but no, we keep on running, we keep on going. Go for the sequence.
Do we have a line for Agnum Day? Because that will surely be enough at this point together with the Luce.
Totally.
And Francesco is checking his extra deck now. Maybe there's a secret treasure he can find there that is going to help them avoid the damage that Nile is about to do. Desiree, yes, this looks like an Agnum Day line.
Keep them coming. There is the Agnum Day, and that now, of course, means a lot of attack points on the Desiree, as it is boosted, and it is boosted enough to seal the deal here. 1-1 score is evened out, and Nile takes the second game with the Unchained strategy in really impressive fashion. But it was a nice back and forth. You really couldn't tell who was winning throughout the game there.
There was a lot of Typhon.
Yeah.
Vanquish Soul has the option to just play so many cards in the extra deck. We've talked about that before. I think Typhon is meant to be banished by Extravagance once and not to be just summoned every turn in the game. But I think that maybe actually there was a bigger chance for Francesco to win if he just went for a Rock of the Vanquisher with the Dr. Madlove before going into the Typhon, because then he could have had double Holly Sue effects instead of just having it on the field in defense position. That didn't really do too much. I mean, the next turn of Nile didn't look too impressive, especially since the Shayama tried to destroy the Soul of Rage. So if you had been able to take a monster there and to special summon a monster, get more resources, maybe get some Valious action going.
I mean, also, just quickly going back on you saying that, yeah, we activated that effect. Wasn't an illegal activation though, right? You just you activate the effect, nothing happens because the monster doesn't get destroyed. But of course, Nile will be very keen to not do any illegal activations anymore after having the Rage incident beforehand. And we are hopefully having a clean third game now, in which, of course, Bo, Francesco goes first with Heavy Borger on his back. That's a good card to have if you're getting closer to the zero timer region, I would say.
And how would you approach if you were Nile this matchup going to 2-time? Meaning that Vanquish, of course, is a deck that can eventually get advantage of the clock being so low, for example, 6 minutes.
I think I would start praying. Like, I think I would hope that my opponent just doesn't draw any Vanquish Soul cards, because the deck has a little bit of a tendency towards the bricking side, I have to say. So it is not out of the question that could happen. But looking at the list of Francesco, he definitely has put in cards to up the consistency of the deck frequently.
Yeah, because you have so many great cards that generate value, but most of them don't play on their own. Yes, Dr. Madlove, yes, Razin, work perfectly fine.
Yes.
Problem that you might be having is if you only have Stake Your Soul and none of the appropriate attributes, which is very unlikely, to be honest.
True.
Then you also have the good old, help me here. I mean, just the Vanquish Soul start also doesn't play on its own. So these cards, yeah, Jiaolong is also a card that is amazing, but you actually need 2 fire cards in hand. It is also one of the fire cards that you're playing to reveal it. So you can't have all the fire cards that exist in the game, you know?
You have Dogoran. Is Dogoran going to stay in Francesco's deck? Because you need to keep in fire monsters somehow. So, of course, he's starting, but can you afford to bring that card out?
There's no way. I think there are better cards that you can just side in going first and then just say, hey, you know, if I draw these and I might have not the best hand, then that is still fine for me. I'll get another turn, I'll get another draw, but the players are ready, so let's go into Game 3.
And there we have them. Francesco will be going first. Less than 6 minutes remaining. And a clear game plan here for Francesco. Okay, let's see. Ooh, good start for Nile, not really gonna lie. That deck wants to summon from the hand a lot.
So first step of the plan was do not break.
Yeah. And I think you also asked me about Nile's plan. I think that is according to plan.
Yeah.
Dropping that Mulchami Purulia behind the standby phase, and immediately with the first card that Francesco plays, getting value out of it is nice.
Yep, and this card is, of course, going to be able to search Heavy Borger immediately. You need to Earth and a Fire monster to deal some damage. You have Holly Sue and you have the resin that you could bounce back, so I think that one is already given there. Holly Sue, of course, can also special summon out the Heavy Borger, so all of the roads lead to winning a feature match in Berlin if you can summon out the Heavy Borger there.
Yeah, and I think for Francesco, main priority must be that we activate the Heavy Borger while still having a possibility to just somehow maybe get it off the field as well. So let's say we have Heavy Borger with a Caesar Valius in hand, making it able to also possibly play around an Effect Valor or an Infinite Impermanence. On the other hand though, we still have 4 minutes, so even if we get Valor or Imperm on it, we can still do it again in the draw phase possibly. So it's like, there is probably a couple of opportunities, a couple of different ways for Francesco to do this here.
Plenty of ways to get the Borgering going. Rock of the Vanquisher has now added back the resin, so we have multiple attributes to reveal for Holly Sue. Holly Sue might be able to special summon out the Dr. Madlove just to get Vanquish Soul start going, add more value, get more cards, and maybe perhaps just add a Caesar Valius to dodge a possible impermanence.
Yup, Francesco is taking his time here to think about it, and I think this is Dr. Madlove then in the end.
And it is in the rightmost zone, so if he is going to use a brain control doesn't work anymore, mind control on Luce, this card is protected. I'm just saying.
I see your plan, Leo.
Visionary. Vanquish Soul's start here is going to look at Dr. Madlove, so you can add a Vanquish Soul monster with a different attribute, and that is Jiaolong. Jiaolong is also a card that can add more.
And I mean, also if we get to Niall's turn, there's not only the Borger, but then also the Snow Devil, which is able to deal damage. So it's multiple cards that do have that ability to bring him in ahead of life points. There now is the Borger. Okay. Special summons it from the hand. Another draw for Niall. He gets a good chunk of cards here.
At this point, you just play into Purulia and you just make your combo in order to set up your field and do some damage.
He just has Borger and the Caesar Valius hard draw. It's just the taunting here. So it doesn't even need to set up some good effects to dodge something. Everything is just in hand already.
Ooh,
we're going to the end phase already.
Okay. Nail will have to put the turbo in now. 2 minutes and a clear mission of somehow getting those life points difference into his favor again.
I mean, doing some damage and in the time is a classic strategy for Vanquish.
Oh, look, all those 4 cards unknown, 4 Vanquish Soul monsters in the hand of Francesco, and therefore all the different attributes needed to activate both Holly Sue and Heavy Borger.
And the other cards are also not really useless, because I have seen DD Crow there, which is pretty strong against Fiendsmith strategies.
Not only one.
Oh, tour guide from the underworld. Is it going to lead Niall to a tour he enjoys?
With chaining the Borger with 1,500 damage.
Forbidden Droplet though. Okay. Sending, of course, a monster. Problem being here though, they can technically chain the trap card here if they really want to.
Does that do too much here for them?
I mean, that would make the Borger
He can
resolve.
actually do a very cool play. He can chain the trap and activate Caesar to bounce one monster back.
Yeah, he can just activate the trap and pop the own rock, the Vanquisher, then Droplet doesn't resolve.
Oh,
yeah,
that too.
exactly.
That as well. Oh, that's huge. You're so right. You don't even need to chain any of the monster effects now anymore, because just destroying your own rock is massive.
Yeah, just don't make the mistake of chaining Holly Sue here and getting a third monster on the field.
He just chained Holly Sue, I think.
Oh, that is...
I think he just chained Holly Sue. But Leo, you're so right. That would have been so smart. Forbidden Droplet only negates if it actually has enough monsters as cards you send to the graveyard. But yeah, we're giving Niall enough monsters again now by special summoning out that Raisin.
Yep, we're also summoning for the Snow Devil, so I think we're just going to summon all of the monsters that we own.
Yeah.
Just everything here. There's actually too many cards that you want to negate at this point already. Also, funnily enough, we did not even send the tour guide from the Underworld. So
And
that's
we're not there yet. I think. Oh yeah, true. From the field,
Yeah.
you're right. You're right.
would have already been sent with Shavara, but we also only have 9 seconds to go in this turn unless there was a time extension.
Ooh, we did not even negate the Borger there anymore now, so that's another 1500. And also, of course, the Snow Devil put in some more damage. So Niall, that's a huge difference of life points, and I don't know how he wants to overcome that in the main phase. And indeed, there is no way, and therefore Francesco and Vanquish Soul is successful here and moves on with still an undefeated record. I think he had 1 draw, but that's still marvelous.
That is still pretty strong. Not quite Marcello Barberi strong with these 17 and all, completely undefeated, but of course still very much in the running for the top 64. I think this is always the first step that the players want to get at, to secure that prestigious top cut, and then step by step try to advance to the World Championships, and then maybe you can also become the European champion. But those World points, they are always so prestigious. It almost shines a bigger light on the event than the title of European champion itself.
And I mean, this is actually how you should approach any tournament.
Yeah.
1 match at a time, step by step. You can eventually make it to the top cut, and later it's all on the luck and what you can accomplish.
Yeah. You know what's crazy? Yuna still just hasn't lost a match yet this weekend. So, like, imagine winning the points playoff completely undefeated, then just playing the main event, also winning all 12 rounds after each other. That would just be a mad story, honestly. But I mean, of course, as a VIP that was in the playoff yesterday, making good use out of that playoff by qualifying to the World Championship, they started with a 2-win, with 2 buys in the beginning, so
lazy.
2 wins so far, like real
it's
wins.
Just lazy at this point.
But still impressive.
Can I say a hot take that she doesn't need that? She would also go to
surely, yeah,
in any case.
Not a hot take. I totally am with you. That's completely true.
Especially after we've seen how good Malice is at the moment right now, and she has mastered Malice, played it the entire year. But we've just now seen another contender on the horizon, Francesco on the Vanquish Soul deck. We've also actually not seen too few Unchained decks when we were in the last round checking out the top tables there. They're actually, in the last round, there were still 3 Unchained decks undefeated. So I think that maybe all of them have lost. That's why we have a 3-1 Unchained now. But still, the deck is pretty cool. But Vanquish Soul is looking good. It
is very much looking good. I think the Italian community, and it's always, of course, at those big European events, you can see that some of the communities just have decided on something together. And it looked to me like the Italians have really found a liking with the Vanquish Soul strategy.
Bellissimo.
Bellissimo indeed.
I'm Italian
and of course,
now too.
Yeah, and of course very famous German players as well, though. We saw yesterday Dinka Bui playing it in the playoff. I've heard Dinka Bui, after his 2 buys, just immediately lost, so he's at 2-1 at the very least now. Let's see whether it can get better from there. Ben Kreuzkamp played it too.
Yeah.
Same for him also already with a loss in the tournament.
The deck so far until now hasn't really performed on stream yet, so there's still a little bit. I mean, it doesn't really receive direct support in Justice Hunters. But I mean, the K9 cards fit the Vanquish Soul deck very well. I think we might in the future see 1 or 2 decks of those.
More level 5 monsters.
More level 5 monsters.
More Paradise Smasher.
What is exactly? We love that card. We've seen this card plenty as well.
Yeah.
What's your favorite rank 5 Xyz, guys?
Paradise Smasher.
All right. I was thinking
the Concealer one.
Yeah.
I think
for me it's Pleiades.
Oh, Pleiades is really cool.
Pleiades.
Is Zenmai-O level rank 5? Or is it rank 6? I think it is rank 5, right? The wind-up, Zenmai-O? I'm not sure, actually.
I have never played wind-up in my life.
Yeah.
You didn't really play it in wind-up, I think.
Oh, it was... I think I know what you mean. Yeah, there was one of those. Yeah,
You
maybe.
can tell us at home.
That's the kind of coverage you guys want, right? The informative, investigative journalism that we are doing here. No, I think my first European championship I've ever played at, public events, I played Constellar.
Oh, really?
That. Yeah. Pleiades Turbo and Vanity's Emptiness, mainly.
So that's why it was your favorite Xyz.
Love the card back then. I'm happy that rank 5 Xyz are back. There's also pretty cool time when some of these decks played the original, like Adrios and Tidas.
Oh, yeah.
Were the names. These cool monsters that were just basically a little bit of removal.
Yes, those are really, really cool. Tiras specifically, I have to say. That one is
Tiras,
that's a really cool one. I'm a fan of Tiras. But Adrios arguably also pretty cool as well. Which one do you like more, Mike?
Probably Tiras, to be honest. Has a very cool artwork also.
Yeah, I agree. But of course,
it's not about us here. It's about the players putting up a show for you guys. So I would say we should hear from the player that just put up a show. And that was, of course, Francesco with his Vanquish Soul deck. So let's go over to the analysis corner with Francesco and Tom.
Hello everyone, I'm here with Francesco, the winner of our last feature match. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So how are you feeling now about your chances? You've just won on the stream. Did you enjoy that?
I definitely enjoyed that. I'm joining you as probably the winner of the most boring slash unfair feature match of the day. I'm already claiming that title. But yeah, it was definitely great winning the feature match. It was my first feature match ever. So that definitely boosted my confidence a little, at least.
Well, that's great. I'm glad to hear it. So, I mean, speaking of the game, you said, you know, it was a little quick, that first game, and I think we've got the highlight here. We see you resolving Paradise Smasher to stop your opponent from activating any card effects on their next turn. So, is this something you've been resolving a lot, or is this something you can only do if you've got a really good hand?
It's only something that I go for when my hand is decent, because of course I would still want to have some sort of follow-up after maybe the opponent trying to interact with the Paralyzed Smasher. In this case, I had a normal summon. My first activation was a Stake Your Soul. So I still had my normal summon, and my normal summon would have been Mad Love. So I would have still been able to extend a little beyond the Paradise Smasher. I haven't resolved many Paradise. This was probably the first one in the entire tournament today, but it's definitely something that I do either if my hand is desperate, or that I do if I have some sort of follow-up in order to force my opponent to either interact with it or not be able to activate any effects or attack.
Sure, so you're not just doing it like blindly, you're saying, okay, if I've got enough stuff to keep going afterwards, I'm going to use it because I might as well.
Yeah, that's the idea.
And so if it's the first time you resolved it, I guess you've not had the miss yet where you lock yourself from using any monster effects.
It's definitely not ideal, not really funny to do to something really funny to do to your opponent. But again, Vanquish Soul is probably not the only deck that can afford to play the card. And I've seen it around the venue, going through the tables. So it's definitely something that people need to keep in mind. That's exactly why I'm saying that people need to either interact with it or completely give up on the game.
Fair enough. So as we saw, there was a fist bump after you resolved that. So a very quick game one. And then on to game two. I guess you didn't know what your opponent was playing, and we saw the Unchained deck. I was wondering if you're familiar with that. I wanted to highlight this clip where you just resolved Harpy's Feather Dusters. Presumably you decided in not knowing what your opponent's playing. And then we see here, like, what were you thinking in this case?
I'll be honest, I was just throwing cards at this point. I really did not know much about the Luce and Buyo cards. I know what the Fiendsmith and the Unchained stuff does, even if you see me reading that, it's just refreshing my mind about the effects. Of course, I was scared of what the potential follow-up on things that you could do might be. Of course, feature match pressure also played a huge factor. When you see me end on 2 names, field spell at a certain point in the game, and play in order to set the trap, which is probably not the greatest card against a deck which wishes for you to destroy their cards. So at that point, it would have probably been better to end on a rock. I had Holy Sue activatable in hand. If I were to draw or to add another attribute, a dark, I had Jiaolong in hand. So at that point, if I didn't go for the Fields play, set the trap play, I would have been able to go rock, added a dark from the graveyard to my hand, and extend with Holy Sue, maybe bringing Raisin, and extend from there, and maybe not die the turn after.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very long game. It was difficult to pick exactly which was the most exciting points of the game to analyze, but as you say, there was an awful lot going on, and yeah, maybe your interactions with Vanquish Soul not the best against a deck where they like being destroyed. I mean, I just wanted to highlight here the card. I mean, it wasn't your card. It was the Mutiny in the Sky. He just seemed to use he used it like 3 or 4 times. Did you see? You hadn't seen this card before?
No, I've never saw it. You can see me read it during the feature match a couple of times at least. Of course, I was not aware of the effect. Even after reading it, I immediately forgot what it did. So that's why you see me reading it multiple times. And yeah, it's a really powerful card, especially with a deck that is able to send so many Fiend monsters to the graveyard as Nail's deck did.
Yeah, certainly a very cool deck. And then in the third game, it was... Oh, sorry, that's the same clip again. Oh, no, it's not. Okay, so we see here Perulia. Now, Perulia, to me, is a card that seems very strong against Vanquish Soul.
Yeah,
have you got a plan for what to do about Perulia?
So, Vanquish Soul has an out-of-the-box plan against Perulia. If you're able to draw Stake Your Soul, Perulia is a card that will more often than not be used during the standby phase. So you're able to see it coming. Once you see it coming, you can either decide if you want to play under it, like I did, or if you have a Stake Your Soul, you can maybe try and go for a Holisu play if you have the Earth and the Fire and Dark available. It really depends on your hand at that point, but you could very well only give 1-2 draws max, depending on how much you would like to extend at that point.
Sure, so you're saying it's kind of very flexible, depends on your hand. If you have Stake Your Soul, obviously that's fantastic. You can start by summoning from the deck. So in this case, it didn't look like you had Stake Your Soul, but obviously you have to play. Time's very close to the end here. So was that just your plan? Just play a little bit, do some burn damage, see what happens?
I'll be honest, yes. In the time crunch, you're only win con, unless you draw any floodgates. Strong cards going first is basically to try and go for the burn. It's a mechanic that's in the game, and Vanquish Soul has 2 cards that actually do burn. I was able to resolve Borger twice, and that's already 3,000 damage. Together with the trap that deals 800 damage, that's 4,800. I made a misplay because I was able to chain the trap to his droplet, and I did that in order to be able to bounce. I had a Caesar in hand to bounce my Borger so that it would resolve. I totally forgot to do that while before resolving, and that's exactly why my Borger was at risk of being negated by the droplet. In the end, Nail didn't actually negate the Borger, so that's why I was able to burn for 48, but that was a misplay on my hand.
Leo actually mentioned in the commentary box a really interesting play. You can destroy your own rock, and then if there's no longer 3 monsters on the field, then the droplet can't resolve at all, so maybe one to...
Yeah, that was also something that I thought about at the beginning, and then I just went, screw it, let me just summon everything at once, because I was also not looking at the time too much, so I was also taking into account the chance that he might have been able to go to the battle phase, and that's why I summoned the Jiaolong at the end, because I wanted, in case he went into the battle phase, to be able to switch one of his monsters to defense and give him one less attack.
Yeah, well, it sounds like quite a lot going through your head in the game. It's a very complicated game state, and you have an awful lot of effects to resolve, so congratulations for navigating it so well and doing so well in the tournament so far. So hopefully we'll see you again later, maybe tomorrow in day 2.
Hopefully so. Thank you so much.
Well, that's it from us for this feature, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be back soon with another feature match.
Welcome back. We're here with our round 6 feature match, and let's waste no time introducing our duelists and getting right into the action. In front of me, I have Giuseppe Pomo and Hannes Rat, who are ready to kick this off. Now, they've actually already done the dice roll off camera, and Giuseppe is going to be going first. So I'm going to hand you guys immediately over to your wonderful commentary trio, who are going to take you through this round 6 feature match.
Thank you, Ed, and we are getting indeed into the second half of the day as we go through these 9 rounds of Swiss to advance to day 2, and these are starting to become some serious important matches, you know, to guarantee a good record to then make it into the top cut. And well, we keep on seeing different decks try to take on the big giants. We have had a look at some of the decks being represented throughout the day, and once again, I mean, outside of the usual suspects, which were obviously Malice and Ryziels, we have seen a rise of Vanquish Soul as one of the main decks. But there are some other threats coming from the past. Isn't that right, Tom?
Yeah, here they come. We have Tenpai, a deck that was winning last year's European Championship, so definitely one to keep your eyes on, because in Europe, you know, we play decks for many years before finally letting them go. And Tenpai may be one of those. So yeah, here we go. It's changed quite a lot since last time we saw it. Obviously, it's had some touches by the Forbidden Limited list. A couple of cards have gone to 1, and the style looks completely different.
Yeah, I really like it, especially because it's playing Fitzwitz package and Bestial Steel. So we were discussing this before. If he goes first, well, that's fine. Otherwise, if he goes second, he does Tenpai what the Tenpai deck does at best. But that will be the case, because I think Hannes lost the die roll and will go second. And we will soon find out what is going to happen, because our players are ready. So let's jump into game 1.
So let's take a look at these opening hands. I mean, the Recap Land deck did win back-to-back European Championships, so who knows if Tenpai can just replicate the same thing.
Yeah, there's fewer cards to know what they do, though. That was obviously the joke about the Rika deck, is they could keep winning and no one would ever know what it did. But Tenpai, I think everybody knows what they do. You watch them as they deal like 20,000 damage to you, which you're unable to stop.
Yeah, the difference is, even though you know what they do, what can you do about it? So let's see. I mean, this is the ideal opener, of course. And yeah, we access our new favorite tool of the deck.
Yeah, here comes Olisu. It just opens up absolutely everything the deck wants to do, but Droll Lockbird is still going to be a bit of a trick for the deck to deal with. Unable to add cards from the deck to the hands. That's going to shut off cards like Mad Love, Start, Borga. Just an awful lot.
Yep. But you can add it from the graveyard, so that doesn't stop the Rock from doing its thing. And yeah, we might just have pass.
Which I think is not the end of the world, because we have seen Vanquish Soul playing a lot during your opponent's turn, and with the Olisu itself, you're just able to do so much.
Oh, and we do see a preventive Fuvalos, obviously just trying to play into that Olisu later on, and it's followed by an Engraver.
Yeah, it makes sense to use the Fuvalos, because I think it's a little hopeful to think you'd get a turn after to use it anyway, so might as well use it now in case.
Sure. I guess I would have just waited for the Engraver, because then if if they draw you there.
Yes, that makes sense.
Just tiny difference, I guess, but whatever. Now we continue, and for now, obviously, Giuseppe has no idea that there are even Tenpai cards in the deck.
Yeah, Fiendsmith could be anything at this point. I feel like there's almost no decks where people haven't experimented with Fiendsmith in the deck with it.
And yeah, here comes again Raisin, obviously on the same column.
Yeah, always advisable if you can to put your monsters in the same column as monsters already on the field of the Vanquish Soul player. So in this case, maybe you could put it under the rock.
Ooh, and here it's good. Yeah. I mean, he already knows about the Olisu, and now, yeah, Dr. Medlov, everything is set up. How can we continue?
That a Vanquish Soul joke? I don't think he runs it anymore.
Fair.
Yeah, it used to be a real struggle for Vanquish Soul to keep monsters on the field.
Yeah.
So that was why you needed to run the Monster Reborn-like effect of Continue, but now they have so many more ways to summon monsters.
Oh, and there's the Ghost Bell, which Giuseppe is main decking 2 copies, and pretty good one, because let's see here, Hannes is left with 3 cards in hand, one of which is an Ash Blossom.
Yeah, Ghost Bell was something that I kind of heard being quite popular for a time. Everyone was kind of touting all the different ways you could use it. Maybe you could use it against the Mitsurugi cards, maybe you can use it against Whitebinder, but I guess probably not impactful enough to make its way into a lot of players' main decks. But you're more than happy to run it in the Vanquish Soul deck because it is an Earth attribute, so you can make use of it that way as well as make use of its hand trap effect.
Yeah, this prompted out this precious code by the Grave to just try and continue. Yeah, it doesn't seem like he has even that much left. And just like other decks that we have seen in action this weekend, I mean, Vanquish Soul is definitely not an all-in kind of strategy. You keep some resources and you can just grind. So
yeah, it was such a short first turn for Giuseppe. He just used the one search and then made a rock, but it already does just so much that you don't mind passing your turn when you've already got a pile of Vanquish Souls in hand.
And here comes the Snow Devil to clear Hannes' field. You can also see the Olisu in hand being kept by Giuseppe.
And he's also going to get to summon 1, 2. Yeah. So it looks like he's hovering over a Mad Love. Going to be able to bounce a card for good measure. Struggling to see what the single card in Hannes' hand could be that will get him out of this. It's certainly not
an Ash.
An Ash Blossom.
Not quite.
Just thrown all 6 of his cards against Giuseppe, who seems to still have like a good pile left.
Yeah.
2 monsters, a rock can add back more Vanquish Souls.
I mean, yeah, it's definitely not the type of deck that you want to try and 1-for-1 for, because they are so good at just turning one card into, you know, an area of plays. And yeah, I think Hannes is just not picking up his cards, I guess, to enjoy his time on stream as much as possible, you know.
One advantage, I guess, of the Vanquish Soul deck, after we see a card like Fuelos, is just how little it is bothered by Fuelos, because against almost every other deck in the room, Fuelos is going to slow you down somewhat. But Vanquish Soul, you know, could summon a couple of times from the extra deck at most if you draw like Stake Your Soul and you really want to use Holy Sue, but if you're just, you can just chill. Like we saw there, he was just very chill. He just, it's a normal summon to Razin and summoned a rock, and that was it. That was all he needed to do, and it was still very powerful.
Yep. Do you reckon is one of the also friendliest deck for whoever wants to get into competitive Yu-Gi-Oh for now as a entrance, I think?
It certainly is a lot of fun. You know, you don't have to do too many things. You can just use your interaction, so that does kind of make sense. You don't have to learn any long combos. It really depends on the kind of way you like to play, because I think some people would rather just learn their own combos and do those, because if you're instead planning to interrupt your opponent, then you kind of have to know what your opponent's up to, which might be tougher in a sense, even though you're not doing as much yourself. But yeah, showing off a heavy Borga here. You don't need to attack for 8,000 in one turn when you can do 3,000 extra with the heavy Borga over the course of 2.
Also here, I think Hannes just maybe wants to see how the Vanquish deck plays, if he hasn't faced any so far. But yeah, I mean, I think Giuseppe may be able to seal this one now.
Yeah, he's got so much going on.
Yeah, I mean, at least if there is a positive thing about this match for Hannes is that his opponent doesn't really have all that much info about his deck. Like, he has only seen some Entrops and then Fiendsmith cards, and that could be, you know, pretty much...
Could be anything, yeah.
I mean, a couple of events ago, it literally would have been any deck of the format. Now, you know, not as popular, but...
It's probably not Vanquish Soul, but other than that... regardless of what deck it is, Magnuma is still going to cause some trouble.
Indeed, but forces out this Lacrima.
And they're still holding on till the last here. Just making sure we're not going to mess up at all. I guess just revealing a Raz, and so Jialong can summon itself from the hand. I have a feeling this is more than enough damage at this point if you were just to go to the battle phase.
I think we are just going to try to wall up, but that's not really going to work.
Yeah. So I'm making some calculations here, but yeah. Should be enough. Yeah, game one goes to Giuseppe pretty smoothly, especially because I didn't really get to see Hannes deck much. As mentioned, just saw a few hand traps and bestials and the Fiendsmiths. Not sure, because now he's going second, and I mean, his opponent's deck is not really revealed. So, I mean, of course, Hannes has the, you know, advantage of deciding whether to go first or second in this specific matchup. Has a lot of different options in the side deck. And yeah, I think he also, we've seen Tempai in the past. If that was the case, if winning game one, usually people let Tempai go first. Yeah, it's just, of course, playing against Vanquish is not easy. So I think Tom will take the risk and go second.
No, I feel like you're definitely going to go first. He's got so many powerful cards to do so. So that's my feeling. I mean, I don't know his full strategy, but he's not running cards like Lightning Storm and, you know, even things like Raigeki and Darkhold that we've seen in the past that Tempai use in order to go second very effectively. So I think the plan is probably to go first and get some advantage of those branded. So he's running the Bestial Rebellion on branded Regain, which is a combination of cards which is just so much fun. It's so grindy. It's tough to see whether it will be grindy enough to outgrind the Vanquish Soul engine, but it is still got to be plan A.
Absolutely, and yeah, on the other hand, I think we can expect a very light side deck from Giuseppe. Probably bring in some generic go in second cards, like some Mulcharmies that, you know, can be good against the Fiendsmith engine. But for that, I mean, I think he can play it just safe, rely on his engine, and then take it to game 3, where he will either already have won the match or, you know what he's up against, and then prepare better for game 3. So I think now the pressure is on Hannes to prove that Tempai is still a valid deck today. So I think without further ado, our players are ready. Let's jump back into the match.
So are you a fan, Alberto, of the revamped Tempai, where you chuck in a couple of other engines and you kind of use Tempai as a side engine, or were you more of a traditional Tempai enjoyer where you were going second, you know, having all the Mulch armies in the universe and all of these powerful go second Lightning Storms and things?
Usually from traditions, I have to say, yeah. Like certain things need to be as they've always been. But I like the way Hannes is playing the deck, you know, with the different you know, additions and. Yeah, I mean, as mentioned, Tom, you were right. I mean, Hannes is going first. I don't really see why not, especially with this type of build. And then, of course, he has like Tempai's for going second, if that's the case. But yeah.
Here come the first Tempai. Giuseppe, yeah, you can look at his face, just, you know, not really sure what's going on and why, you know. Hannes is going first, but yeah, this works out pretty well. You can always set up, you know, your erratic seal going first. So.
As of course the old joke, seals pass.
But not quite, only that.
Yeah, interesting. I guess there's probably some sequencing here that needs to be figured out as to whether it's what's the correct one to start with. I elected to start with the Tenpai, but that doesn't play into John Lockbird at all, I guess, because it just sets the card directly.
Definitely, I do agree it's an interesting sequence, but it also plays a bit more into bestials, I feel like, not, you know.
That's true, yeah. Normally you don't see, just generally you don't like play a card until you're going to use the card, so you don't need to normal summon, show your opponent what's up.
But here we get that Fuvalos, and this hurts quite a bit, possibly. Okay, we do have the Lubellion. Well,
it's got all the starters that he could ask for of his different engines. But got to figure out how best to use them, right?
No, it's definitely, you know, all of the three better openers. But Fuvalos is there, so it's tough to beat it just with engine. Ooh, and we decide to just get rid of our engraver.
It's a crime against Fiendsmiths doing that, isn't it? But here we are. A very nice interaction that feels so good with Lubellion is to use it when you've already summoned a Necro-equipped princess, because then you also get to draw a card. But in this case, I guess you don't really want to give your opponent so many cards just to get one yourself. But yeah, this regain will offer so much advantage if it goes unopposed, because you're going to get to start drawing cards every turn. You can also bring back Magnamut when your opponent summons a monster, so that's going to get you even more Bestials. You're just going to have Bestials and cards for days, as long as you can keep it going longer into the duel. How many cards do you give someone when they Fuvalos you? How many cards are you happy or are you unhappy about giving your opponent?
I think when you go above 2, I'm not that happy. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, 2 I'm fine with. 3, yeah, we start bothering me a bit, but it also depends a lot on what you're up against. In this case also, obviously, there is a downside of the Olisu, so you gotta be careful about that.
Yeah, Vanquisol, I guess, a deck that can happily use more cards that you give it, because one of the downsides, I guess, to the deck is that it needs a lot of cards, but on the flip side, it means if you give them lots of cards, they're going to do all of those powerful things that people are really scared of, like summon Holy Sue on the first turn.
But yeah, that was it. I think we saw an end phase, and then what happened is, in his own turn, Giuseppe activated another Fuvalos, to which we are chaining now.
That's interesting. So Giuseppe waiting to the main phase to use his Fuvalos, which he didn't need to do. So do you think he's trying to bait Hannes there? Because he's got a talent. I think he's laughing. I think he didn't realize that
he probably just, you know, instinctively said, "Send my main," you know, those kind of situations, and then realized it. I mean,
it's definitely a good habit to get into, saying "stand by main," just in case your opponent like tries to do anything. But in this case, it's backfired somewhat.
I mean, now we know about the Bold Drake, which is also gonna draw us a card.
It's also very weird seeing this Tenpai just on the field. He didn't even activate the field spell. It's just kind of sat there. I don't really think there's any good way for Vanquish to interact with it, but still, it just seems a little funny, doesn't it?
Yeah, indeed. And okay, we're gonna normal summon Raisin. Regained. It's gonna trigger. As you've mentioned, giving you know, access to quite some resources to Hannes and getting into interesting grind game.
Yeah, it feels so good when you resolve the regained to get back Magnamut. So you know you're going to have even more Bestials, or I suppose you can also add a Tenpai in the end phase as well. You've got to make sure not to use Genroku to summon from the deck and give your opponent an extra draw, though, if you don't need to. comes the army of Vanquished Souls. Bestials in Hannah's deck. I suppose he needs to run them because they're part of his engine, but they don't really seem like they do anything to Vanquish. They have a couple of Darks, but none that really end up in the grave all that quickly.
Interesting. So we're going to use the Paradise here.
This might be a little heads-up play, because it might be that Giuseppe not got 2 fires in hand yet and needs to add back the Resin to be able to use the Geolong search.
But I think we went for the Link.
Oh, we targeted the rock anyway, okay.
So.
Yeah, ignore me.
Fair. Okay, we decide to follow through immediately. This is gonna give us a draw again, thanks to the regained, and set up another interruption. So our resources have been once again taken aback. They're probably discussing about, you know, shuffling deck or what's gonna happen. Yep, definitely should be.
Yeah, it's nice to shortcut, not shuffling every time you put something into the deck, but you always need to make sure you do it before you draw a card.
Precious draw. Okay, followed up by a reinforcement of the army.
He's going to have however many Rosens he's got now. At least 2.
So, yeah, exactly. He's going to activate Geolong's effect as well.
Here we go. We've got all these monsters on the field. I don't really feel like they're doing all that much.
Yeah.
So they're just going to be sort of food to be steadily picked apart. Oh, is that a Ghost Ogre?
Ooh, okay. Nice.
That's an interesting one, yeah. I do agree with you, Tom, that maybe the Desiree was, you know, could have targeted something else, but...
Yeah, because the rock's not going to do anything for a while. I mean, it's good to get it off the field eventually.
It seems like, you know, that way you're asking your opponent to just have something else, some other way to push. Let's see whether Giuseppe can figure this puzzle out. And oh, we do have stake here, so...
So here comes Take a Soul. Gonna get a Heavy Borger, and that will let you draw a card. So much fun playing Vanquish Soul. You just keep drawing cards, adding cards.
Playing with attributes as well. No, I really like it, yeah. And again, as you mentioned, Tom, I think it plays around Mole Charmers very well.
I think Perulia is more of a problem, I guess, than Fuelos.
And here Giuseppe enters battle phase just dealing with a couple of harness monsters. I feel like it's not done yet, though.
I guess Vanquish Soul must be strange because you have all these resources, but you can't necessarily always convert them. You kind of need them, but you can't always convert them into interruption. You just need them to activate some of your other effects. So it can feel a little weird sometimes when you have all these cards, but can't necessarily do everything that you want to do.
Yeah.
Giuseppe just looking at his hand over and over, but I'm not sure what he's it's so strange to just have this 5-card hand that you just can't can't necessarily summon any more monsters to the field.
Draw, I'm trying to take a look at what we don't know. Yeah, it's a draw and lock, kind of part of Extravagance. Interesting, okay.
Yeah, pot maybe was drawn off of the Heavy Borger. Which is a bit of a downside to it, that it doesn't work so well with the Heavy Borger. But the pots, I think you have to run, even if even if Heavy Borger conflicts with them a little bit. And that looks like it might be the end of the turn for Giuseppe. So Hannes more than happy to pass back and search one more dragon. Genroku, which can just summon itself straight away. So I feel like he's kind of in the driver's seat somewhat here. Here's a question though, will the players remember that Fuelos was activated? Because it was activated so long ago.
Yeah.
And Hannes did just summon from the deck, so Giuseppe should draw a card. I mean, not that he needs any more cards at this point, he's already got hundreds. I think maybe the judge is just pointing out that he forgot to draw a card in his end phase, and now it's gone back over to Hannes, and then Geelong activated and immediately hit with an Ash Blossom.
Yeah, here comes the Lacrima. I think he Hannes navigated through this very well. Now it's up to Giuseppe, which is left with few monsters, and I think we may be seeing soon interruptions from his side.
One of the things about the Tempai deck is it can sometimes be very difficult to interact with, because it does everything it wants to do in the battle phase, and there's so many cards nowadays which only allow you to use them in the main phase.
Yeah, and I mean, although we mentioned that it was not used in turn 1, that Singing Summoning is still there, you know, hiding on the field, but we should not forget about it because it's going to be quite relevant coming up.
Yeah, it's just been face down this whole time. But yeah, it makes sense at some point to flip it up to protect your Tempais, if nothing else, even if you're not going to use it, because I don't really see any benefit to having it face down. Here comes Caesar Valius. Able to destroy a card, but it feels like just too many cards for one Caesar Valius to take on by itself at this point.
But the good thing is, as mentioned, as mentioned, with the Vanquish Soul, it's just with one card, then you keep getting advantage and advantage, and then search, and then destroy, and then, you know, summon the Holy Swords, they control, the Raisin Pops. It's so many interruptions that it can get early out of hands easily.
There's just a limited number of interruptions, though, at some point. And so when you're staring down a bunch of resources from your opponent, are you going to have enough ways to stop them? So here comes some Fiendsmiths. And Giuseppe maybe got the Holy Suit, and maybe got the Vanquish Soul Trap, although I think we know it is a Pot of Desires, but Hannes doesn't necessarily know that that's the case.
See, Tom, who said Tempai's matches are quick nowadays. Can still be quite grindy.
Yeah, this is kind of a new school Tempai where it's not the whole engine, it's just something you can use and has a little bit of synergy with the Bestials because you can search them together.
Yeah.
I feel like Hannes probably is sussed out that it might not actually be a Snow Devil face down. It probably would have been activated by now.
About to find out, maybe. But okay, time for the Su.
And are we going to get regained again if we've not already used it this turn? So here comes, I guess, Razan has to be. I'm just wondering if he's got all of them in his in his hand at this point. Oh no, it's Borga. Okay. Interesting choice there, not to use it as an interruption, but just to summon a heavy Borga. Maybe he's searching for a particular draw off the top of his deck, but it's going to be quite tough to find it because you only get one draw. Yeah, it seems strange. He just used the Harley Sue. Just, I guess he needed to use it at some point.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
but
it's not comes with Desiree being on the field, and no, Giuseppe still not impressed with it.
Will he go after the Agnum Day? Will he go after the set with the Desiree, you think? Or do you think he's sussed out? I think it's probably something you need some experience with against the Vanquish Soul to just disrespect the face downs, because I think Dust Devil is the only card.
Yeah. But I agree with you that maybe, you know, the read could have been there, that would have been activated before, so...
Because it's just never a deck people are going to put Infinite Impermanence in, because he feels like you really want to play hand traps.
Oh, Scoops.
Yeah, just the trust into talent is enough. And Giuseppe is like, okay, might as well pick my cards up. I guess the Vanquish Soul can play extremely well in timeout regardless, so it wasn't probably his own concern, but 60 minutes remain still mean that, you know, you want to try and play the game out. We saw how grand he can be, and obviously now he knows that there are Tenpai cards, and so it must be, you know, a concern in the back of his mind while, you know, facing the deck when he goes second. So what do you guys think he is going to bring in now that he knows what he's up against fully?
Well, you know, there's one card that was very popular in Vanquish Soul, which is There Can Be Only One. And he's running, sure, there's a small Tenpai engine, but there's also Bestials, and they're also dragons. So this is probably quite a powerful card to have at your disposal. Also looks like he's running a little thrust package, so maybe you could side in a couple of thrusts and talents, and maybe a dimensional barrier to call synchros.
Sure. I mean, There Can Be is also annoying against, you know, the Finsmith part of the deck, so yeah, definitely makes sense. And yeah, I guess Dimensional Barrier used to be extremely good against Tenpai, not so much against, you know, Tenpai and Finsmith per se, but at least you can guarantee, you know, surviving the turn. You know, it's quite unlikely that they can get to you through that. So I would assume that he's going to bring that Trust package in. Another extremely powerful card that he's running, and I'm a big fan of, is that Daruma Cannon, you know, shutting everything face down. So why not? I mean, I'm down for it. On the other end, I mean, I think we already saw what's in store. Maybe we can add some options, but, you know, having all of those 9 Mulcharmies going second against and then facing Vanquish Soul is not exactly ideal. Yeah.
Yeah, he's just got 5 in the deck. I'm wondering if that Phantasme is possibly an option.
Maybe. I would say so.
Maybe, yeah.
We saw it at the playoffs for the first time yesterday, and I think it is one of those cards that is there against that deck. It's just extremely effective, you know, you just get it there, it's a body, it protects from targeting destruction, so why not put it in there? I'd say so. So, let's see, regardless, both on the next one, Record, of course, want to keep going. Let's find out whether it's going to be Hannes or Giuseppe. Let's go to game 3.
So here we go. Vanquish Soul, definitely a deck that excels at going first. And I'm seeing a couple of hand traps. A Talons, does he have a card to start the turn with, though? That is the question. And he does not.
Wow.
Oh, and passing against Tenpai.
Oof, that's brutal.
Just a single Tenpai monster, you know, Will.
I think he has Ash, Droll, Talent.
Maybe Talent.
Wow. And,
I mean...
Is there another story with Tenpai? Tale as old as time. Your opponent bricks, you just normal summon Tenpai and say thank you very much.
Oh, but that is set is not added. Yeah. Oof.
Oh, yeah. And now he reveals
revealing
also
some information.
Yeah, that there's the draw lock, so it's...
Yeah,
That's unfortunate.
Got to keep your eyes on those interactions.
I mean, obviously you can add it, but I mean, it doesn't not make sense to do so. So yeah, that's a precious information, though, as you can see. I'm not sure if I agree with that, but sure.
I'm looking at that thinking, you've seen the draw. Surely you just activate the field spell
For sure.
first.
Okay, there's the talent. That's why.
But he knows he's got the talent.
Yeah.
Okay, and maybe, I mean, but maybe he already has the Chandra. I don't
Wow,
know.
what a hand from Giuseppe.
Oof, that's
that was
rough.
very unfortunate.
I mean, wow.
Not taking the Ash. So what are the other cards in his hand?
It's just gonna pass back, like, and take it easy, you know? Because surely, I mean, as you have mentioned, you see that the draw, unless you're like Sportman Yu-Gi-Oh! Player of the Year, like, you surely... Yeah, maybe that's it. Wow.
Like, you can even just add the quick play in that plays around draw as well, because you just chain
exactly.
it. But wow, I mean, I guess with Vanquish, there's very few cards that do all that much by themselves.
Wow, yeah, I guess. Oh, truly, it's sportsmanship. I can't find any other way to describe it. So pass back to Giuseppe, who is in need of a good top deck for sure.
I think it was Holly Sue, which I don't think is going to do anything.
I mean, that pays off for, you know, sending back that card with talent from Hannes. Just checking his options, but I mean, the end then is Sue, talent, draw, and Ash, right?
Yeah. Yeah, if you do enough things, your opponent might use a monster effect, and then you can use your talent.
Pass back. Yeah, that's a pass back, and this game could have already been over having searched the Chandra, but we have a second chance.
Yeah, it's tough to see what Giuseppe's going to do here, because there are two cards that he desperately needs to negate, both the Tract and the Sangan Summoning.
And this does not help all that much, because now Pydra can be activated again also. Like, we possibly have access to another one. We can just use Distract. Obviously, we know about the draw, but it's not going to do all that much. So it's a very rough spot, obviously, for Giuseppe. You got to feel bad for him.
There really isn't much to do in this situation. Ash been used, just a talent. This is one of the downsides of it. It's obviously such an incredibly powerful card if it complements the rest of your hand, but I don't know. I think it's a universal Yu-Gi-Oh! Player experience at this point, where you have the talents but no way to force your opponent to do anything. Or maybe they just have an infinite impermanence only.
Indeed.
And yeah, I think here Giuseppe knows that you know, this may be enough, because there's nothing else left in his hand to basically stop Hannes. And yeah, I think he will also enter battle phase.
Well, yeah, it's the classic line of the Fiendsmith deck. Oh, maybe he's got something else up his sleeve. But yeah, normally you just sequence into
there you go.
Day,
Okay.
but yeah, just a simple...
I mean,
normal
that's just
summon
good
of
enough.
Genraku.
And here comes the handshake. Giuseppe, yeah, couldn't find anything. And what a match that was. I mean, sometimes that's just the day the Yu-Gi-Oh! You know, gods turning their eyes around you. But I mean, it's still an amazing match, a show off of why Vanquished Soul has entered the radar, is present in the breakdown for the event, and it will definitely be represented in Top Cut, I would assume, at some in some, you know, percentage. And I mean, kudos to Giuseppe. What can you do? He showed us what the deck can do in game one. Game two was also interesting. I felt like it really wasn't one-sided at all. There were different instances in which it could have gone both ways.
Yeah, it's hard to say. Once you've had all of these chances to play your, you know, with the Vanquished Soul, you've played like 4 or 5 cards. You've still got 6 cards in hand. You have to look back on that, and there's probably one of those games where you look back and think, how could I have done things differently? Unlike maybe the third game where, you know, you probably wasn't that much choices.
Yeah, I mean, we also gotta give credit to Hannes because after losing game 1, he was able, you know, to come back into this. And I also like the way he basically piloted the deck because we were mentioning this before. How we basically changed the deck, which was going second, essentially.
Yeah.
And now mixing it up with Finsmith and Beastils as well. I also like this side deck. I think that is consistent. And if you don't really understand how the deck basically changed throughout the time and you play against him, you know, you may be having troubles.
Yeah, but I mean, it is something that we have seen have some success. He took down one of the Italian Opens, which was Mario, piloting a similar version of the deck, and now it has adapted with, you know, some of the new cards, some of the new tools, and yeah, it's definitely up there. I mean, it's 5-1 after 6 rounds, so nothing to, you know, to laugh at. And now we are just down to 3 more rounds for the day to find out who will advance to day 2 and possibly have a shot at making it to the top cut. So I think it will still be a long day of Yu-Gi-Oh action. Now these are the matches that I think matter the most again. Up until now, maybe you don't feel as much pressure, but you know, now getting into that 6-7 win range is really where it matters a lot. But before we move on to that, I think we obviously want to hear it from Hannes. There will be a lot of interesting questions to be posed personally, especially about the game 3, and I'm sure we will have a lot to discuss about it. But in the meantime, let's just hear it from Hannes himself and Leo.
Thank you so much, guys. I am joined by Hannes, of course, who just won the featured match, and you're running 10-Pi Fiendsmith. Why?
I think, first of all, I don't like meta decks at all, so I don't really like to play them. And I think it's a really nice meta call, because it can go first and second. So if you play a lot of rounds, I think it's not good if you try to play a deck that's very favored to go first. So I'm trying both, and it kind of works till now, so yeah.
And do you rather go first, or do you rather go second?
I always try to go first, but I've lost every dice roll so far, so... yeah, not going too well.
Then your strategy is working out, though.
Yeah, I mean, I run a lot of hand traps, so it's just, yeah.
Okay, actually, let's look at the first clip of the match. You used Droll and Lockbird versus your opponent, which is good versus Vanquish Soul. Were you hoping for it to do more?
I was thinking about ashing the Raven, because I also have Ash in hand, but I thought Droll better in case he tried to go for some more plays. But it ended up being not the best decision.
I mean, it would have stopped Vanquish Soul from accessing the trap card, but as we can see here, they had it hard drawn. Would you have played differently if you knew that there was a Snow Devil set?
Yeah.
What would your play have been if you knew that there was Snow Devil?
I mean, he hard drew the Snow Devil, so I was like, I was like unsure what the set card was. I was thinking Imper maybe, or maybe just Bait with an extravagance that he did in the second game. But when I saw this, I was like, yeah, okay, whatever. Like, I cannot win this from this point onward because I just have Ash Blossom in my hand, and yeah, it's just lost from this point on.
Yeah, you had no access to 10-Pi cards. Do you have a way to bridge with your Fiendsmith cards into 10-Pi?
No, unfortunately not. But the engine just function very well together because the Fiendsmith is just so grindy. And you just win turn, you survive turn after turn, and if you draw your 10-Pi card, it's just it's just whatever.
So you're just waiting and chilling.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't summoned Trident once this tournament, so haven't needed it yet, but I have it.
I mean, it's going well for you so far.
Yeah.
Let's actually go into game 2 and check out what we have there. There you went for your, that circle is not supposed to be there anymore. But what is your usual end field? You got Fuva lost. What is your plan then?
So my deck is pretty weak against Fuva. I accepted that when going into the tournament. But you can give the enemy one draw if you cannot draw yourself or something. And then you still have the Requiem, and then the Lacrima is on the board anyways, and the Paradise potentially, and they just have to kill you eventually. So the Lacrima lands in the graveyard, so she can bring back the Requiem anyways. So it's like just really nice recursion for the downside of giving them one draw, but that's like usually fine.
Why did you leave the field spell face down the entire time? I was afraid that you would forget it.
Yeah, I was because I didn't want to play into the seals anyways, because I didn't want to give him more draws. So I just left the field spell there, and I'm like, yeah, you know, I have the field spell here, so just so you know that.
Yeah. So you were trying to set up the branded regain there, and you banished the engraver.
Yeah, I had to.
Yeah.
It was unfortunately. The thing is, the Bistio grind game with the regained is much better than the Fiendmith grind game in the short term, so I had to do it.
Yeah.
Even though the Bistios are not that great into Vanquish Soul, but it's okay.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And then something happened that shocked me when you were playing around Fualas so well. You linked off the Lurry, and you actually, versus Fualas, went into Requiem just to summon out the Baldrake. Have you used Baldrake often as an interruption on the opposing turn so far?
I could use Baldrake as a disruption. Do you mean for the Rocks of the Vanquisher or what?
Yeah, just against any other deck. Was it like a major part of your field?
I added the Baldrake, and I mean, if Rocks is gone, that's a good thing for me. And I can keep the Paradise for something else potentially. But yeah. The thing is, I had to summon the Requiem here and give him one draw just to get the follow-up done in the following turns. And then, I mean, he did Fuva, and then I just chained a Requiem.
How many heavy grind games have you played in this tournament so far?
Just 2 so far. But those were like really, really nice. I lost the other one, but it's okay. It feels really nice to grind with this game, with this deck, I mean.
And then, I mean, speaking of grind game, let's go into game 3. That was a massive grind game, am I right? We saw a Droland Lockbird that was basically dropped onto the field after you...
So I saw the draw before, and I wasn't sure like what his other cards in the hand are. And I was like, my decision was, okay, maybe I'm just adding a Chundra or something. But if he had Ash, then it's doomed anyways. But in hindsight, I should have just activated the field spell and see if that got me a play somehow. But he had the Ash anyway, so yeah. But that was a mistake on my part. I should have activated the field spell first. But the thing is, with this deck, you just can create a lot of pressure by just leaving the field spell up and just adding Tract for following turn. So the enemy knows they have to do something, or they're dead next turn.
But I want to ask you one more question.
Yes, sure.
It's a bit of a bad question. Yeah. When you didn't add the Chandra there, and you didn't go for the OTK in this game, are you a real 10-pipe player if you're just not trying to go for a game?
As you can clearly see, I'm not a 10-pipe player. I just picked the deck up like 2 weeks ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like a friend was like, maybe this is a better call than what you're doing right now. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to try it.
What was your deck before that?
I don't want to talk about it, really.
Okay.
It's really cringe, so I'm not going to talk about it.
Okay, let's not talk about your cringe deck choices anymore. Thank you so much. The tournament is going really well for you. Looking very much forward to seeing you maybe in day 2, maybe in the top cut. Congratulations and thank you for your time, Hannes. And we are going back to a break.
Come back. We're going to be bringing you a feature match very shortly because pairings are imminent. But in the meantime, it's time for a quiz. As you can see, I'm joined by Mike and Tom. Guys, how are you?
I'm fantastic.
I'm fine also. I'm very excited for the next round.
Yeah, have you been enjoying the tournament so far?
A lot, and I mean, I really like the variety of the decks.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What's been your favorite deck to see so far?
Vanquish, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, since you can play in both turns and be very interactive with your opponent.
It's probably good to see a lot of that now because you're certainly going to see a lot of it when K9 drops as an archetype because everyone's going to try combining them. Tom, what about you?
I'm a big fan of Memento. I quite like the grindiness of it, and then we saw it in like a 45-minute Game 1 feature match, so that was peak grind, I think.
Well, guys, that's enough pleasantries because now it's time for you two to battle it out, okay? So I've also been told, Tom was quite honest with me and mentioned that he was listening to the last quiz, so I'm not going to ask the same questions. And I'm also going to keep this quite brief because we might not have very long. So let's see who can win. So, gentlemen, the way it's going to work is you're going to have to say buzz when you want to buzz your answer in, okay? If you both buzz at an imperceptibly identical time, you'll do rock, paper, scissors, and then you'll answer, okay?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, so let me see, because now I have to ask different questions. I have to see which ones I've asked. Okay, I asked that one already. Okay. Most Lunar Light monsters are of the dark attribute.
Buzz? Beast Warrior?
No. So I'll finish the question. But can you name one of the light attribute?
The Sip.
No, that's not what I've got here. So I've got Lunar Light Tiger or Lunar Light Wolf. So no points for either of you guys.
I thought you were going to say what type are they are.
Yeah, well, that's because
you were leading me on. You were leading me on, Ed.
You jumped the gun. Okay, next one. Which one are we going to go for? Okay, what is the name of the new Underworld Monarch that can be found in Duelist's Advance?
Buzz, Caius.
No.
I have no idea. I think I've read it, but I can't remember.
The answer is Eidos. Okay, next one. What monster type is Super Star Slayer Typhon Sky Crisis?
Buzz. Fiend.
Correct. Yeah. Okay, that's 1 point on the board. Thank God for that. Okay, next. Which of the pot spell cards has an alternate art
Buzz.
featuring Eldritch the Golden Lord?
Buzz.
Go on.
Extravagance.
Correct. Okay, so that's one apiece.
You can't like read the whole question after he's buzzed.
No, but that was because of me doing dramatic pauses and it sounded like I'd finished. So I blame myself for that.
Can I
blame
appeal this
myself.
to a
I'm going to
judge?
stop trying to make it as dramatic as I did. To be fair, I caused some controversy in the last quiz. So, for instance, the winner of the... In fact, no, I'm not going to reveal this because it might be one of the quiz questions that we go to. But if we get back to it, I'll mention my mistake and people in the chat can stop hating me for it. Okay, next. Ooh, which one are we going to go for? Okay. Which theme makes an appearance on the new alternate art of Called by
Buzz.
the Grave?
Live tune.
Correct. Okay, so that's 2-1. Tom,
I had no idea.
starting to lose this out a little bit. Next. Which two other pots appear on the art of Pot of Desires?
Buzz.
Go on.
Pot of Greed.
Yes.
Pot of Avarice.
Correct!
Yes.
Okay, right, that's 2 apiece. Now, I don't know. I'm going to ask production in my ear. Do we have our feature match pairing yet? The answer is, I haven't been told in my ear yet, which probably means no. So, we do have it. So, okay, actually, they've just said yes, I don't know. So let's do a couple more questions. Okay, next. Actually, this is a really good question. I'm not even sure I know the answer to this, but I have the answer because I'm the quiz master. What time is Time Wizard showing on the clock face?
Buzz. 2 o'clock.
Incorrect.
8 o'clock.
Incorrect. The time is 4:40. because it's a moustache.
I was going to get it.
It's a
Okay,
moustache.
okay.
So it kind
good.
of makes sense. But actually, until I thought about it, I went, no, I have no idea. Okay, so I have been told in my ear that we do have our pairing. So this is now going to be the decider. Okay, guys, whichever one of you gets this wins the quiz forever. Okay, now I need to pick which one of these is a good... which one of these is a good question? Oh, okay. Okay, let's do a topical one. According to the Chronicles promotional anime shorts, who is to blame for the Fallen of Albaz's eye injury? Guys?
Buzz.
Go on.
Ecclesia.
It is not Ecclesia, no.
Buzz. Ed Templar.
It is not me. So it was Dogmatica Fleur-de-Lis,
Okay.
the Knighted. So I've got to try a different one. Okay.
There we
You
go.
guys, okay. What monster type is Nemesis Flag?
Buzz. Psychic.
No.
Buzz. Pyro.
It is Pyro! So Tom takes the victory there. Congratulations, Tom. Commiserations, Mike, but you guys both did very well. It was quite a short quiz, like we said, but don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with a feature match very shortly. Welcome back. We are here at the World Championship Qualifier in Berlin with our round 7 feature match right in front of me. We have Matt Goodridge versus Sebastian Wernicke, and they're ready to take things to the next level to see who's going to get through. So, guys, we're going to do a high roll. Who would like to roll first? Gentlemanly, Sebastian is going to roll first, and that is a 9. Now, Matt, that is a 4. So, Sebastian, are you going to go first? Okay, Sebastian is going to go first. So once again, I'm going to hand you guys over to your wonderful commentary trio. Gentlemen, take it away.
Hello, hello, duelists. Another round of Yu-Gi-Oh! Here at the EUWCQ. We are now in round 7. So the tournament is slowly but steady advancing. It's getting hotter up there on those top tables. Now it's now or never. You want to get into this top cut. And as we're slowly reaching day 1, the end of day 1, what do you think is going to win?
I mean, there are still plenty of good options out there. I think at least 5, 6, 7, 8 different decks still have a very, very good shot at making it. But I think now we're also getting to the stage where actually not only the fact that whether you can play your deck well comes into place, but also the fact that whether you can play it well over a certain period of time, whether you can focus long enough, like you have to be very, very, like your endurance will also be tested during that long of a tournament. And now it's still 3 more rounds to go, and you have to power through this, even though you may already be a little done with the day already.
Especially after round 7 on day 1, that you feel tired and you want to go home to relax, and yet you still have to be focused and still play, make your plan, and do not make enemies play, and proceed to the win.
Maybe you just have to be a little less tired than your opponent at this stage of the day. But round 7 is about to start, so we're going over to the table.
And Sebastian will be the one leading this feature match off here for round number 7, going first. And you may remember his face, as also in this season he made top 4 at the Dutch National Championship. But he is this time not on the Malice deck anymore that he used from there, but instead on the super newly supported Luna Light strategy.
I was also going to mention the Blast from the Past here, because he has been successful in the Zodiac format with Chain Burn back in the day.
That is a real blast from the past.
There, yeah. So he's been around for quite some time. But now we normal summon Yellow Martin.
I really love how Luna Light has been involved during the years, starting with a going second strategy, then adding dangers and Orcast to make a very strong field that could actually search Imperial Order back in the day.
Oh yeah, that is true. And I mean, when we talk about recent accomplishments, of course, we got to mention that Luna Light in the past did have 2 YCS wins already. One, of course, with Rafael Neven playing more of a pure approach to the deck, a pure Luna Light deck. But then also, of course, Johannes Obicht in YCS Ghent.
Who is from Berlin.
Who is from Berlin, and he was using the Danger Orcust Luna Light deck. Whether even, there were a couple of dangers definitely still in there.
Basti, who did Johannes Obicht beat in one of the remote YCS top 32s?
Don't tell me about that. It was top 16 even.
Oh, top 16.
Yeah.
He beat Basti.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Not with the Luna Light deck anymore, but we are now into the Moonlight Perfume.
This does not look like the combo you necessarily want to play as Sebastian. I can't imagine that this is the 2-card combo you want to pop off with. Activates the Perfume from the...
Ooh, and discards Nemesis Corridor. That's really also not a card you necessarily want to discard. Or are we using the effect, or what's happening here right now? What are we discarding the Corridor for? We're discarding it for the Perfume, so we're not using its effect, and we are searching for the Silver Hound.
Perfume is still one of the best cards of Luna Light, which can actually reborn a monster from the graveyard and also banish it from the grave in order to discard 1 card and add 1 Luna Light from the deck to your hand.
Indeed. Okay, and there is Droll and Lockbird now. We haven't seen this card that much this weekend, but it is a card that is problematic for the Luna Light strategy, but it is also enabling the triple tactic talents in the hand of Sebastian, and he's having a little look there. Ooh.
Oh yeah, that's
Isn't it a no-brainer? Isn't it just Mitsurugi prayers every day? On the other hand,
Sword Ryziel with another Sword Ryziel on the field can still do quite a lot of things. So.
I mean, Sword Ryziel alone does the same thing, basically, right?
Yeah, true. You're right, for sure.
So I mean, in any case, you have to cut off one of the engines. As we have seen in the past, when two engines combine together, they're very dangerous. So.
Ooh, but he's not cutting off anything. He says infinite impermanence shall not cut off my own plays anymore for the rest of the turn. Feeling confident enough to still put something up, even though there is some good cards waiting in the hand of Matthew.
That is so cool that we're about to see a cut deck. Polymerization, the OG one is being activated here. That's very, very nice.
But hold on, we're going to 0 cards in our hand. We have used every single card here. And as we saw, Matthew has some good cards waiting for Sebastian. But as long as Sebastian possibly can still make his way to the Lunalight Liger Dancer, this might all be enough. But for the moment, this is of course the Lunalight Perfume Dancer. Equally new though. Newly released, new fusion monster. Those new cards from Duelist Advance really helped out the Lunalight deck massively.
The first effect doesn't help massively right now because you can actually add one Lunalight Perfume from your deck to your hand, which is of course under Droll and Lockbird prohibited.
That is indeed the case, but still we will be able now, of course, to... are we going to find it? That does look like Kaleido Chick that we're going to get now.
Kaleido Chick was the best starter for the deck back in the day. Normal summon, it can't even be reacted to like with cards like Impermanence or Effect Veiler because it sends a card from the deck for a cost.
I mean, you can actually use Impermanence, but...
you can.
Oh wait, I think everyone had that experience, right?
Yeah.
When the yellow Martin was activated and an opponent activates the Infinite Impermanence on him preemptively and you're like, yeah,
gotcha.
I'm still kind of doing this now.
But hey, thank you.
Yeah, indeed. Thanks for the information. Thanks for 1 card less in your hand. And that Kaleido Chick is now exactly doing what you were saying. It is 4 costs, sending 1 Lunalight from the deck to the graveyard. And what even is the actual effect that is resolving then?
Oh, that is something funny. But it also has another effect because I got destroyed by a Kaleido Chick in Tenpai. Because if you activate Gold Sarcophagus, and you banish Kaleido Chick, I can't respond to anything in the battle phase anymore. I can't use effects then.
True.
So this card is multi-purpose.
Yeah. So it then becomes the name of this. So that's the cost, and now the actual effect, as it is now not negated, is that we now have double Perfume Dancer technically on the field because the Kaleido Chick just is named as Perfume Dancer right now.
Alright, but we also have Yellow Martin in the graveyard that can still be used. I think we haven't used the effect to summon itself back and bounce a card. Usually, back in the day, used in combination with Lunalight Tiger, which is, I still think, oftentimes the case if you can access it.
Now Perfume Dancer just moving around the Kaleido Chick essentially, but it is summoned now into the far right zone. And we special summoned that Kaleido Chick once more, and we can use the effect of it again, of course, to send then afterwards another Lunalight to the graveyard, and that is the Emerald Bird.
It's also one of the older cards, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Also a card that used to play when Lunalight was mixed with Danger and Orcus.
But that's it. SP Little Knight and a Perfume Dancer against a Prayers and double Ryziel Sword. Is that going to be enough?
Yeah, I'm just gonna guess that it might not be enough. This does not look like a field that can't be broken. You have no cards in hand as well. That was heavy commitment. Droll and Lockbird really doing the job here, essentially hand-looping your opponent and stopping them from doing a real field. When was the last time you saw someone start and then actually go -2 on the first turn?
Has been a while. I mean, almost uninterrupted, right, as well, because there was just the Droll and Lockbird.
I mean, that's arguably one of the best cards you can have to stop combos like this.
Fair.
But just taking 1 card from your opponent's hand and just losing 5 cards in hand, convey it to 2 monsters that are not really interruptions. I mean, SP Little Knight is a bit of an interruption.
To be fair, though, the draw for turn was another Prayer, so he may have done a good call returning the Impermanence.
Yeah, that's true.
But all right. Quickly reading over the Perfume Dancer again. And, I mean, it's not a quick effect, is it? I don't think... Like, it's literally just the SP Little Knight right there.
Yeah.
And I think Sebastian also just took... Oh, hold on. Oh, that's the Silverhound negate in the graveyard, of course. Let's never forget about the graveyard effect of Silverhound. That's, I think, why we ended on the Perfume Dancer, because we, of course, need... Do we need just any Lunalight monster, or do we need a few? Yeah, we need a Lunalight fusion monster.
Is prayers activate not use?
Oh
wow, you can only activate one prayers per turn. That is the point where Sebastian packs up his cards, knows what, this is not going like I wanted it to. We have to go game 2 here.
We do have to go game 2, and it's actually very interesting looking at the list from Sebastian, because Lunalight Liger Dance, a lot of people told me, yes, it alone on the field is crazy, but usually against this deck you're going to face multiple copies of it. His extra deck doesn't even include multiple copies of it, so best case scenario, there's one Liger Dancer for him, or maybe his game plan is just completely different, trying to go for a different kind of setup. I mean, we saw, for example, there was Nemesis cards immediately in the main deck, so I think almost a blast from the past, I would call it, but Thunderdragon Colossus actually is in there, which might be partly a product of his end field.
It's a favorite card of many and a feared card of many more, to be honest. It's like Thunder King, all of those Thunder cards, dude.
Yeah.
Thunder King Ryo that prohibits your opponent from adding cards from the deck to the hand. I mean, Ryo does that for both players.
And I mean, way to play Mistaken Arrest on side when you can actually have Mistaken Arrest with legs on the field.
Yeah, historically a nightmare for Sky Striker players, right? Seeing Thunderdragon Colossus on the field, something you rarely could recover from. But that is, of course, not the matchup here right now, as it is Raisi and Mitsurugi. And that, for Matthew, felt almost too easy, right? He almost had to do nothing. Let's face it, even just the Sword Raisiel there could have just won it, right? We didn't even need the prayers necessarily.
SP Little Knight really does not do a lot against Raisiel cards. You normal summon Sword, and then your opponent might chain SP Little Knight. Then you have the other Sword in hand, which can be special summoned after you search for an X that special summons itself, and then you have super combo.
All of them, yeah. Pretty much. So it will be interesting to see whether we can set something up differently this time. Of course, another very, very interesting and popular decision that the Lunalight players are doing at the moment is ending on Baguska. How good is Baguska against Raisi and Mitsurugi?
It's quite good.
And I'm not stopping there. There's actually also Fiendsmith cards in the deck of his opponent. And I think Fiendsmith cards in particular do help a little bit to overcome Baguska, because it is easy for you to actually get a Link monster onto the field and then to get to SP Little Knight, which is like the most popular answer to Baguska there is, really.
Or sometimes you can also, if you want to go for game that turn as well, you can go for a Desiree Agnum Dayline if you're even playing that. Many players with Raisiel, Mitsurugi, Fiendsmith have opted to not play too many extra deck cards or main deck cards from the Fiendsmith package, but just like Moon, Requiem, Lacrima, Engraver, bing, bang, boom.
That's how we do it. That's how they do it. But let's see how Sebastian does it for game 2, as players seem to be ready again. So back into the dueling action we go here for round number 7. Game 2 starts here.
Well, second try here to full combo. It really looked odd that the combo just ended on 0 cards in hand, but also normal summoning Yellow Martin and then activating Perfume can't be the way to go. This can't be the combo that you want. We see 1 trap card in hand, which is also not always ideal. I could assume that the deck still runs the Foolish Burial Good package.
Yes,
and this is...
but that is as good as a start as you could imagine. Starting off here with Fire Formation, tanky, grabbing.
Is it as good? Because I think you would rather want to hard draw your cards that you could add there.
I mean, that Droll and Lockbird would be in the graveyard already by now, right? If it would be there.
Now you can just read the card before you do something. I mean,
that would be a suspense, really. I would feel bad if that happens to Sebastian now. Like waiting, and then the Droll and Lockbird. He's picking up his hand. There is Droll and Lockbird again. You gotta be kidding me. Back-to-back games of Droll and Lockbird.
But I mean, Fractal sounds like you're trying to play around it, right?
So there is 2 options with Fractal in the Lunalight deck. One, of course, is access Tribal Brigades and go to Link Live. And the other is you can also send any Beast Warrior into the graveyard, like Hound.
There we have another negate already set up, but is this the end of the turn already? Or does the deck have more? Do you have more to play with here? Can you extend through a Droll and Lockbird? Gold Leo is being special summoned from the deck. I assume that is also part of the Silverhound effect.
And now the normal summon of the Kaleido Chick. And I think I spotted the oldest of bricks in the opening hand of Matthew. I think I spotted the Psy-Frame Driver in there. And I don't think he likes that card in his hand.
I want to mention that there is not a lot of people playing Psy-Frame Driver at the moment, and we have both players who've played it so far on stream have had it in hand.
Absolutely, that is true.
It's the curse of the driver again.
Yeah, cursed.
Now we get Lunalight Wolf into the hand, explaining it. Matthew not super familiar with the Lunalight deck. And that is one of those decks that can really catch you off guard, to be fair. When you're not prepared for Lunalight and all of a sudden you're faced with all of that, then it might turn out to be a problem. But to be fair, Matthew came prepared just alone by the fact that he has Droll and Lockbird in his main deck, to be honest.
And the rest of the hand, if you take away the Driver, of course, still also does not look that bad, because there is X and more engines. So if there is a field that leaves something to be desired, I think Matthew might be able to break it.
And now we use the Pendulum Scale effect of Lunalight Wolf to perform a fusion summon into the Perfume Dancer again. Will it make the Kaleido Chick dance again? It danced last game there from zone to zone, but are we inviting it to a formal dance once more?
How much did that do, though?
Not particularly much, but look at it. I think it's time to dance once more.
Also, I can tell you that in this game, we're not going to see an SP Little Knight on the
to the
field.
hand. Oh, this time it danced right into the same zone again. That wasn't as exciting as the last one, to be honest.
Yeah, but with a different pose.
Yeah.
But
indeed.
The thing is, you're now locked into Lunalight extra deck monsters because of the Silverhound effect. Special summoning the Gold Leo there. I like the name of Lunalight Gold Leo, I gotta be frank with you.
Absolutely not biased, yeah.
Why, Leo?
Okay, we put the Wolf back into the hand. We bring back the Martin. Oh, but Leo, as you said, the fact that we are only able to special summon Lunalight monsters now is not something Sebastian will be particularly excited about. I think the plan really has to be to get to... Oh, hold on though, Leo. I think we are going for Dugaris here, so...
Okay.
Maybe...
That is, maybe I misread something.
I mean, the Silverhound was only used for the fusion summon, wasn't it? Did it even use its own effect?
I mean, it says if this card is sent to the GUI by a card effect, you can special summon one Lunalight monster from your deck. But you cannot special summon from the extra deck except Lunalight monsters while you control that face-up monster. Reading the card explains the card.
As per usual. So Dugaris now. You would think usually that Dugaris is used for its effect to draw 2 cards and then discard a card afterwards. Here, of course, that's not possible with the Droll and Lockbird resolved, and therefore we're trying to probably just summon back from the graveyard. Now we're sending Leo Dancer to the graveyard. Okay, a party of Leos. I see how it is.
Yeah, why am I not playing this deck?
And now the fusion summon, though. Going back in. Oh, wait, no, it's not a fusion summon. We go for SP Little Knight instead.
Which we are actually seeing on the end field, probably, of this deck. It's been a staple ever since it came out in Argov.
Okay, Wolf again.
For another fusion summon.
Okay, okay, that looks like a lot of monsters we're using. So is this finally time for why this deck is so strong for the big new boss monster? Indeed it is. Lunalight Liger Dancer. Dancing onto the field. It's really all about dancing with this deck, right?
Yeah.
Coming to this event, would you consider yourself being prepared against Lunalight? Bringing, for example, Kaijus?
We saw Kaijus early on. We saw the Vanquish Soul players came prepared with having Dogorans in their main deck, at least a decent amount of them. Overall, though, I feel like people might be a little under-prepared for this matchup.
If they have it, they have it. That's one of my lazy deck building approaches that I love to do. That way I don't want to think about problematic cards for me anymore.
Yeah.
I think we picked up another Droll and Lockbird on the side of Matthew. That's perhaps not the greatest top deck you could have. But now we're going to start things off. This looks like an X motion, exactly.
Of course it is. X-Ryziel not really able to deal with the Liger Dancer, though. Because the Liger Dancer, we were saying it is the new boss monster, but let's explain why it is, because that card is just completely unaffected by card effects except for Lunalight cards.
And now the Valen was activated to destroy the Black Goat Loves. Black Goat Loves is laughing at that attempt and is negating X in the process immediately. But 1 X on the field is enough to get access to your Ryziel Sword special summon. Gets to search for another light Pyro.
And that should probably be the best normal summon that this Ryziel deck has to offer, which obviously is the Ice Ryziel. So I think dealing with the Aspirator of the Night now seems to be somewhat easy, but how do we deal with the Liger Dancer? How does the Ryziel Mitsurugi deck do it even? Because I think there is not that many ways to overcome a 3,800 attack point monster that is completely unaffected.
Some people have been playing Underworld Goddess.
Okay.
Not really an option after you summoned X or Sword.
Indeed. So what is even left then? I'm struggling to find anything, to be honest.
A very cool play that Sev could do is chain SP2 with the X and then chain Goat in order to also remove X from the field, and so Sword could not special summon himself from the hand.
Oh yeah, that's true, but I think you don't even care necessarily, right? King of the Feral Imps is here. This might be the first bait for the Liger Dancer. But I mean, if you have this powerful monster on the field, do you even care if your opponent starts comboing?
I think you just wait for an actual threat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just not really that scary. And still, like, in the action, like, I'm trying to still find out a solution on how to deal with that Liger Dancer, because it's just sitting there so pretty in the middle of Sebastian's field, and I think he's kind of just chilling on it, and he's kind of thinking, find a solution yourself, it's not that easy.
The thing is that you might be afraid of your opponent getting access to Wuzu.
Ooh, Wuzu is more common though in those pure Mitsurugi decks. Yeah. Let's actually see. Matthew was not able to find space for that card in his deck overall. But now, of course, Habakiri is there bringing out the Saji. And Saji now, in the process, will also search for another Mitsurugi spell card, which should turn out to be Mitsurugi Ritual. Yes, the Ritual, of course.
I love that Habakiri is not only a starter that gets you access to your Mitsurugi Ritual, but also sometimes works as an extender if you have an Exceeds monster that you have used and that doesn't really do anything on the field anymore. You can just send it away for a free level 4 body like the Saji here. And now, I mean, Matthew at the moment looks good. You can start comboing off, but can you beat the Lunar Light Liger Dancer with this? I mean, you just need to overpower 3,800 attack points, basically.
Yeah, tell me how, though. I'm still in the process. I'm sitting here, sweating, trying to figure out how this deck deals with the Liger Dancer, and I just can't find an answer.
To the deck list.
Yes, I mean, for sure, but there is no real level or rank 4 monster that I can find.
Desiree with
there
Agnum
is
Day.
Desiree and Agnum Day, but that is not an option here in this turn, so I just don't really think there's any way to get this done this turn. And therefore, hear me out, one thing I can see, maybe we don't use the Aspirator Knight on an opponent's card, but rather just use the Aspirator Knight on itself and the Dugaris, just trying to protect our own monsters, because we just bank on the fact that we're going to get another turn. Oh, and maybe Matthew picks up on that and just goes Battle Phase here? Indeed! That's very smart by Matthew. That is very, very smart. And look how he's like showing his entire hand there. A total of 7 cards, or is it 6? Yeah, it's 6 cards, but none of them can really do anything about the Liger Dancer.
That was the first maybe bait attempt at the Liger Dancer effect.
Yeah.
Even though apparently the only out, which would be Agnum Day Desiree, is not accessible in this turn anymore. But what he can do, of course, is just try to build up as impressive of a field as he can for next turn. You know, have some follow-up there, and then maybe get some other ways to access Agnum Day.
Okay, Mitsurugi Ritual. We have summoned from the hand already, so it's time to summon from the deck now, tributing the Habakiri. So it is time for Ame no Murakumo.
No Mitsurugi.
Indeed. And using the effect of it, of course, as well, and even chain blocking it with the Habakiri, which are also, like, that's so many cards. The card advantage just rapidly starts to get out of control here. Even Matthew is so much ahead in terms of cards. If you still can't deal with the Liger Dancer, what does it help you even in the end?
I mean, it helps you to set up for multiple turns of playing. That could force your opponent to activate maybe a bad Liger Dancer, and then you're going into the Fiendsmith engine that you maybe haven't even seen so far.
True.
So maybe doesn't know that there is an out there. And I mean, with the cards that Sebastian has in hand or in the graveyard, do you think you can break the full Mitsurugi Ryziel Fiendsmith combo field?
Tough task, honestly, for any kind of deck.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, minus the Fiendsmith engine for this one.
Yeah, true. Now the Mitsurugi Prayers. What is it even going to summon out here?
I mean, you still can destroy the field once in turn.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, true. You can just
multiple
destroy it
on your own turn. That might probably works. That
You know
is
what, Mike? Smart.
That is certainly something that can help. And I mean, usually the Habakiri helps you to overcome big monsters with its effect to just lower all of the opponent's monsters by 800. But Liger Dancer, still unaffected by a bonus card effect, so also unaffected by that. And now Matthew helping Sebastian out a little bit by lowering his own life points with resolving that Mitsurugi Prayers there. So even less to overcome for Sebastian in the process. And it feels a little bit like Pearly, right? That's what a Pearly player just always used to do. Just sit on ex-Pearly Noir for multiple turns saying, bro, you can't do anything about it. So I'm just going to chill here and then with time just work with that E-Pearly or ex-Pearly Noir. And that is probably the plan that Sebastian has here as well. And he looks calm and collected while doing so because he sees no need to rush his Liger Dancer effect here.
From what I've heard, I think that Pearly is even in our backup feature match, so we might have two similar games going on right now.
I think we are a little biased with Pearly, to be honest.
I love Pearly.
Everybody knows. Okay, now, Jordan, that seems like an appropriate moment maybe to use the Liger Dancer now again. It could also be a very good bait, though, on the other hand.
Yeah, everything seems like an appropriate moment to activate the Liger Dancer, to be honest. I think patience is a virtue, you know, patience is the key here. You just don't activate it at all and then maybe end phase you go, hey.
Probably, right? Okay. Put another material onto it.
Fine.
That is absolutely no problem. Sebastian says, all right, keep on going. As long as you do not have an answer to my Liger Dancer, I'll keep on sitting here. It doesn't seem like that much dancing anymore at the moment. He's rather standing still right now, or at least dancing a very slow dance at the moment.
Yeah, but, or is such a fast dance that it looks like it's standing still.
He's dancing at lightning speed, really.
Yeah, that's why it's Liger.
Aha! You're so right.
Lightning speeder, Liger.
Okay, searches for no dry zeal. And I think you kind of stated that out as well. Matthew should probably just try to focus on preserving as many resources as possible for the next turn, where then he may have access to the Fiendsmith engine again. And just try to not put too many monsters onto the field here right now, because most of those monsters, let's face it, are just not going to survive for too long.
No, they're not going to survive the end phase.
Exactly, yeah.
It's just going to be Liger dancing all over them. And I think that Sebastian might actually be able to close this out in the next turn.
I really love the mini mind games between Seb and Matthew right now. Seb is just staying still, being prepared to activate the right time, the dancer effect, while Matthew is trying so hard to find the right spot in order to bait the effect.
I like this.
I don't think that Sebastian has any thought going on right now. I think he's just waiting there until his opponent has end phase so he can just go Liger Dancer effect.
And no,
he doesn't even do that.
He doesn't even do it, indeed.
Wow.
It is Sebastian's turn. And wow, that's so many. Is that 7? No, it's 6 cards in hand still from Matthew. 2 set cards. But I think Matthew did really well. He didn't commit too many more monsters onto the field. Just kept it rather simple. And Sebastian, he's going to keep it simple now as well? Just go into the battle phase? He is, right?
You have 2 attacks
during each turn. He is just going to the battle phase. Attacks the Habakiri.
Is there a chance that there are very few Luna Light monsters on the extra deck of Seb right now?
Yeah, that's also what I thought right now, because you have to send a Luna Light monster from the extra deck to the graveyard, and maybe you need to preserve some of them for actually important field wipes. But I mean, if you're wiping the field, okay, there is Prayers again, and that's a sizable defense.
And I mean, of course, he didn't just forget that he has a Reggae on legs right now.
I don't think so either. Sebastian is a very high caliber player, so he certainly was aware.
You know, Luna Light Liger Dancer attacks twice with 3,800. Matthew is at 4,400. You don't need to commit anything else. You go end phase board wipe, and then you try to attack, and when they summon Murakumo, you go board wipe again.
He's now 5,400.
Oh, true, but I mean, he just paid for Prayers in the beginning, so 7,200 is also fine for you. Yeah. You deal 7-6 damage.
That's true, and I mean, that was a massive pickup for turn there for Sebastian. That is the card he just drew. Luna Light Masquerade, one of the new cards as well from Duelist Advance, and arguably, of course, the Liger Dancer is crazy because it is the reason why we're only still in this game still. But Masquerade's such a crazily good starter to the deck now as well. And
yeah,
it doesn't look like there's a response to it right now.
Yeah, but you can just send a card from the deck to the graveyard, and then when you fusion summon, you can add the OG polymerization, and you can use materials from the graveyard when you're fusion summoning, so this card really does it all.
It really, really does.
Especially compared with Wolf.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wolf was way more costly. It did the trick in the end. We got the Liger Dancer, and that is certainly sufficient, but of course.
And then under draw also, which is very important.
That's true. It's a pretty good field under draw.
Okay, the Emerald Bird once more.
Bird is sitting in the graveyard. I feel like everything from Sebastian is right now waiting. Like his monsters as well. They're all just chilling. It's like, yo, boss, when's our time to shine? When can we attack?
And I mean, also waiting in the graveyard is the Black Gold Love still, right?
Yeah.
That can help for sure as well. For example, when Matthew tries to summon back Murakumo, you just go, yeah, Black Gold Loves on Murakumo, so at least they can't destroy your entire field anymore. So, oh, look, he's considering it. This is coming down now. The prayers will happen now, that's for sure.
Are we going to tribute the Habakiri from hand as well? Does not look like we want to pay 800 life points necessarily.
And I think Sebastian also is just currently checking his extra deck, making sure how many Lunalite monsters are left in there. And as far as I can see here on his deck list, there should only be the Leo Dancer left.
Oh, wow.
Because he's running double Perfume Dancer, and he went through both of these, I'm pretty sure. And then also the one Leo Dancer and the one Liger Dancer.
But he went through the Leo Dancer as well.
Oh wait, then maybe there's a Perfume Dancer left. Yeah, true. In game 1 he went through double Perfume Dancer, and in the second game he went through Leo Dancer and Perfume Dancer. You're totally right. Okay, Murakumo.
I think he might have gone through double Perfume Dancer as well. Maybe there's nothing left.
Ooh. We discarded for... Yeah, we want to make sure that this resolves, so we discard the Foolish Burial from our hand so that Murakumo will not negate what we're trying to do here.
Burial, otherwise a really good starter, but you have access to everything basically, even though your entire main deck seems to be banished right now. Doesn't look like that fat of a stack of cards over there, but when we saw him go through this,
the Serenade Dance is going to be added here.
So basically you can banish this trap from your graveyard in order to special summon one Lunalite from a deck and then discard a card from your hand as a card effect.
How many different engine cards is Sebastian playing? I mean, we have decks like Malice, where you can play like 14 Malice cards, and then the rest is just non-engine, and then you have Lunalite, where you're playing everything as a 3-off basically, but it's 20 different cards.
Now Gold Leo effect. We just have to be wondering what the plan is now for Sebastian. Oh, another draw unlock, but of course he drew so many cards. There's so many in total. There gotta be another draw unlock bird. But is Sebastian now just trying to maybe go for Baguska to just keep him off another turn and then try to go from there? I can see it.
Could be true, unless if he has... I think there is another Lunalite card in his extra deck.
It's even the Leo Dancer or the Perfume Dancer.
Yeah, you have another turn with the Liger anyways.
Oh look, we're just passing like this. And now Matthew just takes his time reading over the Liger Dancer again, probably asking himself, why is he never using that effect?
Maybe he doesn't have another Lunalite card.
To be honest, if I was Matthew, I would just assume that there's another copy of Lunalite Fusion Monster on the extra deck.
No.
Probably, yeah. That would seem odd though, right? Like making this big boss monster and then not having any more monsters to send. That would just, if I would be the opponent, if I would be Matthew, I wouldn't believe that. I would think probably he's holding back on it.
Now the next question is, what are you going to do? I think Ice Ryziel is the first usual or smart conclusion here, because the effect when normal summoned is not locking you into rank 4 season, then you can start attempting to go for a Fiendsmith line here. Basti, enlighten us. Is that like a Desiree sequence deck, or are we just running Caesar package?
We do have the Caesar in this for sure, but we also have the Desiree Agrondayan sequence in there, so there's multiple ways we can go. The main way, of course, we discussed, though, trying to deal with the Liger Dancer would be to get out the Desiree and equip it with an Actum Day, and then hopefully somehow get over the Liger Dancer.
So I think the way you want to go here on the side of Matthew is to just start Fiendsmith comboing here. You have your Murakumo for any possible interaction that is not Liger Dancer. And then, I mean, at some point your opponent is going to have to...
I mean, the problem with that, though, is... how about Duo Drive, though? Duo Drive is boosting your monsters for all the Exceed materials on the field, or is it only on itself? Because that could be something. You're not modifying the attack points of the Liger Dancer, but you are certainly modifying your very own attack points. So if you just get out multiple rank 4s, Dugaris is a great way as well, actually, because that can double one of our monsters. So this is certainly eventually going to force out the Liger Dancer, because now we do have a monster big enough to attack over Liger Dancer in theory. That was such an obvious answer as well. How did I not figure out the Dugaris? That was there the entire time, of course. Even last turn we could have done that.
Very good point. Last turn we didn't. It's very interesting. But yeah, we're going into the battle phase. We're trying to attack all this, and there is Liger Dancer effect. We're going to blow up the whole field, and now still Matthew is in a decent spot. Of course, everything gets destroyed here, but he hasn't really committed anything so far.
Yep, and also...
I mean, he also doesn't really have anything in hand.
And we did really waste our battle phase too. Like, the Desiree only would be an answer to it in the battle phase, so it's not that easy. It's still not looking amazing for Matthew. We have at least forced out that one effect from the Liger Dancer, but how do we follow it up? Looking into his hand, there really isn't that much beauty anymore besides VI's Dryseal. There is no Dryseal, though.
The thing is, now you can't set up your Fiendsmith engine anymore because you special summoned the no Dryseal.
True.
And therefore, it's gonna be hard to build up your resources again. I would have loved to see a Desiree Agnum Day attempt for this one. Then you can also take care of some cards that Sebastian has on the field there with the Desiree effect. You can just send it away, like the Lunalight Masquerade.
Just go Detonator here,
that one
though.
protects itself, which is nice.
Fair.
Has to protect itself twice, actually.
And we're just passing it over exactly like that. Not even using the effect of Detonator to get another material onto it, which is truly surprising.
That is wild.
But Sebastian will maybe be happy about it. I mean, how much defense does Detonator even have? If we get like
2/5. It's Blue Eyes White Dragon, basically.
Okay, so if we get another decently sized monster onto the field, this... Oh, it is over! Sebastian just sitting on Liger Dancer actually ends up taking the second game here with the Lunalight strategy. It was all worth waiting. It was all worth just sitting there, staring at the Liger Dancer. There was just no answer to it.
And I think that's a smart choice by Matthew, because there is a good chance that he will have to take damage for Mitsurugi Prayers in the next game. And if you have less than 5 minutes, perhaps, because you can still sit around for ages and try to play that game.
I mean, to bring this deck in this tournament, you probably know exactly what are the outs from each of the other competitors, and he just waits for the right moment in each deck in order to activate the effect.
And maybe Matthew anticipated another Lunalight card in the extra deck, because you most of the time don't really know how many they are playing. That was the last one. He didn't know that yet.
That is true. And also one thing that now in the end he could keep completely secret is his Fiendsmith engine.
Yeah.
That wasn't seen in Game 1 or Game 2, and that is something that gives you a lot more versatility, for example, into cards like Droll and Lockbird, and therefore maybe it is going to be Sebastian caught by surprise with that Fiendsmith engine.
At this point, I also think you're lying. I don't think there's Fiendsmith cards.
Yeah, there's a couple of Fiendsmith cards.
I think you're tricking us into thinking this, and then there's no real
Just because I like them so much, because I want them to be there. I know you like the Fiendsmith cards in the deck, right?
Yeah, that is true. I'm currently playing Dryseal Mitsurugi with the nice Fiendsmith engine, but I'm not playing the Desiree sequence combos. I'm more of a
you maybe need to rethink that option, as we just saw in the previous match.
Yeah, I just don't use them as well. I just never summon them. The only problem I see right now is that you can play Dryseal Mitsurugi and have an as high ceiling, especially since people have sometimes dropped Drone Lockbird from the main decks. But there's so many Bestial Malice players, and that makes the Fiendsmith engine arguably worse. On the other hand, if you want to higher your ceiling from just Dryseal Mitsurugi, it gets a lot brickier with so many of the cards if you're starting to play Cross and Star Dryseal and the nodes. So
100%.
You have to choose your poison, right?
Yeah. Definitely. So either you lose to Bestials or you lose to yourself.
What would you say, Mike? If you would have to play Dryseal Mitsurugi, would you play the Fiendsmith cards at the moment, or would you rather just try to go with the
pure approach, if you can call it like that, with the two engines mixed together?
To be honest, for this tournament, I would bring a more pure approach because I would think that the draws have been less impacted in the meta right now and be more a side option rather than Beastles, as Leo said, that as we saw yesterday, there were a lot of Miles players using Beastles.
Will there be Androl and Lockbird in game number 3 though? Because that card still is very, very strong against Raisi Mitsurugi. Players are ready, so we shall see any moment. Back to the table we go.
All right, game 3. Does Sebastian have something like a Droll and Lockbird, or does he not? Does Matthew even have something to really play with? Perulia is being activated in the draw phase. Seems like no response from Matthew, and this is massive for him.
That can definitely sometimes even be better than Droll and Lockbird, really.
Oh, that's a hand on Sebastian as well. I want to say there is a lot coming Matthew's way, but now the big question is, does Matthew even decide to play here? He has something to start with, but starting just with Raisiels versus Perulia, it just
I think we
does
passed.
not feel
And Sebastian with a big smile. 0 cards on the field of Matthew. And the ability to summon big monsters like Liger Dancer, of course, trying to make this quick, but this looks all blue, right?
Yeah, but there are some blue starters in the deck, like Foolish Burial or Foolish Burial better goods. But now you can just start with sending the Silver Wolf Hound to the graveyard.
It is Silver Hound indeed.
Then special summon out the Gold Leo, and then you are locked into Lunar Lights from the extra deck, as long as the Gold Leo is on the field, as we have just learned in the last game.
And feels like Matthew may have an answer to this. Nope. Gold Leo. The smaller brother of Leonard Koenig is on the field now.
Walk on. It's incredibly
Activates
strong.
the effect.
But against the Lunar Light deck, these lower impact tantrums, they are really, really strong. If you just negate that Gold Leo, that's fine.
So Sebastian right now was thinking if he wanted to activate Book of Eclipse chain to impermanence in order to protect his monster, but I think that it's a better call to just wait to extend in order to see if Matthew has another impermanence.
Because he has the other Holy Foolish spell in there as well. He does have not only Foolish Burial, but he's doing it even better by also having the Foolish Burial goods. So we shall see whether he's following it up with that.
Also, if you Book of Eclipse your own Gold Leo, is it still just a one-card combo? Because you are basically missing that body from the Gold Leo then.
It definitely is something
to consider.
Worth considering. I think, by the way, Leo, I think Sebastian is playing, this is a whole homage to us, because he's playing the Leo cards, and he's, of course, named as I am, so that is...
And I mean, we know each other so well, we can just basically finish each other's...
sentences.
Ah, there we go. All right.
Foolish Burial goods, there it is.
Oh, Matthew's immediately picking up the cards and then just like, oh, maybe you want to respond to this, but apparently no.
If you do have Ash Blossom, I feel like you want to do it.
You can wait for the Perfume, to be honest.
Perfume now.
I think I would have ashed the Hound.
Yeah.
Light Perfume effect. Matthew, no response. Discards the Lightning Storm as he doesn't need it, clearly.
And he can't activate it anymore as well, so that's a wasted card in hand. Good to replace it with another Lunar Light card. But what are we going to see here? Because there is more interactions in Matthew's hand. And if Matthew is actually able to stop this turn from Sebastian, that could be huge for him, because he just deliberately decided not to play into the Perulia, saying, hey, I have quite some interactions in the hand. I can just pass this without giving you 20 draws here.
What up? It's Kaleido Chick that is now normal summoned here.
Don't impermanence that.
Please no, please no. He's sending for cost. I mean, to be fair, the name copying last time felt like it was doing something, but clearly we just want the black sheep in the graveyard here.
And now Gold Leo is activating, but Gold Leo is negated by infinite impermanence.
Sebastian's still trying to bait something out here possibly. It's always worth trying,
you can activate the
Why
cards,
not?
Yeah. But I mean, if your opponent tries to activate impermanence, that's a no-no. Oh, you can activate the Kaleido Chick afterwards. Oh, that would be a mess.
For sure. So Sebastian keeps on explaining now that we have the name change in place of the Kaleido chick as it did fully resolve. And that is now 2 level 4 monsters. Of course,
called Steven now.
Ooh, hold on, Leo. There is another infinite impermanence.
Wait a second.
On the Kaleido chick.
Oh, and Matthew was staring at Sebastian, and now he is going to Book of Eclipse this, which is...
Okay, so we get the Black Sheep back into the hand.
Of course, if we have Black Sheep back in the hand, that is super fine with him, because you can polymerization away, face down monsters.
Black Sheep now activated. Oh, is there a response to that? That could be hard. Well, I think Matthew has finally, by the way, drawn the first Fiendsmith card out of his deck. I think he opened Fiendsmith in Paradise, but one you obviously want.
Fiendsmith or rather Paradise.
Polymerization. I also love that I think this is one of the original prints of polymerization there. Using it with both set monsters. That is a thing you learn very early on in the game, that fusion summons can be performed with set monsters. Contrary to, for example, Link summons.
Yeah.
So we can just use them here. And for the Perfume Dancer.
Perfume Dancer is able to activate its effect to search for a Lunar Light Perfume from deck to hand.
This is the first game where Sebastian on his first turn is not influenced by Troll and Darkbird, actually. He can finally do what he wants to do. And that is searching with the Perfume Dancer. And the Perfume, rightfully so, searches for another Perfume.
Another thing to consider is that Perfume is not once per turn.
And there we have it. Using the on-field effect to bring back Kaleido Chick. And the clock is ticking down as well, looking good for Sebastian. He may not be ahead in life points just yet, but he's working on that project. Going for the graveyard here once more. Oh, it is continuing to be intense here.
What to discard, probably.
The polymerization, maybe?
So he's thinking about a potential Beastal, I believe that's why he's considered to give the droplet.
I'm just trying to puzzle out what happened with the second impermanence versus Book of Eclipse, because which effect would you want to negate there? Goldlayer was activated to target the card to add back to the graveyard, and then the Black Sheep was added later on, but the Goldlayer was negated, right?
Yeah.
So I think that might have been something. I mean, just sending the judges a message right now and asking, because I don't want to interrupt the match for something that I have made up in my head.
But there is Nibiru, the Primal Being. And that actually can be a problem. We could have just went into the battle phase way earlier, trying to make sure that we're ahead in life points, because that clock is ticking down. It's approaching 1 minute here, and therefore we need to now hurry up if we want to make any kind of damage. Nibiru, token and monster in defense position. Sebastian looking in his graveyard. There should be more options though, because there is Silverhound still.
Dealing damage, this is something that I didn't even consider at the beginning of this turn, that this could be a time thing. And oh, Lunar Light Wolf is here.
Okay, 30 seconds though. We need to be hurrying up here.
Fun fact, the Wolf and Tiger are the only light Lunar Light monsters. It was a question in the quiz before.
Oh, nice. Did you know it there?
No, I lost.
But now you know. Okay. Sebastian, the clock is ticking. This is going to be awfully close. He is bringing out another Perfume Dancer, but still he doesn't even seem like he's stressed about it at all. 10 seconds, 5 seconds even now. Is there a way for us to do burn damage? I don't think so. Battle phase, attacks with the Perfume Dancer.
Nibiru is, and this now we're considering if this is a draw, and that is what it looks like. Time out, and this is a draw. No player was able to deal damage, so it's a 1-1 here. But also, I figured out what happened with the Black Sheep.
Go ahead, please.
Book of Eclipse was activated, and then the Goldlayer was flipped up, and then added back the Black Sheep. But the Goldlayer was summoned this turn. Okay, maybe I haven't. Maybe I haven't.
Okay, let's not talk about that too much, but. It would have been so easy for you, Sebastian, right? Because you could have just early on go into the battle phase, be like, okay, I'm going to make sure, and then in the main phase 2, I can still do my big combo and summon out Liger Dancer that they can never out ever, but at least I'm comfortably ahead on life points. which now was not the case though, and therefore we do end this in a draw.
And I mean, this is what exactly we said at the start of the match, that players right now are feeling tired and maybe do not take the right option, the right decision, and make the right play.
And also, you don't always consider time, right? You're not always in your heads like, oh, it's about to be timeout, but you want to go for the perfect combo route. You want to play through. You have been interrupted by double infinite impermanence.
I mean, keeping your thinking on the right spot is one of the biggest aspects of the game, especially on day one of the European Championship.
And I mean, we actually, at the beginning of the match, talked about the fact that we're now getting into the later rounds where, of course, tiredness, lower concentration can become a factor. And we got to say, that probably was a factor there, that he wasn't fully focused on the fact that the clock was ticking down so drastically, and therefore he just sort of cost himself the win there.
What was your biggest fatigue mistakes that you have ever made in a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament?
I overslept.
Oh my. Oh my.
That was because of tiredness, so I think that will count.
Does count.
I messed up the combo with Asuna Visuddha, which is a basic combo back in the day, and I just forgot to summon Visuddha.
And Leo, how about you?
I've never done a mistake in tournaments. I just have a lot of bad luck, and the die rolls are never on my side, you know?
Yep. And I have to keep up with those stories every day.
No, I've done plenty of mistakes, so I'm not even quite sure which ones to attribute to being tired, to be honest. So it was a difficult question. You guys?
Mine is on Livestream, actually.
Oh.
On a feature match.
I found out that I played versus Alpai Engin with my Guki deck, and then I messed up my main combo.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But something we haven't messed up, though, is something we can look at here right now. We have a national breakdown. Let's see what all kind of people are here at the tournament. What kind of nations. No surprise, obviously, as we are here in Berlin, Germany, that Germany is the most represented country here. Closely followed, though, by the Italians, which honestly, to me, is sort of interesting because lately I feel like the France were really always sitting in first or second place, but now the Italians are back with a big showing here this weekend.
I mean, just look at how many players from France qualified for the World Championship already. It is 2 French people and 1 German, so the numbers speak for them. So yeah, definitely interesting. Then we have 10% UK, Spain, Switzerland, Netherlands also, of course, on there, and then other countries as well.
Yeah, and I like that it's a decent amount of other people as well. That shows you that all kind of other different regions are currently growing. Like we had nationals in so many different countries all over Europe, and therefore also we have plenty of different national champions in the competition, and I hope we go to see those throughout the rest of the day as well, because I think it's always cool to spotlight those people, right? The people that have won a national this season. Actually, we got to spotlight Damian Valla, because he's not only a national champion now, but also someone going to the World Championship to the playoff yesterday. So that's a very cool story out of this weekend already. But we also wrote a story there with the last round featured match, with it actually ended up being a draw. So there's not going to be someone with our analysis for this round. Still, we're going to give you some analysis on the round, and for that, we do have Alberto in the analysis corner, so take it away.
Thanks so much, Seb. Here I am with the analysis for our round 7 future match between Matthew and Sebastian, which saw Raziel Mitsurugi and Lunalight. A very interesting match that ended up being in a draw. We saw a lot of different interactions between our players, a very fought after match, and that's why I've prepared for you guys for some highlights here, because essentially the game starts with the Journal Lock Bird, and which basically shut down completely Sebastian's strategy, and I think this is the key of the moment, which essentially is just showing the prayers, and basically, you know, Matthew drew the second copy, which shut down, you know, Sebastian's strategy entirely, and I really wanted to ask him what he thought about this, especially because now, I mean, he didn't do much. He just started things off with the SP Little Knight and the Lunalight Perfume, and entering into game 2, I think that it's what really changed the game, because essentially the Liger Dancer was the MVP of the entire match, because along line with the SP Little Knight, this wasn't impossible, like, for Matthew to deal against it. It just you know, has a rated, and he couldn't really find a way to deal with this for the entire game too. And I think this is what really Sebastian, you know, won him his match and this game too. And I think the card is super explosive, is incredible. And even though
I think Matthew really tried to find a way with the Dugares here. I think it was not enough because then it was just the moment for the Legendaires to being activated and to clear essentially Matthew's field. I think this was very well played here by Sebastian because like in a moment he essentially seals the deal and enters into game 3, although I think time is a factor to be considered because it was a really fought after match, and I think it's not also easy to play against Lunalight if you're really not familiar against the deck, and that is why entering into game 3 in the next highlights there's essentially a Purulia pass from Matthew, which is not ideal because he's also starting things off with double impermanences, and here the Book of Eclipse was a good recognition for Sebastian. But as mentioned, there are 3 minutes on the clock, so he really needs to hurry up. But we will also see soon that it was not enough because essentially there was also the Nibiru. It was a very unfortunate hand here from Matthew, which couldn't really get his hands on an engine piece, and essentially there's, as you can see, 1 minute remain on the round, and there's the Nibiru, the Primal Being coming down, which is shutting down Sebastian's strategy entirely, and although he basically swings over the Nibiru, that is not enough because both players are tied up, and it ends up in a draw, so our players are 5-1-1 record, so still a very solid record, I would say, to advance into the tournament, and there are still 2 rounds to go. So I would say congratulations to both of our players for drawing, and I think that is something we also like to see. Okay, hi Marcello. We'll also find out soon what happens, because you know, our boys here, and maybe could have joined us on the station, but we have some insights for you. So don't go anywhere because we have more content coming away for round 8. Keep watching.
The metagame has been dominated by few decks. Ryziel everywhere, with Tsurugi versions lately, even more so, and Malice as well. And now in round 1 of the playoff, we see none of those. We are seeing a dice roll.
That's a
here
7
now.
from Danilo, beating the 6 from Ben Kreutzkamp. And yeah, you've been introducing it there. Those are not necessarily the decks we expected for the playoff, right?
However, since it's a very unique event, I think that you should adapt your deck of choice and play the exact deck that you believe that is going to go well in this high competitive scene.
And honestly, we've already had a little bit of a glance on all the deck lists, and these people, they really built a deck for the playoff, and Ben is no stranger to the Memento strategy. He has been playing the deck himself throughout countless of those tournaments. Actually earned some of those points that he's here for the points playoff this weekend with the Memento deck, but now he's facing it here in round 1. And on the other hand, we have Danilo, who has been super known to actually be playing Malice non-stop. He made top 8 at the YCS with Malice, but now the Malice times are over, and he is on the Memento deck himself. And even though the Ash Blossom came down on the Dark Blade, he has found a very, very nice way here to extend, and you can tell by the face from Ben, I don't think he's very happy with how this develops.
If you're using a hand trap early on the Dark Blade, you don't want it to be Ash, because there's of course cards that you want to stop, like the Bone Party, which is the worst nightmare. You hand trap something and then they go Bone Party, and everything is just bad from that
So to
point
explain a little bit, Dark Blade activate effect to special summon from the deck, it got asked, and then Bone Party activated to destroy Sleepy from hand, to special summon Gatic in order to take back Sleep on the hand, and Sleepy now can be special summoned through hand and fusion summon on when it gets special summon.
Yeah, and Danilo right now considering what kind of fusion summoning we're even going to resolve, because there is one Memento fusion that is a 2 material monster, but we are going for the big boy. We're going for the 3 material fusion, and that is actually an interesting decision, because very often you see the combo lines going through the Memtoten Twin Dragon first, but no, this is the Creation King instead.
Let me answer that, because I think that if you are playing the Twin Dragon now, you're heavily playing into Droll and Lockbird, because we have used the Bone Party to add Tatsuno Shigo to hand. And I think we were still in the chain resolving all of this. Actually, I think the Droll Lockbird could have already been activated.
Yes.
So I think that maybe Twin Dragon would have also been a decent answer. Also, we have the Mementotlan Fusion in hand already. So this one gets, I think, slightly less effective if you only use it on the Twin Dragon.
All right, and we do see Danilo now using the other Creation King that we sent off of the first, alongside the Akihiron and the Tatsunori Chogo to search out the field spell. Me, myself, I'm a big fan of the Memento deck, so I'm very happy that we have it here in the playoff as well. Wasn't necessarily expecting it, but certainly very happy about, ooh, and this is very cool now, because now we did actually destroy a very high-level monster throughout the effect of the Tatsunori Chogo. So we can send so many monsters here, because we can send up to the level that we destroyed. So usually you're destroying itself, sending up to level 5, but we did destroy the Creation King here with Tatsunori Chogo, so we have countless options here to send, basically, from the deck.
Yep, that's gonna be a big one. Just not the Tekutlika combined creation. That one is still too high level here. We're sending an Anguish. I don't think that we're gonna stop there, to be honest.
And Danilo at the time has everything that he needs on Graveyard. It's very scary when Memento has so many names.
It definitely is. And I think one thing that's standing out for me always about the Memento strategy is that it can just adjust, that it can just play a different combo line basically whenever it wants. And right off the gate here, Danilo is showing us something that's not very common, but something that I think is going to result in something that is included in his extra deck. That's 3 level 5 monsters. And I think that is going to be a smasher, and he's pairing the dice for a smash. There it is. We do go into number 67, Paradise Smasher, and Ben is taking a careful read because Danilo, for a definite reason, has used 3 level 5 monsters, because he could have summoned this with 2 level 5 monsters, but he wants to make sure there's another material available so he can modify one of the die results into a 7. Banner's rolling.
Ben, you have to go really low now. Channel all your... this is a 2! This is insane.
So that's an 8 in total, but that's a 6 from Danilo, so it's still lower in the end. Woo!
So to explain what happened, Smasher has 3 materials. It detached 2 in order to roll the dice, and since it has still a material, it can modify one of the results into 7.
Yes,
so
that's what they
Ben,
did.
for the rest of this turn and the next one, cannot activate monster effects and also cannot attack.
That is very true. And Danilo, on the other hand, because he just barely went under the result of Ben, is free to do whatever he likes. That is honestly, sometimes this card, I'm scared of just summoning it, because the Memento deck, as we saw, it can put out such a nice field. Like, if Danilo would have just continued to combo normally here, I would have been somewhat confident that there's a really high chance that he would have been able to win this game 1. But he was like, I want to make sure I'm winning over this Smasher now. And I think the situation with resolving the Smasher now is almost locked up for him, honestly.
Danilo wants to go the funny way.
Yes.
This is a very powerful route, of course, as well. I mean, Akihiron wasn't used in the most effective way, but we can get it out back again regardless. And I think at this point we're still doing everything perfectly for good measures here. But you could just stop now, wait for Ben to almost pass the turn, even though he is playing Vanquish Soul. So if he draws into something like a Holy Soul that lets him play on Danilo's next turn, he still has a dog in this race.
He definitely does. But one thing that everyone at home needs to realize, this tournament is incredibly high pressure. We only have 4 rounds of Swiss, and you want to make sure to at least go 3-1 in those Swiss rounds to have a chance at making top 4. So every match counts so much, it matters so incredibly hard. So you definitely don't want to start with a loss here.
It is a little more forgiving than what we saw at the NAWCQ though, because that was single elimination, so 1 loss and you are out.
No pressure.
No pressure here. You can afford 1 loss, even though if you get it in the first round,
that not guaranteed anymore.
Might not be too great.
But that's the typical Memento setup that we see next to the Smasher. We have the boss monster of the main deck, of course, now also finally on the field. And also there is a Tri-Horn Dragon next to it. Or no, just a Mementolan Horn Dragon, not the Tri-Horn Dragon. That was the original one. Ben, is he even going to reveal what he's playing?
Oh, that looked like an end phase there from Ben. He shrugs and goes, hey, There's not really, I mean, you're not letting me play too much here, so this might be the end of his non-turn, basically. Danilo already wants to play here, destroying the combined creation for Bone Party, possibly in the end phase, summon out an Anguish, and we're very much set up here.
Yeah. I really like the fact that Ben doesn't scoop, though.
Yeah.
He knows that a single loss, it means a lot in this tournament, and he just wants to make sure that Danilo does everything right, because you never know what your opponent might do.
For sure. I think that's, in general, in a tournament, definitely the way to go about it. But in that kind of a field, right? You're sitting there with the other 15 best players from Europe that have performed insanely well throughout the entire season. And I think mistakes and fumbles is something we're going to see very rarely here throughout this playoff. And I think Ben knows that. Still, though, he makes Danilo execute here.
He also gets info, obviously.
Yeah. At NAWCQ, we've also seen some moves that were not quite the perfect ones that cost players in the playoff game, because there is also huge nerfs to this. This is the top of competition, and you don't always have this pressure. If you're playing a YCS, if you're playing in the main event at Nationals, yes, there is pressure. Yes, you want to win, but this is something you've been working for all year. You have been grinding, you have been traveling, and now sometimes those nerfs can get in your ways. This determines the best duelists, basically all of the skill sets, right? Because keeping your nerves, being calm, that is also very important in the gaming DVO.
Definitely in the toolbox of being a great duelist that wants to reach the highest stages of dueling in the world, which is the World Championship. That is something you need to be very good at. It's not only about the dueling itself, but there's a whole lot of mind gaming and other stuff behind it too. And both of these players here are masters of that, of course. And now it's back to Danilo's turn, who just, in the end phase of the opponent, summoned out now the Horned Dragon from the extra... No, not the Horned Dragon, the Twin Dragon from the extra deck. They're very similar, but both of them now on the field.
Yep. And now I think we're just going to summon out our combined creation. I think, do you just go battle phase here? Because there is still a chance that your opponent starts doing something.
To be honest, the only thing that you can scare in battle phase is Bestial, so you probably go into battle phase.
I think I would have liked to maybe trigger Akihiron here, because if you trigger Akihiron, you could have just also, worst case, attacked directly with the big monsters. But no! Game one goes to Danilo, so he gets, for the moment, the start to this playoff that he needs, that he wants. And I mean, he made a very interesting decision to bring this Memento deck, because that is, of course, one of the good decks in the format, but not one that you would necessarily expect that much, because the big players in the room are Malice, are Raizal Mitsurugi, some other Raizal variants as well, but Memento, maybe the sleeper pick for today.
Yeah, I mean, we have added a new win condition to the Memento deck, so Paradise Smasher, really, really strong card, and I think I don't agree with Ben's plays there. I think he should have just used more cards, right?
I mean, I think he would have wished for sure, but you said that throughout the entire year, those players have been grinding. They've been playing so many events. They've been getting incredible results at those events as well, collecting those points. But now that they're here in this tournament, of course, the process getting here was long, but now it's kind of a shortcut to get to the World Championship, right? Because you technically only have to win a couple of matches. It's just like a local tournament that you have to get through with the other 15 best players of Europe. I mean, there it can be very interesting, but I think, as we can already tell from a big picture by looking at the deck list that we have already seen, I think the players here for this weekend, they made a really, really interesting decision to just focus on the deck building for this tournament. Because last year, I gotta say, it felt like they were just bringing their main event decks to a playoff as well. But now looking through those lists, we see some interesting decisions, and you can tell they built decks for this playoff specifically.
Yeah. But I mean, last year, Snake Eye was just so incredibly dominant. The deck was so much better than anything else in the competition, and this is also what you saw in the results of the national season, for example. We had like 19 Snake Eye wins. It was absolutely
And to be honest,
crazy.
This is an event that not only technical play means a lot, but also the deck building and the deck choices. And if you want to surprise your opponent, for example, with Memento, this is the exact event to do.
It absolutely is. And I mean, we see two players in here at the moment. Actually, one cool feature we have for this weekend as well, which you're hopefully going to see after this match as well. We have a backup feature match going on as well. So we have more players waiting there for this round. I think on the backup feature match, we have the famous Nico Schlierkamp, previous YCS winner, and also then Damien Waller, the French national champion. But those are for later. For now, we have a duel running. Let's go back to the table. Game 2 starts now.
thinking about it more, the addition of Paradise Smasher and Memento just makes sense. We've seen a trend where players are basically playing only hand traps like Droll and Lockbird and a bunch of Mulcharmies, which are good. They force your opponent to stop most of the time because you can't full combo and give your opponent 20 draws. Resin is a really good start for Ben, by the way.
Yes.
But if your opponent only Mulcharmies you or Droll and Lockbirds you, it doesn't stop Memento from putting out a Paradise Smasher and basically taking away your ability to play the game in the next turn. So
You just said only Malcharmio?
yeah, but if you're playing Paradise Smasher or a Protoss or something, then it's only Mulcharmio.
And look at this. This is, of course, the first weekend in Europe for a big event that we get to see Vanquish Soul, Holly Sue. And we also drew the other new card from Duelist Advance with it. We have now the Holly Sue in the hand, and we're already activating Vanquish Soul Start there as well. And Ben, in deck building, made a really, I'm curious about it, but a really interesting decision. He mains, of course, the one Vanquish Soul Start, as you usually see, but he's also side-taking another copy of it, which is something I wasn't familiar with that is going on in the deck, but he is doing it, and he's a master of deck building, so probably has to be approved.
I assume going first, you just like more consistency.
Yeah.
Even though the card doesn't play on its own, it's still very unlikely that you have nothing else going on.
Okay, there is a classic of the Vanquish Soul strategy, the Link 1 Rock of the Vanquisher, which is now turned going into the extra monster zone there. We're revealing Dr. Madlove now with Holly Sue. Ben has such a good setup here. And the thing is, Danilo, he wasn't even aware that Ben is on Vanquish Soul, right? Because he didn't see any Vanquish Soul cards in game number 1. So he figured Ben could be on anything, really. But now he is faced with those cards, and he is really seeing the best possible start from Ben there, because it used to be like that at Vanquish Soul that it is all about Raisin. Now you have different ways to go still, because Dr. Madlove all of a sudden also is a one-card starter because you can search for field spell, but still starting with Raisin will give you the best you want, and therefore he's definitely happy with that. Now Jalong revealing a Raisin. That is an Ash Blossom that we're revealing next to it. That's very, very good indeed.
But the question is, can Ben now go into his own Paradise Smasher?
Possibly.
Are we rolling the dice again? Heavy Borga is added to the hand. That is not a level 5 monster.
And the problem with that is that Memento usually play Field Breakers instead of hand traps, and if the Smashers, of course, resolve as we saw in the first game, it's probably game.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree. I think if there's one deck that I would want to Paradise Smasher, Memento is far up in the list. I think it's definitely one that you can summon this card very, very reliably against, but Ben does not do that. I think we are heading into the end phase, setting one card, and now going back to the field spell. Vanquish Soul Start does not only start our plays, but also it does in the end phase set a Vanquish Soul trap card from the deck, and that is one of the most powerful interruptions in the format right now. The Snow Devil, which has 3 different effects, and one of them includes to just destroy all of the monsters on the opponent's side of the field.
Actually, it destroys all the monsters on the field, but it protects your Vanquish Soul monsters.
Yep, it does. That's one of the other 2 effects.
Which means that your Rock of the Vanquisher still gets destroyed. Yeah.
Indeed, indeed. But you can chain to it and just bring out another Vanquish Soul monster with it. I think that's fine. But Danilo starts off normal summoning the Anguish now.
Solid start. I mean, we know there is Ash Blossom in the hand of Ben Kreuzkamp. But do you want to use this here already? This is something very interesting about the Vanquish Soul deck, even though there are very powerful cards that have been added to the strategy. It does not look that impressive on the field.
It resolves, okay.
And Danilo
gets the search.
Already shows off some proficiency in this matchup because he normal summons the Anguish in the zone of Holly Sue, so that Ben can't use the effect to special summon out a Resin from deck or the Rock of the Vanquisher effect to special summon it in the column of the Anguish to pop it.
Very, very good. I think that is a good column to use. Also, as a general advice, I think summoning your monster to the zone of Rock also is usually quite good, because when they then get Raisin into the zone that Rock is in as well, then they would have to destroy their own Rock too. But now, where is that Tatsumi Chichogo going? Is it? Oh, it's going into the zone of Borger. Okay, another monster that's already on the field, so definitely recognizing the fact that there is a Raisin coming eventually. But now Borger revealing a Dark. Let's get a draw going here.
So as a general advice, some of the monsters on the opposite side of the field, that Vanquish monsters, are already on the field, so you can dodge cards like Raisin.
Yep.
There's
and of course, what you said about the Rock, that if it's going to be destroyed, at least you can destroy the Rock as well.
Totally.
And I think now we're setting up for the next interruption here. Jialong is going to search for another Vanquish Soul card. And there we have also, of course, the big boss monster of the deck, Caesar Valius, which nowadays doesn't really feel like the big boss monster. It's rather Holly Sue that is the dominant force of the deck. But Caesar Valius is very hard to out. It provides an interruption on the opposing turn. What more do you want, huh?
It definitely is very, very good. And Danilo is thinking whether he needs to respond here right now. And I think he made the decision that he does want to respond. And there is a forbidden droplet coming in now.
As we said before, Memento is really known for playing more field breakers and not so many hand traps.
Sending the Witch, sending another Dark Blade from the hand. So I'm pretty sure we're trying to negate the Jialong and also the Holly Sudan. But on the other hand, they have Raisin. Yep, we do indeed negate exactly those two cards, but the Rock is still live, and the Rock can summon from the hand. Therefore, the Raisin could still be coming down eventually.
But now you've cleared your most left main monster zone again, so you can summon something in there as well to protect from the Raisin.
Welcome back. You're joining us for round 8 here at the European World Championship Qualifier. That means this round and one more round left of today's coverage, but both are going to be extremely exciting, we hope. In front of me, I have our two duelists, Paul Goss and Priyan Lianage, who are ready to take this one on. Gentlemen, we are going to do a high roll. Who would like to go first? Okay, Priyan is going to roll first. That is an 8, and for Paul, a 9. You're going to go first? Okay, Paul is going to go first. So once again, let's hand you guys over to our wonderful commentary trio. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and yeah, welcome from us as well to what is the penultimate round of Swiss for today. I had to steal that one from you, Ed, sorry. And we have an exciting one, ahead of us. And in particular, why don't you talk?
It's it's an unwritten rule, I think, of European coverage is that we have to have Tillemans on every single stream.
Yes,
because it is so much fun. It is fun to play. It is fun to watch, and we hope everyone at home will enjoy it. So Priyan has brought Tillemans all the way from the UK, representing us.
It would have been, otherwise. I just agree with you. We always have it on stream.
I mean, it's fun. It has a lot of support back home, and so it's also, to be fair, it's doing well. So it's not up to us to decide what decks are actually doing well all the time. So if we find some of these duelists who are faithful to their favorite strategy and keep doing well with it, why not reward them? And I think that is the case. It's an interesting build that the player decided to bring to this event. But what a better way to test it than against the most represented deck, the deck that sent all of the participants from the playoffs yesterday to the World Championship, and that is Malice.
Yeah, here we go with Malice. We saw Paul win the dice roll, so he is going to go first. He's going to go first completely, pretty much uncontested, because as is often the case with Tillemans, you have such a fun, big, heavy engine that you can't really afford to put in all of these non-engine cards. So it's going to be a good fun for Malice going first.
Yeah, no, and speaking of decks, we can bring up on the screen for you guys the deck breakdown for the tournament.
And yeah, as mentioned, Malice absolutely dominating up there in first spot. It was quite the case as mentioned yesterday. To be fair, there are a lot of versions of Mitsurugi Rizel, which you see here. But obviously, as we have seen on stream already, Vanquish Soul pretty much getting the third spot.
Yeah, Vanquish is a very popular deck. I think players just really enjoy it. It's one of those decks that really captures the imagination. It's got a very clear theme. You kind of know what you want to do, summon monsters, destroy cards, just get those +1s over and over again. So I can really see why it's popular, and as well, players with their eyes forward to the next set might be getting a little head start on Vanquish Soul.
Absolutely, but as always, when you see over 2,000 players gathering from all over, you're gonna have a lot of other different decks, from the most represented to the most obscure, if not even shady, as some people that we've seen in the background lingering around previously, right? But we'll be back on that. Now our duelists are ready, so let's find out who will be the winner of Game 1. Here they are. I mean, going first, as you've mentioned yesterday, I don't think we have ever seen the deck lose once when it did. So let's see if this trend will finally change.
Yeah, I mean, Malice is a deck where it kind of excels in banishing cards, obviously, but it's a deck where you go first, and the field is not like you can't play at all. The field is more like you have to win on that turn because otherwise there's going to be so much coming back at you. But maybe Telements is the deck that can just kind of go over the top. True. It can let Malice combo off and then say, okay, I'm just going to come back at you even harder, and I'm going to activate that Grasslook Screener, I believe. 60 cards, I hope.
It will be very nice to see it, yeah, because I also see it in the deck list, and will be really nice to see it in action. It's been a while, honestly. Yeah.
But yeah, here we see a strong opener. Of course, Terraforming, quite a controversial card for some due to the popularity of Droll and Lockbird, but worked out perfectly here. And I mean, let's see what Paul will go for. We don't expect many interruptions usually, especially in 60 card. I mean, it's basically all gas in the deck, right?
Yep, all gas, no breaks. Terraforming kind of makes a little bit of sense in Malice, I guess, because you're not so worried about Droll and Lockbird. You can still achieve a fair amount, even if you happen to get drolled.
But yeah, when you play uncontested, I mean, there are a couple of decisions to be made. I guess from the card count, he can have somewhat of a read. There are not that many 60 card decks going around. Because when we, spoke, for example, to our duelist qualifying yesterday, we have discussed about the Code Torque line, whether you want to protect your field, or there are a lot of different directions that you can take, or whether it's firewall, what you want to go for. So interesting to see what Paul will go for in this case.
Yeah, there's an awful lot of different extra deck options you can choose to end on. I don't think you can really choose within a game that often, because I think the extra deck is tight enough that you can't really afford to just have everything. So you probably are just stuck. If you, I have a feeling like if you have a Topologic Bomber Dragon and you see your opponent on 60 cards, I'd probably be a little nervous about it, that it's not going to provide enough interruptions. Probably rather have the Allied Code Talker.
Yeah, a card that yesterday in the playoffs, not every our duelist was playing it, honestly. I think it's a nice addition to the deck. Of course, the extra deck space is very tight, but I really feel like overall that the 15th card can be for sure the Allied Code, that gives you like another layer of disruption.
Yeah, it's amazing to read that card and think how people are just like, oh, this isn't good enough. Just like, very easy to make. Negate anything you like and banish it, and as well as like repopulate your field with any Malice Link monsters that happen to have made it into the grave by now. It's clearly an incredible card, but it's amazing. I guess just a testament to how powerful the extra deck is that you're not even fussed, some players, by not playing this card.
Yeah, but indeed it makes a whole lot of difference, because it can negate any card, and that means that grass as well is under its radar, so,
Yeah, grass is... there's not that many cards to contest it in the Malice deck other than Allied Code, and of course the natural enemy of that Grasslook Screener, which is the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, which presumably 3 copies are in most people's main decks this weekend. Except maybe Priam. Maybe Priam's one of the few people not running it.
Fair enough.
But I guess we will find out.
But yeah, this could take a while, as mentioned, when, you're gonna go through all of your link freeze naturally at some point, so...
Yeah, do you start to get suspicious when your opponent, just doesn't interrupt you? But it's not like they're not looking, oh, I've drawn a terrible hand, I'm just going to concede. They're just like, yeah, you do what you want, that's fine.
I mean, surely at some point, but when you're playing against 60, I think not so much. You can, expect them not to be using that many entraps, so...
Yeah, but it just makes you worried.
Yeah, kind of.
You think, what's about to happen to me?
I mean, sounds like a problem I would like to experience often while playing, and going first with Malice, but yeah. don't think there is much to do from Priyan's side. Okay, who's gonna get rid of Purulia? I mean, it's not discussed all that much, but yeah, Grass coming back and then Abyss Dweller, you know, exchanging places and going into the Forbidden List has actually, you know, gave Tier Element a huge boost. But
yeah, no Dweller to speak of, and Shifter also at 1 copy. And to be honest, I've not really seen it in that many people's side decks. If you're playing Malice, it seems odd because it feels like a card that is pretty good. And maybe not so strong against Ryzeal, Mitsurugi, and Malice, so maybe that's why, if those are the most popular decks, you're just not going to bother to include it.
I do agree that, I mean, they also have been playing as, for example, Paul, 3 copies of Allure of Darkness, so there are also, you know, additional ways that you can make use of the card later on, so yeah, I think it's definitely worth considering.
Yeah, I think in the side deck at the very least.
Oh yeah, look at this.
Yep, that is the full set of Malice Links and all their glory. I guess we're going to have to see where the finishing touches will be.
I think this is the ideal opener from Malice, because without being stopped once, of course, also I think Paul realized, you know, the number of cards Priyan is playing, and here, yeah, it's just basically free to extend this to the Allied code, which we finally see on stream as well.
Yeah, here we're going to see pretty premium.
There it is for you guys as well on screen.
Got a 3 bounce firewall going on here.
Wow. Very well executed here from Paul.
Yeah, indeed. This is not going to be easy, even if you are playing Tier Element, as mentioned. Wow, what an opener. And you need a way to force out the Code Talker, because Grass alone does not do it, and I think we throw into... Is it Finsmith in Paradise as the 6th card? That's quite unfortunate. Ooh, but...
Yeah, I see what you see. That's a very exciting one. That super polymerization gonna
hold up. Yeah.
Slice through this field. If he's got targets for him, which I assume he does, because these monsters all seem to share types and attributes.
And I mean, okay, we're gonna take it a bit slower, starting things off with that Reinhardt.
Now, one of the fun things about super polymerization against Malice is it can interact quite profitably into MTP. Because if they activate it and then you chain it to remove all of their Malice links, then they cannot respond to any, put another one on the field. But in this instance, it's probably good to see if you can use it to get rid of some negates. Well, Paul's going to have like 10 cards in his deck as well, so if we ever manage to get to Grass.
And yeah, basically we allowed it, and then we are going to chain this super polymerization, getting rid of the Malice link.
Sort of an interesting choice, because you get rid of them. Maybe those were just the only targets, but I'm a bit worried now that you know, you can just bring one of them back and put the Allied code back online.
Yeah, we just gotta resolve Reinhardt. In the meantime, we discarded also quite the annoying card.
Well, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. That is a Shuffler in the grave.
Yeah.
This is insane. You can shuffle back those 2 Malice links.
Yep.
The Allied code, does it have to tribute something that's 23?
No, I think it's just a link yeah, the points it too. So no.
Oh, okay. So you can still tribute the firewall.
Yeah, I do agree with you, maybe. I don't know.
This is kind of interesting, though.
Yeah.
If we manage to resolve it, I guess you have to try now.
But I think it... And okay, it only also negates effects, yeah. So
it doesn't target, but if you shuffle away those Malice links in response, then it's not going to be very scary either.
Yeah, we're going to use that Mudora, and is that going to be negated, is the question.
Look at this. Oh my goodness, all three.
Wow.
This is crazy. We found some new technology as to how you break a Malice field. It's clearly activate Super Poly, discard Mudora.
That does it.
If he has to tribute to negate.
Yeah. He loses the firewall, but it makes sense. I mean, that was way too much value lost, and yep.
I'd say Super Poly did a fair job. Well, the Super Poly Mudora combo took away effectively the firewall and the allied code in a roundabout sort of way.
Yeah. Ooh, and I mean, better than nothing, that engraver, I guess, but not quite what we were looking for, and we still have 3 cards in hand.
I'm wondering why not just remove the allied code rather than one of the Link 3s that don't really do very much. Maybe he wanted the allied code to activate, because if there's no thrust, then if there's no Ash, then this thrust is going to be quite the card.
Yep. And that's what we are all here to witness, I think. Seeing the grass resolve. So
it's going to be like 30 cards or something insane.
No. Honestly, finger crossed. And yeah, I think it's double. Is it double?
Double. Yeah. This thrust really has to resolve when your other 2 cards are another copy.
Yep. Let's see. Yeah.
What are you checking?
No, I was just checking if it was use or activate, because then you could have actually used the second copy if the code would have negated one.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
So that was the case, but we're gonna have a draw first, which, I mean, if we are gonna access the Finsmith engine fair, it does lower the count of cards that we are going to send off the top, but baits out maybe some negations.
Yeah, you might as well see if you can get something out. Ideally, you just want something that would check a potential Ash.
We need to draw, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another Rhino.
Yeah, it might be just another Rhino. So, told downs to this, do we have a solution for this possible grass?
You wouldn't Ash thrust ever, would you? So I guess we still don't know. Here we go. I don't think Paul has it.
Let's count up.
Here we go. Crowd watching with bated breath. I'm definitely watching with bated breath.
Same.
Let's go. That's mill 30.
There it is. Is it going to resolve? Seems like it.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
This is so many cards.
I mean, yeah, you can just count. Probably easier.
It's quicker to count the deck. Yeah.
$28.
28?
I'm
not very good at counting.
Yeah.
Nice stack of
This
cards.
one I didn't try to count, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why he's counting it. He could just count the cards that are not in his deck. That's probably quicker.
Yeah, I mean, could also just, count up to 28 from the bottom and then send the rest, but sure.
That would be more fun.
Yeah.
Just put it in a big...
Exactly.
a big pile.
Okay. Let's take a look at it.
Oh, one at a time. What a hero.
One at a time. Oof. And there's one, two. And there goes the crowd with him. Three,
yeah, that counts.
4,
5.
5, 6. No, that's the same. A double count. It's like 5 hits. 6.
7. Yeah, all right.
Oof. All right. Fair bit. Gonna have to check. I mean, a lot of what's going on, and I mean, what a hero. Regardless, you can hear the support from people gathering to watch this duo.
Yeah, this is fantastic, isn't it? Just blowing through a.
We asked for it.
Malice field, yeah.
So we still have Rhino Heart and Paradise in hand, and then we eat a couple of names plus Saliek, some Finsmith cards, and then the Rainbow Bridge, I think.
Yeah, Rainbow Bridge pretty handy. Saliek can also trigger.
Yeah.
Not so many hits, to be honest, given he milled like 30.
Yeah.
Maybe it wasn't 30, maybe I'm exaggerating.
Yeah, looks like it's around 21, 22 cards, yeah. Then only this? I guess so.
Still got some more light fiends in the grave as well.
Light fiends and the bridge, which, I mean, we have to check targets because...
I don't think I saw a tortoise go.
No. La tartaruga. And yeah, it's getting chained, apparently.
This would be like the best Vanity's Calling of all time. You know that card?
Yeah, I do. And yeah, gonna resolve. Where is that turtle? There it is. Wow.
I think there's a new version of it in Tachyon. They have an effect that shuffles everything on the chain back into the deck and negates it all.
Okay.
Quite a good trap.
Okay, first fusion.
First fusion. Is the Garur in the grave? Can we use that to make a Dragos Topelio or something like that?
Yep, plays it. And then go into it again, possibly.
First fusion looks like...
No, okay.
Biggest first.
Yep. Fair.
Here comes Kaleido Heart.
What a turn. So there goes Kaleido. We probably go grab Kashtira, or we actually have Shirin still, right? That the other card possibly, but yeah, we do get the cash. And now we can go Rhinoheart and either discard the other one or that Kashtira, probably the other Rhinoheart, I guess. Doesn't really do much. Yeah. And finally, one more fusion. Ken, EB, the chosen one, who defeats Malice going first for the first time.
He's already the chosen one.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
And I mean, Yeah, there goes Dragos Tapelia, and now we are finally again on an open
and now
game
we've
state.
got a lot more chains.
Yep.
1.
No. Yeah.
2, 3,
No,
4,
we already
5.
used it.
Yeah. All right, just 1.
Okay. Is there anything else? No, apparently we're all done from Paul's side. Yep. So Kaleido Heart resolves. We have Planet. Yep.
Then I guess how much of a Fiendsmith package is in the extra deck? Because the extra deck can be a little bit tight. That's a big Fiendsmith package, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a Requiem sequence. There's, you know.
Okay, let's go.
Well done.
Okay, so now this is Shirin. My beloved.
So what are we like thinking is still left on Paul's side? MTP? Maybe an impermanence or something?
Salve. Let's see, 3 more. Ooh, we do it. If there is another trap, though, I'm not too sure about that. I think at least double Salik was sent to the graveyard.
Yeah, I'm not seeing any more traps in the deck list.
Too bad. So we still have 1 fusion summon available. Should we just go for it? I guess so.
With the
just trying to go for game and just, you know.
Yeah, I wonder if the MTP will be a
Black
problem.
Gold Laughs is actually a
that's
pretty
good.
nice hit. Yeah.
That's good. Shut off Whitebinder for next turn.
So, okay, he's reading his own. Okay. Probably a question on some sort of additional effect. Yeah, nothing really relevant anymore.
Still so much to get through for Brian.
Yeah. It's impressive how the grass looks greener is just, you know, doing all of this by itself.
Like he's still got the MTP, it's gonna add a March Hare, there's still gonna be a few more Malice Links coming back.
Get banished, the Rhino, right?
Yeah, it was something of its own effect.
Yeah.
Like we can bring back the Fiendsmith, but maybe the Fiendsmith will just get MTP'd away. But if Fiendsmith Engraver is getting MTP'd, it means another card is not. Suffering maybe from having too many monsters. It's got a way to shuffle back a Tearlament. Oh yeah, they just got it now. banish the Rhino.
Yeah. Fixed it.
Yeah, what is the plan here now? This looks like a battle phase.
Okay.
Guess it's worth noting that Paul has lost a good chunk of life points already, so maybe it's easier to close out the game than it might otherwise look.
Yeah. There it is.
I wonder if you could use SP there and just banish the link. Protect your field.
Dude.
I could have. Yeah.
Maybe a bit of nerves.
I'm concerned about time as well, because, you know.
Yeah, this is starting to look a bit rough. Because also now we can crush, I guess. So otherwise we don't really have a way to clear everything, no? We need to crush. Oh, no. I think if we had to crush Shirin into White Binder.
Allied code is 23 as well.
Huh?
Allied code is also 23.
Yeah.
So you can just crush Sharon into that. It's themed. It's a code talker, so they're all 23. Although it is secretly a Malice.
Exactly. And yeah, we're thinking about doing it.
There is some time you get Malice like low enough on life points that it starts to become a little uncomfortable. I feel like you have to attack here. No?
Oh, we do not attack.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Yeah, it seems like Priyan is really thinking a lot about this. Needs to pick up the pace.
It's tough as well because that SP is annoying in that link zone. You don't see it much anymore, really, do you? The link zone being clogged in this way.
And that's a pass. Wow.
Really?
Well, looked incredible for a few minutes, but then it all seemed to have crumbled for Priyan, and Paul will get an extremely good chance to fight back and take this game with only 16 minutes remaining.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough now that all of those Malice links can use all of their effects again this turn. White Binder is going to come back, it's going to wreak some havoc on Priyan's graveyard as well. Guess you can negate one effect, but the allied code is back as well. I think you can use this negate every turn, so.
Yeah, I mean, definitely at least the crush was necessary. We're gonna use that black goat to try and stay in this.
Still get to do this, but no banishing or setting trap cards. Such a cool trap, the black goat loves.
Yep.
Having those two modes. I heard that this is Aluba's mask, apparently.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Before he goes on stage.
which also makes me wonder whether it wasn't just better to call the talker and then negate it with your other cards. Like Stapelia?
Yeah.
Call with the talker with the black goat, maybe.
So Stapelia can now negate Access Code.
Not really.
What do you mean?
Because you still have access to... Like...
You can still banish the cards, is that what you mean?
Yeah, I mean... Doesn't fully get rid of it, yeah.
Yeah. You still get the chance to banish links from your grave.
So it's
That's
like...
right.
Sure. And you lost your negation, you know? It's a bit of a weird spot at this point. We also have to figure out what to do with this SP at all. Which I do agree with you, probably was also an important turning point in the previous turn, where there you would have chained it on the white binder, or also possibly on your own Rhino Heart, I guess. There were a couple of, interesting scenarios there, but not gonna be the case. And yeah, this seems like we can just put up so much advantage again.
I mean, now Access Code is gone and Black Goat is gone. You can't use White Binder to get back any traps. Maybe Malice will struggle. Maybe it won't.
Yeah, maybe it won't. Yeah.
We still have a big monster in the Draco Stapelia. Gotta remember that it's 32 because of the field spell.
Something that sometimes players forget of the field spell boost as well.
Yeah. Not every day you see someone lose after they grasp for the 30. But the strength of Malice going first, it seems, is too strong to overcome.
Yeah, a bit of emotions as well, as understandable as it is. It's been a long day. We are, been witnessing or playing Yu-Gi-Oh for quite a few hours, and only one more round remains, and it's a crucial one because losing here means you go 6-2. Well, if you win, even if you lose the next round, you're still going to the issue with a comfortable record. So
piloting the Tillemans deck for 9 rounds or what on day one has got to be a tough ask.
Oof, and we picked up talent.
Wow. That's a good one.
Yeah. Oh, handshake, even though this is still game one. Nice sportsmanship, but yeah. Paul is able to just, control his opening, stick landing, and get it done. So now pressure is on Priyan. Can he bring this back? Can he make those tier limit work now that he has the advantage of going first? If there is a downside, is that, Freelancian 60 is not Freelancian 40, but let's see what his plan is for this matchup.
Yeah, that is always the downside of a bigger deck. It means those cards that are really important, and especially those cards that are coming out of your side deck, you're just not going to find them as often. So these powerful cards like Artifact Lancia, Drone Lockbird, Molchami Fubulos, these cards that players are really relying on to carry them going second. Priyan's just, he's got them, but he's just not going to see them as much as other people.
Yeah, no, especially because, considering the number of cards he's playing, it's, of course, I mean, they need to be there, but, the percentage of drawing them is, of course, less. Nevertheless, I think going first, of course, you have to bring in the Lancias in this kind of matchup, but you don't really want to overside, because at the end of the day, this is a combo deck. You really need to mill, you really need to mill names. So maybe there will just be a few adjustments for Priyan.
Yeah, I'm more interested in what's the plan for Paul. You know.
Do you think he knows?
I mean, you can adjust a little bit, possibly. What are we thinking?
I think, I mean, going second, it's hard to say. Going first, I'm wondering, like, mistaken arrest, given how well it works against other decks in this format. Tillman do, even though they're doing a lot of other things, they do have an awful lot of cards which search from the deck to the hand, so that might be one to consider. And also different dimension ground, I'm seeing.
Yeah.
But the usual strategy to get your hands on different dimension ground is to search with Triple Tactics Thrust. But I don't think Priyan's going to give him this opportunity to activate Thrust, so maybe you just don't bother sighting in those Thrusts.
Fair enough. Then let's see whether Priyan can turn this around and rely on this grass once more, hopefully to turn things and make it a difference. If not, we'll see yet again another Malice player just crashing through his competition and advancing with a 7-1 record. Our players are almost done with their side deck, so let's jump back into the match. Here they are. And the first card is a talent, which could be very strong.
Oh,
looks good.
Sharon as well.
Looks good. I see Lacrima. And we do see Purulia, which is gonna hurt. It's not that bad, I guess, but in this specific instance, it's gonna be annoying.
Yeah, there are a couple of cards that summon from the hand. I mean, again, if you're running a 60-card deck, you're probably going to be summoning from everywhere by the end of it.
Yeah.
You can't be too sort of streamlined in the card choices.
Ooh, and I see an Ash Blossom in the end from Paul as well. So let's see, because by the moment in which he's gonna use it, he's gonna expose himself to that talent from Priyan.
Talent to draw too, right? So you can draw.
Of course.
We always draw grass. It's just like Thrust. It's such as grass.
All right, let's see if there is a Fuvalos coming up. No, it's just the Ash, which means talent is gonna come out. Do we take a look at the end or do we go for it? We go for it. Okay, I mean,
he is drawing too. I mean, he might be doing the Sharon next.
Fair.
So you're going to give your opponent an extra card when you use Sharon, so you might as well hold the talents until then. But no, what's he doing?
Oh, yeah, he does go for a reveal, but then I do agree with you, because the rest of the end is what? Droplet, and is it Avnis or is it Rhino? Avnis, I think. Yeah, Avnis, Sharon Droplet, I'm pretty sure. Which is rough. I mean, double Malice in Underground, it's rough. I was honestly thinking even about that cold buy, if we could ever be enough, but fair. Just send the other monster.
It's a little odd here now, because you're probably just about to give your opponent a card, so...
No, I think it was quite an heads-up play from you, saying that you should have held up. No, truly. Yeah. It's something that, you know, you might not think about, even though it could be obvious.
He's just not going to do it.
Wow.
I mean, this also makes sense.
I mean, yeah.
Because he's seen the hand.
And, you know, Droplet can technically, you know, slow it down if they have anything else, but...
It seems very risky, though, because there's
super risky.
So many draws here that would let you carry on. Like, if Paul's running Almirage in the extract, then any draw would let you push through this one Droplet.
Yeah, it's literally any draw. So, because now with the Dormas being on the field, let's see what also Paul pick up.
But do we not use Avnis first?
I think it's a Rhino Heart. I think.
Okay.
Otherwise, yeah,
you
surely.
Think so? Okay. Oh, wow.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, and there goes the handshake. Wow. It is a brutal ending for Priyan, but what can you say? Well, I mean, definitely not a game similar to what we've witnessed in the previous one, which was quite a dream, and honestly, the reason why we also wanted to check this match out in the first place. Congratulations to Priam for being 6-1 up until this point with tier element. Definitely a feat not for everyone. But now he falls victim to Paul. Extremely good performance, devastating 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, we did see it. It is very difficult to go against Malice, especially if you're going to be going second. So you can't really fault someone for losing in that scenario. An interesting gamble in the second game there, just to say, I'm going to look at your hand, see that I can stop everything, and just hope you don't draw any more monsters. Unfortunately, it didn't quite pay off.
Yeah, that was up, and then I mean, that was quite unfortunate. But in game one, the grass looks greener gave us some hope, which unfortunately was not paid back. It was just, I think, almost there in terms of coming back into the game, because I think Paul's end was great. He basically had one of the best opener we have seen so far this weekend with Malice, and I think Brian trying to navigate that, but that was not enough. So 6-2 record for him, one more match to go for the day, so he really needs to win it out to advance into day 2. But yeah, I mean, Tournament, it's still there, still very competitive, solid deck, and yeah, of course, that grass low screener makes a lot of difference.
Absolutely it does, but again, congratulations to both. Definitely, I mean, impressive that they have all made it this far. They both still are in for a spot in the top cut tomorrow, but obviously now the spotlight is on Paul. What a day. I mean, he's not super new. I've seen him around, at the top tables in the past, so 7-1 score is a great start of the day, and then now he's, I'm sure, gonna, just accumulate his energy for the one final round before he can finally relax and coming back strong tomorrow for the remaining 3 and that top 64.
Yeah, it's got to be very confidence boosting just to have your opponent throw waves after waves of tier 11 cards. Watch them mill, 30 cards or something against you, and then you just relax and say, well, you keep going. My engine is so strong that it doesn't even matter. You can just keep doing all this stuff, and I'm just going to sit here, let you do it, and then win on the next turn.
Yeah, exactly. And here, I mean, we will also hear it soon from Paul and Seb. I'm really curious to see, how Paul feels like after, 7-1 record, in the European Championship with more than 2,100 players. Of course, as we mentioned, there's been a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! During the day, so you really have to keep your nerves firm in what is, you can advance with an 8-1 record, so which is something that you really want to seal it off and, wake up tomorrow a little bit more relaxed, I have to say.
Definitely, definitely. And yeah, I mean, this just means that we have one more round remaining for the day, and we'll see what that has in store for you guys. We'll always try, especially in day 1, to look for some of the most interesting decks out there. But for now, let's stay in the present and let's go to the winner interview with Seb.
Indeed, here we are with our winner of the featured match, Paul Robert. How's it going? Pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm in a pretty good run right now. I'm 7-1.
You are indeed. You're questioning that, but you are.
Yeah, I mean, it was the result I was hoping for, but in this format, I think it's pretty rough to secure results, and I'm pretty happy that I got that far.
Yeah, and I mean, immediately going for your deck choice. You are playing Malice. Was that something you have been sure about for a really long time, or was that something that you recently discovered as the best option?
No, I was sure about it for a long time, although I don't think the edge is super break or anything. It's not my meta call or anything.
Fair.
But I was most confident with this deck, and I think overall it has the power to win all the matches, not all the games, but all the matches, if you're not super unlucky.
Fair enough, fair enough. Let's dive into some highlights here. Game number 1 saw you pretty much completely full comboing without your opponent doing anything about it. And what were you thinking what your opponent might be on? Because you saw he's on 60 cards, right?
I was pretty sure that's tournaments.
Okay.
Because if you get featured in this spot, it has to be something
It probably wasn't because of your Melons deck, right?
Maybe a very interesting deck. And yeah, 60 cards. The way he
Look
never
at this.
interacted with me, I was pretty sure that it's tournaments indeed.
Oh, look at all those cards. Look at that grass resolving. I mean, even you must have been sweating a little bit while watching this, right?
Yeah,
because
but I hope you could see the smile a little bit when it happened, because I knew it was going to happen. I wanted to reserve this for the grass, especially.
Yeah.
But I couldn't because the shuffler was way too strong, the Modora.
Yeah, he started off with super polymerization, discarding a shuffler.
Yeah.
He had a dream start, honestly. That was pretty crazy. How many cards in the end did he mill there? How much was it total?
21.
21 cards, holy, that was good. And then also the next clip pretty much showing us what then the result was. The outcome from that grass looks greener was pretty strong, as it produced the Kaleido Heart, the Rhino Heart coming back, the Dragus Apelia, and the Perla Rhino was also surged. So all of that one grass. At that point, were you still feeling good about your situation, or were you a little scared about it?
I was a little scared for two reasons, because he had a lot of gas going on, and also for time. Because no matter how it goes, it will be a very, very long game one.
Yeah.
So that from that point, everything can happen. Like it feels like a little bit less control, right? But my strategy was, at the beginning, there were some very short points where I had to interact, I think. Like not getting them to Engraver because it's too much advantage and stuff. I was just hoping he didn't have grass. But at some point, I knew I had to hold on to my remaining interruptions.
Which were?
I drew no hand traps. I drew a couple of cards in my combo, but I drew only Charmies and monsters.
Yeah.
So I had the MTP and the mirror still set.
Oh, it was both MTP and mirror. So we didn't get to see the mirror even, but there was also a Melis on the mirror. Ooh.
Exactly. Yeah, I searched it during my turn one combo, I think.
Oh,
but,
true. I see.
There was nothing meaningful to use it on. I could have used it on Kaleido Heart, but this is. Like, I wouldn't have stopped his gas that way. I would have protected my field a little bit, but my try was to just survive, maybe banish Kaleido at some point, maybe don't. And I also had the ability to search for Marchair, to summon it during his turn, banish the Ransom, get more bodies, maybe also the attack switch Ruru.
Yeah.
So to try to survive, that's the priority, because I can always come back on turn 3.
I see.
Yeah.
And honestly, though, in the battle phase, which is our next highlight going to be, this one was something where I was a little curious, because you activated your MTP. Clearly here we can see it on the top of the screen there. And your opponent had an SP Little Knight on the field. And at least what I was wondering myself, if he would have just chained the SP Little Knight here to that activation, banishing itself, and then also your white binder, wouldn't that have been kind of good?
That would have been kind of good. I didn't do the maths, and it would have been enough life points wise then.
Yeah.
But I had the mirror, so
sure, that was still there.
Had he done that, I would have. I might have negated the SP.
Fair.
Also, it's pretty good if you can keep this on board and you can't remove it. I have it next turn again.
Yeah, true. Fair as well.
I think the SP in general was where he. He said
he blocked himself a little bit, right?
He said he wasn't happy with his decisions in that spot, and I think he did that especially for that, exactly for that. But the Engraver was held hostage that way.
Yes.
And that's what I wanted. And at this point, I thought, okay, maybe I can keep it if he doesn't want to respond to it immediately. And I was basically just trying my luck if he misses the SP spot.
And to be fair, when you were through with the battle phase, you were feeling a lot better, right? You were feeling, okay, now I have a really good shot at actually making it. And you did end up winning that game
especially
number 1.
When it sticked.
Yes, especially when the Allied Code Talker stays on the field, of course. And then the second game was a lot quicker, actually, because the first one took forever, essentially. And then the second game, this was a situation where it was a little bit of a gamble from your opponent, because he activates that triple tactic talents down here. Super powerful cards, one of at the moment. Obviously a skill to draw in 60 cards, which he did successfully. And then he sees this hand. Seeing this, were you happy with your hand, first of all?
Yeah, I was, especially when Peru resolved.
Yeah, I mean, that was good, true.
I mean, I have a bunch of so-called silver bullets against the deck, like draw, other Charmies. So my chances were pretty high after side. But still, with the call by, this almost checks anything.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true. It's a very, very great hand.
Yeah. And your opponent then, Priyan, decided to take the gamble. I think his plan was here. He leaves you with the one push that Melons in the Underground is providing. And then we see the Forbidden Droplet in his hand. He was contemplating, do I activate the Shiren, do I not? Because Shiren gives you another draw into the Perulia. And no, he just set the Forbidden Droplet and hoped he wouldn't get another push. But then what did you draw for turn?
I drew the White Rabbit, which is a combo piece, and an extender in that case,
Yeah, so the White Rabbit then was all you needed, and you quickly and easily won from there on
I
out.
even had the unnecessary cold buy for the Lacrima play.
True.
Yeah.
So you were in the end winning. Do you feel confident now? It's 7-1, as you said, 1 more today and then 3 more tomorrow. Are you going to top with this Mel's deck?
The way I approach this is I play round by round. And it's 1 round for today.
1 more for today,
I will play
indeed.
that, and I will hopefully win that, and then see you tomorrow.
I wish you best of luck with that. Congratulations once again on taking down our featured match here. And then we will maybe see you tomorrow again in the top cut. Maybe qualifying for the World Championship, which of course would be a big dream, wouldn't it be?
It would.
It would be an absolute dream. 1 more round, as I said, left for the day. So don't go anywhere, as we will be right back with another feature match for that one. So see you very soon for that.
Now, the more eagle-eyed viewers among you may have glimpsed Marcello with this briefcase. And that means there's a special announcement to be had. But, Marcello, we know it can't be a forbidden and limited list, because if you've seen our announcement, that's not coming until after the World Championship Series. So what's got you in such a tizzy, my friend?
No. What forbidden limited list is far, far more serious than that. And I'm quite upset, actually. I'm quite upset about the content of this box. Because, honestly, Germany, we love you. We love you so much. But what is this? Please, what is this? What is this? Come on, let's be honest. This is not pizza, which I think all of us Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists deserve a far better version than that. And what a best way to do it than at the next YCS, which will be held in Italy, Bologna.
That is correct. So the next YCS for us here in Europe is YCS Bologna. The dates for you, the 21st to the 23rd of November is when YCS Bologna will be taking place. Registrations will open this coming Tuesday the 29th of July at 8 p.m. Central European time. So we'll be getting our hands on some quality pizza and some quality dueling at YCS Bologna very, very soon. Some of you had a different expectation for that announcement, didn't you? But the European duelists will be very happy with that. So we'll see all of you there, and we'll see all of you for our final round here on day 1 of our European, almost said World Championship Series there. That's not what I meant, the World Championship Qualifier. Be right back.
Also, I think I've spotted a card in the hand of Danilo, which is called by the grave to answer the Ash Blossom that we already know of. But I find the place of Ben interesting. He has been keeping the Ash Blossom so far. And I think that's also partly because he needs the fire attribute in hand.
Yeah, you're right. That is something you definitely have to...
Nice call.
Yeah, it's an... card economy in this Vanquish Soul deck is so important. Ooh, Raisin now into a zone where no other monster currently is in. So that is sorta preemptive here from Ben, but this card of course still gives us a chance to get to Caesar Valius eventually if we want to.
Is it really preemptive? Because at this point it just feels like Danilo is just not going to summon anything in an empty zone because you have occupied so many zones already. Nice QCR, Caesar Valius.
It's like respecting your opponent, right?
Also, you want to set up your values probably so that you have the pop on the field already when something activates that you want to get rid of.
That you don't expect that Danilo will play into Raisin and summon something under the extra monster zones.
Ooh, Ash Blossom on the Tatsunoko Shogun. No time wasted. Called by the grave, countering the Ash Blossom. Any response from Ben, or is this Tatsu really going to bring cards into the graveyard? Oh.
That's interesting.
Oh. Ooh, we're chaining the trap card we talked about earlier. The Snow Devil, revealing all 3 attributes, so the Ash Blossom may not resolve, but now the Tatsuno Chichogo is going to be destroyed in a different way now.
And in order for Tatsuno Chichogo to resolve, it needs to destroy a memento monster, and it needs to have a high level in order to send the proper materials to the graveyard.
Absolutely. And I mean, Danilo, after resolving the Forbidden Droplet, there's just not that many cards left in his hand, right?
By the way, have we activated the taking effect of Holy Sue already?
It has been negated through Droplet.
But because you can bounce it back with Caesar Valius and then summon it out again. And then your field is full, so you can't even steal.
Total Fusion, though!
Yeah.
Danilo has gotten a lot of monsters into the graveyard, but have we even... Did we destroy any monsters on our field?
Yes.
Yeah, our opponent did it for us. Yeah, true. Our opponent helped us out here. Ben did the destroying part that Memento likes so much, and now Ben is forced to chain the Caesar Valius to the activation of the fusion.
Also, even if we could still get the Holy Sue on the field, your main monster zone is full. You can't take a monster from your opponent's side of the field. It just does not work anymore. Caesar Valius being summoned now may be the last interruption that Ben Kreuzkamp has here. And we all know what Memento does best. It's just dealing 8,000 damage through a full field. So having good resources set up for your next turn, that is not something that is rather terrifying to a Memento player, because they just want to go Archiheron effect, summon Combined Creation King, summon Combined Creation, let's go.
Indeed. Just attacking directly, or sometimes using your boss monster even to do piercing damage. I mean, there's a lot of monsters, and when we get to the point where actually the Creation King can just attack all the different monsters on the opponent's side, or the Combined Creation rather, just combine the Combined Creation with the Graveyard effect of Total and Bone Party, and all of a sudden all of those monsters may look cool, but they may also just get all attacked over, and that's a lot of damage in total when a 5,000 attack point monster is attacking, actually. So there is a couple of cheeky ways for his Memento deck to even win through a big field. And we will see whether that's the case here.
We haven't even used Gatic yet. Right now doesn't really look like we're going to see an empty field. However, there's something that I find interesting, that you can use the SP Little Knight effect to banish something on your turn and still OTK with the Bone Party and Creation, no, the Combined Creation. Just because you talked about the piercing damage, and SP Little Knight doesn't say that your opponent doesn't take any damage anymore, it just states that you can't attack directly.
Sleepy onto the field. And really, Ben had so many things planned, and still Danilo got to this point. And sometimes it really feels like when Memento does get to this point, it's really, really tough to stop it altogether, because this card alone is going to search for 2 different cards here.
Yep.
And Danilo still has the Memento Fusion in the graveyard.
Yes! And we now also have established that Fusion Monster. The thing though is, with the Fusion Monster, we probably maybe want to go after the back row, because the monsters cannot be destroyed by card effects anymore due to the Snow Devil resolving, so it's not doing much against the monsters, but it could still be going after the set card that has not been revealed yet.
Basti, what could this set card be?
That's a good question really at this point, because there is not that many cards left for Ben even that you would be running in this deck, because the deck is not running that many different trap cards, and for going first things that Ben is running, there is something like he's actually making a decision to run Shared Ride in his side deck, but at that point, I think we already have surpassed that moment, right? Because there was searching, and therefore I don't think that is going to be that set card. So honestly, looking at his list, all there's left is a bluff. Really.
Shared Ride is a card that has been less popular than the counterpart Mistaken Arrest. However, if you're playing Mistaken Arrest in Vanquished Soul, you might not be able to play yourself.
True. So there's also Vanquished Soul Continue, a card that has been included in some of the Vanquished Soul list, but it is not in the list of Ben, actually.
Basti, it has a question mark. You have to...
Okay, he did not continue but by putting that card into his deck. That's true. Oh, and Danilo. It is so nice to see, for me personally, that he has been mastering that Melis deck. He has been teaching other people how to play Melis perfectly. And that's still a certainly fine deck to play at the moment, and it would be a very, very valid choice to bring into this playoff. But still, even though he is so perfect with Melis, he has decided, no, I am going to go with something different, and that is Memento here. A deck that he also already brought to, for example, the French Open, where he collected a lot of points with it. So he definitely is no stranger to this deck at all. Ever, and he's now bringing back Akihiron through its own effect. Akihiron will allow us to attack directly this turn.
Keep in mind, there's still a possibility for a Caesar Valius effect.
True, true, true.
That is still possible, and if you can't force out the Caesar Valius by destroying it with combined creation Tekutlika, then it is going to be really, really hard to out this card before, you know, it actually gets to destroy your combined creation Tekutlika. So there is still a chance for Ben, or maybe it even looks good for Ben right now. We can't really see the hands of both of these duelists. Haven't we used Anguish so far? Oh yeah, we milled Bone Party. Okay, someone wants to go for piercing damage.
No, we're adding back the Bone Party, first of all, through the effect of Akihiron there.
Oh, yes.
So we first of all want to use the on-field effect of it.
And it's a very unique way to play around draw, of course.
Yeah. It's great.
Because we are under draw right now.
Oh, true. I didn't even realize. Yes, I did not realize Drone Lockboard was even activated, but you were very right, Mike. It was dropped, and Danilo just finds a different way.
When was that dropped? I mean, probably after the first search, right? But
that would be a usual time to do it. Probably on the surge of the fusion monster, right?
Then waited a little bit in order to have his own search and then activate draw.
That makes sense. I like to Perulia my opponents first and then draw.
That's a very good strategy.
Right?
Yeah, you're a master at that. You have been doing that against me countless times, I can confirm. But now Danilo, he knows he has to find a solution. He has to find a trick to play around that Caesar Valius. Otherwise, there's not going to be enough damage. And if the turn gets back to Ben, his setup is strong. That's what the Vanquish Soul deck wants. Vanquish Soul deck wants to do. It wants to save up resources so it can outgrind you. But now we go for the Bone Party.
I will be honest. Danilo right now didn't look like he had a plan. He was taking plenty of time to think, which is always like duelists like Danilo. They know their lines. If they have a clear plan to win the game, they're just going to play through it in no time. Especially something Maze would be interesting considering that Drawn Lockbird was activated.
Yeah, because this is how Memento plays. It doesn't have just a straight line. Just go with the flow and and to deal with interruptions that your opponent might have.
The thing is, Danilo needs to take a look at the time, because yes, game one went through really fast, but Vanquish Soul is really not the deck that you want to be in time against, because they have their ways to just burn you on your first turn with Heavy Borger.
That is true. And I mean, a very funny way, actually, even on your own turn to protect your monsters from targeting is the Memtotan Goblin. Sometimes you see that. That's a quick effect in the main phase on your turn, on your opponent's turn. The problem, though, with Caesar Valius being, it does not target. Therefore, it's not much of a protection against bad cards specifically. And I think Ben right now is massively profiting off of the fact that Caesar Valius is a quick effect whenever, right? Like, he can just wait for the battle phase whenever Danilo just tries to get there.
It looks so cool.
It is just chilling there at the very moment.
It's getting gloomy in here.
Ooh, maybe we go for Celine. There we go.
Wonder what can happen now here.
I can see something very, very cool happening here. How about Underworld Goddess of the Closed World to get rid of the of the Caesar Valius before it can use its effect? That looks like a Link 4 to me here from Danilo's side. Which one is it going to be? Oh, he's checking his extra deck. Did he maybe forget about a card? Oh, wait, no.
You can't do that anymore. You need 4+ monsters.
You saw the Goddess.
But I mean, now at this point, it's a little late.
Code Talker. But Access Code Talker can also not deal with the Caesar Valius because we're all protected.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, Danilo.
I think the Underworld Goddess could have done the trick. But then you have to link away your Creation King as well. And that also does not give you enough damage. So very tough.
What was it? What was it the entire time? It was a bluff. I guess we drew the extravagance off of the Heavy Borger, and then we may as well just set it as some kind of a scary card, but Danilo now made sure to just get rid of it instead. Bring back the
You know what would be funny if
now too?
Ben doesn't have the correct attributes for Valius.
That's actually a factor. He's scaring this effect the entire time, but maybe it just actually is not there.
Earth, Fire, and Dark. We have only seen Resin and Ash Blossom in his hand. Both have been used already, so not in the hand anymore. You need Earth, Fire, and Dark. We have the Holly Sue in there. I think we have seen a Dr. Madlove. And the Jiaolong is also on the field.
And to be honest, I think this is game actually.
If he does get into the battle phase and there is no response from Ban, he can attack directly twice with those big 2 monsters, and that would indeed be the game. I think we're in the battle phase. There's no world. Okay, effect sees of Aelius to destroy the one scary monster with 5,000 attack points, so Ben is securing here that he will get another turn. And that is huge for him because we have talked about it so much. The follow-up from Memento or from Vanquish Soul is massive.
And sometimes, you know, you are ignoring the best effects of cards, like the Vanquish Soul Snow Devil. You're like, wow, this destroys all monsters on the field. Yes, but it also protects yours for the rest of the turn. It doesn't say destroy all your opponent's monsters. It says destroy everything, but your Vanquish Soul monsters are protected. And that is so good. That stopped Danilo from winning this turn because it looked really, really good for them.
And this is why Danilo couldn't activate access code effect, banishing Celine to destroy Caesar in order to force its effect. And as we saw, Ben kept the effect of Caesar and waited for the right moment.
That hand movement from Danilo there, I may as well pass. There's nothing left in the tank. Your turn, buddy. And Ben confidently nodding, drawing a card for his turn now again, back in the driver's seat.
Almost true there. Disaster avoided. But now starting your field versus only 1 interruption, basically. And I don't even know if there's anything in the graveyard for Danilo here. Couldn't summon back the Tekutlika as well. Starting with 2 monsters on the field and a full hand. I mean, he has just, as his last action, the last turn, basically revealed that his hand is full of engine.
And of course, you can turn Raisin into Rogue.
Yeah, you could just steal Access Code Talker as well.
That would be very funny for sure. I mean, then you still have to get Link monsters to the graveyard, but
he has Rogue.
Yeah, there's at least one. That's true. And I mean, worst case, if you have to, you can just banish the Access Code Talker as well. Trades really well into everything too. And there is now, there is the second copy of Vanquish Soul Start. The first one was already destroyed earlier on, but now the second copy, maybe also coming to the surprise of Danilo here, but we go again.
So the second copy might also be to play around Ogre in the side decks, since you want to grind, and if the Ogre your first field spell, you can also access the second one.
Yep, and you know, you can still use the end phase effect. We're scooping on Danilo's side, saying, hey, I might need some more time for my next combo here, and this is looking difficult to win. So Ben makes it even 1-1 here.
Ooh, that is the equalizer. So we are in the first round, immediately heading into a third game, which is, of course, massively important. Pressure doesn't get any lower when you also now have to play a game free, certainly. So that's very, very sick. And I love...
Welcome back to the final round of today's coverage at the European World Championship Qualifier in Berlin. In front of me, I have our 2 duelists ready to duke it out one last time for today's event. We have Mustafa Hashim and Sebastian Aguilar, who are ready to take this on. We've actually already done a dice roll, and you've won the dice roll and are going to go first. Okay, so Mustafa is going to be going first, so I'm going to hand you guys straight over one more time to your wonderful commentator trio, who are going to take you through this final match of today's coverage. Round 9, take it away!
Thank you, Ed, and welcome one last time indeed for the day to the future match, and an amazing one. It will be between 2 duelists trying their best to advance with a quite impressive record today too. And obviously today we have had a lot of incredible back and forth matches. Rarely it has been anything quick. Always, you know, some change of events and players, you know, having to either have a comeback or just fight it through the last second. And well, I think it was time that we just brought one of those decks that we've hinted at yesterday. Took YCS Birmingham by storm with Dinkabui, and that is Fire King.
Yeah, Fire King, known for being one of the most sort of grindy back and forth decks that we have out there. You just set up a bunch of fire monsters in your grave, and then all of a sudden they just appear again. You can destroy them, they come back, they destroy your field again. It's a lot of fun to play with. It's a lot of fun to see on the stream.
Yeah, it's very explosive, and it's also difficult to play against it if you're not prepared. And let's hope that for Mustafa, who is sitting on Mitsurugi Raizel, that is familiar with the deck, because, you know, as mentioned, this is the last round of the day, and you really want to secure your win and advance to tomorrow. So I would say that our players are ready. So without no further ado, let's jump into game 1.
Here they are, and yeah, it is an extremely important match nonetheless, as they are on an X1 score, and it is so different to open up and, you know, just go to sleep with only one loss under your belt. And, well, we have seen what the Raziel Mitsurugi deck can do going first, so it's not going to be easy for Sebastian to fight back.
Yeah, this is the absolute premium start for the Mitsurugi deck. Not really because of how powerful it is on its own, but just because of how powerful it is into, in particular, Droll Lockbird, because we've seen players coming up with this technology to play around Droll Lockbird by activating this quick play spell in the draw phase. So you already have searched quite a few cards by the time you've got to your main phase 1, so it makes Droll just that much less scary, because once you've already activated a ritual spell and your first time searching, you've got a ritual on the field, you're already searching. It's just so much less impactful in this situation than it would be in others.
And yeah, and Mustafa is also maximizing on the prayers and rituals, so he's playing 3 of them both, which I think makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I mean, to give consistency to the deck, and as you mentioned, Tom, I think it's the premium start, but here comes the Dominus Impulse being activated from Sebastian.
Yeah, a very reasonable target for the Impulse. It's, yeah, always worth wondering about the Mitsurugi Raziel deck. There was sort of the initial version of the deck where it was kind of a Raziel deck with a little bit of a Mitsurugi engine. But this deck that Mustafa's playing is more of a Mitsurugi deck with a very small Raziel engine. So just playing the 5 Raziels, which is really not very much. So it's kind of an interesting take on the deck.
As soon as you say that, there comes the Raziel.
There comes one, but there's only going to be 5 this game.
Exactly, fair enough.
No cross to put them back. So just a very small package. I think really the idea is just to have use of Ext, which is just such an unbelievably powerful card. You just think, right, I just want to include that. And then after that, I want to run as few as possible. So 5, or maybe it's even 6 is the number. 2 ice, 2 Ext, a node, and a sword.
But yeah, it's an interesting line of plays for sure. We do see, you know, some players, including this Purification in the main deck, not super popular. You know, it's been debated a bit, but we did have it. So it's gonna be obviously great going first in this game for Mustafa.
Yeah, a nice clean piece of synergy as well. When you can use Habakiri and you've already got a rank 4, you can trade your rank 4 for another level 4, which can be used to rank up into another rank 4. So all just goes around in circles. Yeah, one ritual is negated and another one will be activated shortly.
You may also consider, I think, that you may be up against Malice because of the Dominus Impulse, right? Because Malice basically is mainly the only deck playing it this weekend.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense actually now that you mention it, because Malice is definitely the premium deck running Dominus Impulse for sure. Maybe Mermail.
Yeah, I was thinking Mermail. Am I biased?
But yeah, you're a Mermail enjoyer.
Absolutely.
Everything's Mermail to you. Here we go. 1 Dominus Impulse, really just not going to be enough against an opener this strong when you have both Ext and Prayers to start your turn. Really going to end with so much stuff on the field and in the hand. I think Purification in hand already. And now presumably we're going to see a couple of Raziels hit the field once again. So we can make up to 2 more rank 4s. I'm not sure what the most powerful rank 4 that is not Detonator is in Mustafa's extra deck that he's going to use to try and interrupt his opponent. And here comes Dugares. giving your next draw phase a small price to pay. The 2 cards now. One of them, it looks like, is that draw on Lockbird, so going to have a draw for his opponent's turn, which is probably actually knows that draw not so helpful against Malice in particular, and if he's thinking Malice, then probably not so fussed about picking it up, but it can't hurt. I suppose it can hurt.
I mean,
if you're playing Mitsurugi, isn't it? It does actually shut down some of what you can do on your opponent's turn. Not sure how useful it is against Fire King. They search a couple of times, but nothing on quite the same scale as the Mitsurugi deck.
And yeah, definitely.
Oh, well, I think maybe, yeah, we are gonna have to pause the game for a moment while we go back to us. Yeah, so unfortunately, I mean, we need to do some checks and have the judge come over just to confirm some discrepancies that can happen in the deck list. So hopefully it's nothing serious and it's gonna be fixed. But in this case, we're just gonna have to fill some time in and just wait for the response back. So maybe what we can do is just take a look once more at what has happened today. So at the start of the day, what has been the country breakdown for the event. Obviously, we are in Germany, as you know, we highlighted in the previous segment, and 29% of the field is from here. Although I see second place.
Yeah, I thought that was why you brought it up, to be honest, that the Italians here are in big numbers. Amazing to see more Italians than French, considering how popular the game has been in France in these recent years, especially also like the size of the national championships. Yeah. I think France is the biggest or second biggest after Germany, so a good showing from the Italians. Did you all bring them all over much, Joey?
Absolutely, absolutely, and you know them very well that you now are an honorary member as well, so you are up in the count too. But I mean, as mentioned, this can be relevant in a way where we saw in the playoff. What's more relevant is obviously what decks they are using. So once more, let's bring up on the screen what was the deck breakdown, because at the end of the day that's even more interesting. And as mentioned, Malice, the deck to beat, we are not gonna see it here in the last round, but it has been performing even more impressively today, almost pretty much winning every time it goes to go first, and even as second it has some interesting tools. What do you guys think? Has there been a break through performance today, something that surprised you out of the others?
I have a feeling like Vanquish Soul, I know people have said it before, but given how popular it is, yeah, I'm surprised at how popular it is. I would say that 13% of players have decided to pick it up. I think otherwise it looks kind of as you would, like Mitsurugi is quite popular, and then if you combine the Mitsurugi and Mitsurugi Ryzeal variants together, then they do become the most popular deck, which kind of makes sense. Memento and Lunalight sitting there at 4%. If anything, I think other is like smaller than I normally remember. I feel like it's normally in the 30s or 40s or something.
I also feel like the Vanquish Soul may increase during the top cut, you know? I have like this feeling that, best players may be relying on the Vanquish Soul. I'd love to say it in action, to be fair, but also I think Malice is the deck to beat for sure after also what we witnessed yesterday. But looks like everything is fine now. We can go back to the game. Here we are. There was just a check from our judges, and the game can resume as with the Ice Ryzeal.
Yeah, always good to just make sure everything being played absolutely correctly, and indeed it is. So Ice Ryzeal going to summon a node, and I suppose we can see some nice play here. A few tricks with the Eclipse Twins, which can then get sent away for the node. So many tricks up the sleeve of the Ryzeal deck. And we have 2 rank 4s. King of the Feral Imps. One more search, why not? With King of the Feral Imps. I'm not really sure what useful reptiles are left in the deck at this point, considering how many have been searched already. But it cannot hurt. I think King of the Feral Imps is an old enough card that I would expect it to not have once per turn on it. So if you summon a new copy, you probably just get a new search.
Quite of an over from Mustafa here was not done yet, because, I mean, it was, basically only the impulse, but King of the Prelims once again shares the Abakiri. Yeah, I mean, this is impressive, to be fair. It's a lot of things going on, also with 2 set cards, and I think I also saw the Drawn and Locked Bird in hand, just in case.
Sort of interesting, he's not put the detonator in the extra monster zone, because when you've got the Futso on field, you can kind of fill up your field with reptiles. Is that your favorite card there, Marcello?
It is the Futsu, but yeah, this is an impressive opener, as you were mentioning, and well, that is a card to face off such a field, if there is one.
It is the smallest of the chickens. It's just a regular, is it a legendary Fire King Garunix? Okay. Yeah. There's a lot of Garunixes these days now, aren't there? There's a sort of High King Avatar. What was the? I don't even know all of the different ones. This one's a legendary. Fire King Ponix. I suppose not even a Garunix. Mustafa just forcing out a discard if Sebastian wants to continue. More than happy to discard a Garunix. Not really one you want in your hand. You want it in the deck, so it can be summoned with Volcanics. It's going to be a bit tough for this Sanctuary, because Sanctuary can be met immediately by a Detonator and a Drawn Lockbird. Don't even need to use Detonator on Sanctuary when the island that it's going to fetch is going to be completely useless.
Well, there's the talent here, but I mean, Mustafa can also use the Murakumo.
Yes.
It feels like
so many different options. And of course, we just negate it with our Mitsurugi Trap.
Fair. And what is next is the question. Couple of cards still in the end from Sebastian. We can have access to Fire King Island, possibly, and I think Garunix is in the end.
Yeah, he's in a very tough spot for sure, given you can't use Island. Although, having said that, this Detonator maybe not as scary as it would otherwise look to other decks when you're not super fussed about your cards being destroyed. Ah, this is the ancient Fire King technology, crashing a monster.
If not broken, we fix it.
Exactly. Wish there was some way to like have a read. You know, this is where you want Mind Crush to be good. I mean, it's never going to be good, but you know, you say, oh, okay, I know what you got in your hand now. Let me activate Mind Crush, but it's it wouldn't even matter because it can activate perfectly well from the grave. But
yeah.
One day, Mind Crush will be relevant again. One of my favorite cards, I think.
Yeah?
It's just so much fun.
When you discard,
it's fun to beat.
Well, I think ever since the change in the rules of the game, so that Mind Crush no longer lets you see your opponent's hand after you resolve it, it's probably a bit too weak, but maybe one day. Maybe some reason.
Man can dream.
So that Volcanics being destroyed there is usually to fetch a Garunix.
Yeah, but
we saw Garunix already discarded. I can't imagine anybody running 2. Has to come from the deck, right?
No.
And yeah, we are just gonna proceed to attack.
Yeah, you get half the attack of the monster you destroy, I think. So
yeah,
400.
I mean,
enough to get over the Detonator, not enough to get over the Futsu. Futsu is massive, isn't it? 34.
Yeah, 34.
I mean, it's no Memento combined creation, but it's pretty much up there. There's not really many other cards in the game at the moment where...
Is there no Super Quant?
There is a Super Quant.
But that is enough indeed, and Mustafa just opens up such an overwhelming field and takes game 1 home. Only one game away from possibly ending this day 1 on an 8-1 impressive score, but Sebastian is gonna try his best, going first with the Fire King deck. What can we expect from him in the side deck?
Go for it, Tom.
Well, here we go. We have a solemn, a solemn, a solemn, a solemn, a solemn, and one more solemn.
Yeah,
okay.
solemns, which I think we haven't seen in all weekend. It's playing 3 Judgment and 3 Warnings, which, yeah, just wants to say
Warning. No. Okay, interesting choice, yeah. Rather than Solemn Strike, but fair enough.
I think, yeah, the Warning rising to popularity specifically for the Mitsurugi deck, so you can negate Ritual among other things. So makes sense. Yeah.
Just say no, I guess.
Just say no.
So that should be pretty straightforward. Just bring in 6 Solemns. It used to be maybe not popular, but you know, a strategy back in the day sometimes to just side those counter traps. Well, I guess there is not much to say about it. On the other hand, Mustafa, you know, will try his best to stay in this game. He is comfortable enough that even though he were to lose, he will have another chance at going first. So I think he will be the one that can relax a bit and take this one easy. But I think our duelists up at this point have done this multiple times already, as you can see among the fastest side deckers that we have seen today. So without further ado, let's go back into action.
So here we go. Sebastian presumably going to take the opportunity to go first this time. Let's see what the Fire King deck is up to. Fire King, to me, one of those decks where it's not super obvious how to end compared to other decks. You kind of like how you organize your end field is actually very important.
Ooh. Is that... Okay, no, we do have the island, because I think we have both Garunix, if I'm not mistaken. He drew again into the other Garunix. Not sure, but what I can tell you for sure is that we did open a couple of those trap cards.
Yep, I think I saw 2 Solemn Warnings, so it's going to be quite hard to resolve a Ritual.
Yep. Is it double Garunix? Let's see. Yeah, it is. It is again the OG Garunix and the newer version, which is the choice here. That's unfortunate. Just opening once more the one you really don't want to draw. Maybe the only card in deck you don't want to draw. Oof! And we are met with a Droll and Luck Bird. I mean, at least when you open Solemns, you're fine, I guess. It's not, you know.
I think that is the plan, but can 2 Solemns take on the world?
I mean,
let's find out. That's fine. And yeah, I mean, Solemns can also negate Ryzial summons. Oh, yeah, that's set organic.
Fair enough. I was also thinking about that, whether, I mean, you probably don't want to have this game stolen away from you. There is a universe in which you just use double warning and they can just get you, even though they wouldn't win the game, you know, they can deal those 4,000 life points remaining. So, oof, once more, we do open X.
Oh no, this is devastating because you're going to lose both warnings to this one X, or you have to let it through. Because if you're warning one, then you can just target the other. He's just going to choose it. Wow, we're just seeing the power here. I mean, are you just supposed to warning it? I feel like maybe you are.
Maybe you are.
And just give up both? Yeah. I mean, as bad as it feels, because now you're just going to have to warning this sword, maybe.
Yeah, but if you didn't warning the first one, why would you? You know what I mean? I think you're too committed now, because like either you're warning the first one or you just wait for the extra seed summon, I guess. Because I feel like you always like warning the first one.
Yeah, it's just such a horrible feeling because, yeah, 1x, yeah, if you were to activate one, then you'd have to have the other be targeted.
Yeah.
Just showing the power of this new XYZ that was released.
Yeah, Valoon is very, very powerful. Just in this situation alone, it's, you know, like double warning. If there would have been an X, we would have seen both of them being activated.
Yeah, I think maybe just showing how how incredibly powerful X Ryziel is, to be honest. Like, every time a new XYZ comes out, it just gets that little bit better. The fact that it can send anything you like. I mean, he's got one warning to use Sebastian. He's got to hope it's somehow enough.
Do you think here Mustafa knows that there may be another warning being said? It's just, you know.
I guess he knows it's something live. I don't know if you specifically know warning, but because if you use the X, I suppose he knows the interaction that, like, if that warning had been flipped, then the other card would have been destroyed. So yeah, this just goes to show how crazy powerful X Ryziel is at going second into fields.
It's not really breaking news, I'd say.
It's not breaking news, no, but you just see it again. It just, like, one card trading with 2 solemn warnings just should not be allowed. Like, unless it's Harvey's Feather Duster, I guess. But
which we just saw. It's in the deck.
It is in the deck. I was thinking about whether those were going to be sided in, and he did choose to.
Makes sense, and I mean, this just looks super rough at this point. I mean, whoa, what do you even do? Where do you plan on activating the other one?
I don't know. He's just holding on to it for dear life at this point. But yeah, I feel like you were just supposed to flip it and hope, because at this point, I don't think it's going to be enough now with just what he has. He's already got an X Ryziel and a ritual set up. I suppose even worse news when they're not even searching the ritual, because it means they already have it.
Here comes, nope, the thinking, not at all. We're just gonna resolve and push.
I guess here is the time it starts to become more interesting, because Mustafa's got the decision to make of whether he's going to destroy his opponent's monster.
Does. Or he does. Wait.
I don't even know. It does destroy face downs. Okay.
Wow. Look at all those pluses. Yeah, it's getting out of control.
So, well, it comes back Garunix.
But we have Called by the Grave, I think.
That's devastating.
That's so bad. Wow. Whew. And yeah, here comes Called by the Grave to stop even that Garunix from Mustafa.
And that is just the wrong solemn to have in this situation.
I mean, you solemn judgment there, you're pretty much done anyways. But yeah,
oh no.
Well, I mean, look at the other Garunix, not that it was any relevant.
Probably a bonus for Sebastian that it goes back, but I think it's a very small consolation.
Yeah,
at this point.
Seems like
what a hand from Mustafa, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, although the effort was valid, I mean, Sebastian really couldn't do much this old match.
Yeah, the really thing that's all in warnings here. Either, I mean, doesn't really matter where you activate it, I guess. It's too far ahead.
Yeah, it's fortunate. It's one of those things. I think the Fire King engine sort of excels at not being affected by cards like the Monk Charmies. So you're playing a deck which is, I think you kind of know has a weaker engine, but then in decks where, you know, in matchups where you don't have those powerful non-engine, you're just facing off, and I feel like there's only going to be one winner in the Mitsurugi Ryziel against Fire Kings without Monk Charmies and other cards involved.
Seems like this is almost the same as just admitting that we have lost the game. We do use this second solemn warning.
And yeah, just 2 cars, I guess, and it's
That's over. Yeah. And that is the handshake. Mustafa takes it with a 2-0. And he is the one who will be advancing with an 8-1 record. What an impressive showdown. I mean, we knew Mitsurugi Raizil was one of the best decks, of course, but it did not perform at all at the playoffs yesterday, which, you know, raised some doubts. Well, Mustafa, I think, just completely, you know, burst them away. So what can we say?
Yeah, it was a deck that players kind of ignored almost. It wasn't even like it didn't perform. It's just nobody even wanted to bring it, which to my mind seemed, it was just crazy because it is one of the most popular decks. And yeah, but everyone seemed to think, oh, I'll just put these Drolls in my side in case someone brings it, but I'm just playing Malice. I'm just preparing for Malice. Everyone had somehow decided this was the case, but maybe we'll see whether that story remains true for the main event.
No, but it's, I mean, I think it's... I mean, I would have never thought about this, to be fair, because it's one of the most consistent deck we have in the field, and if piloted this way, as Mustafa showed us, it's very scary to play against it. And I mean, he has a lot of different solutions, and I think the deck, you know, like, if you can't really stop it, it just gets out of control. Especially because, like, it basically maximized all the good cards, especially the Mitsurugi cards, and you can also complement it with the side decks. He has multiple Solemns, and I think now having our 8-1 record, he has very good chances to advance into the top cut tomorrow. And
absolutely. 3 more rounds. As a reminder, tomorrow we'll be back same time, 9 a.m. CET, and then we'll have 3 more rounds before the cut to the top. And I mean, we still have a lot of action to find out who will be those 4 remaining duelists to be sent off to Paris for the World Championship later on in August, and obviously who will be the new European champion. But before we move on and before we hear it from the man himself, Mustafa, we have a special and quick announcement for you guys, so just keep watching, and there it comes.
We're here at the final World Championship qualifier of the season. But what are people competing for? Well, obviously their place at the World Championship Series. But who's going to be casting? Let's find out. Marcello Barbary, Billy Brake, Tom Payne, Mike Patujas, Alberto Marazzi, Jean-Alexis Husso, Ibriz Dyer, Sebastian Lemka, Leonard Koenig, Takahiro Sasaki, Daisuke Noguma, and your host, Ed Templar. Thanks, me. That rabbit's been a long way. So, make sure you guys tune in for the World Championship Series because we've got great coverage. And also, we're going to be crowning some world champions. We'll see you there.
Well, here it is. The rabbit that's been all the way around the world has landed in Berlin with us this weekend.
Absolutely.
It's our little mascot.
Yeah, it is indeed, and it will follow us all the way to Paris, where there will be some amazing action. But as mentioned, we do need to find out who will be those 4 remaining duelists coming with us to Paris. So, Mike, take it away with Mustafa.
Hello, everyone. First of all, congratulations on the win.
Thank you so much.
First of all, I want to ask why you brought this deck on the tournament.
I think it's the deck I'm most comfortable playing. I tested a lot of Vanquish Soul because of the new set that just came out. I think the deck is like 2 starters away from being the best deck by far, but it's not quite there, so I just play what I'm comfortable with. It's very similar to the deck list that we played at UK Nationals with my teammates. Just reliable.
To be honest, I totally agree with you that you should always play what you are comfortable and what you think is the best deck or something
exactly.
like that.
You need to have fun. If you don't have fun, you can't win.
Exactly, and this is the whole point of the weekend.
Yeah.
So I want to ask you about 2 to 3 clips and give me your opinion about them, right?
Of course, yeah.
So first of all, I want to ask you on this sequence. So Seb had Garura on the field and he activated Sanctuary.
Yeah.
obviously, you have Detonator, and you choose to destroy Garura. What's your thought process behind that?
Okay, it's very simple. I think I usually win this game, but he has a few ways to make it complicated. One of them is to summon Typhon because it turns off Miracumo and it turns off Detonator. So when he goes Sanctuary, I don't really care about Fire King Island because he's under draw. So I pop the monster to avoid summoning Typhon.
And also, if Island is on the field, you can always pop it with Deto.
Yeah, he can protect it with Sanctuary, but he's on 2 low cards.
Yeah, I mean, if you destroyed Sanctuary instead.
Yeah.
I see your point. The second one is the sequence that went with Hext. So as our commentary trio said, Seb could warning your X summon in order to take a body from you, and also you don't have a search. What would be your play after that if you have been getting Solemn Warning on Next?
So I had Prayers and Ritual in my hand already. I led with X because the back row that Fire King usually plays is usually high impact.
Yeah.
Like they play stuff like Dominus Impulse. Also, when I saw him use Warning, I thought it was a bit weird. Like, he should have probably just Warning the X.
Yeah.
But after I saw later on that it was 2 warnings, he played correctly. Because if he warnings the X, Valon pops the other warning, and then I get to play with the rest of my hand because the last card has Brick, so he loses.
Yeah, this is exactly what our commentary said, that you can, since Warning would be first on the summon, you can activate the Xyz on the other Warning.
If this set is a blank, then maybe it makes sense. But it's 2 real cards, like he needs to hold it for later.
Yeah, so it was the correct choice from Seb to hold the Warning and just wait for the correct moment. However, as we saw, you just OTK with Jugares.
It was a very difficult game for him to play. Like, Koba is really good against Fire King, Talon is also really good against Fire King.
Yeah, this is our 3rd video, to be honest. How did you felt on this sequence? You had called by the grave, of course, for Garunix, and then later followed up with Talent. Did you feel that you had already won at that point, or there was something that you were scared of?
Yeah, I think it's really hard to lose from that position because even if I don't kill him this turn, his Garunix is dead next turn because of Cold Buy, he can't use it. But for a second there, when he went set Ulcanix pass, I figured it was Ulcanix, it wasn't known. I was like, how do I get rid of this without triggering Garunix in battle? And then I realized, like, I don't really care, I can trigger it, and then I have Cold Buy Talents to trade with the rest.
And there was only one option from Seb, the only unknown card.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. So, congratulations again for the win.
Thank you so much.
It was an amazing match, and I really hope that you are going to do well on the day 2.
Can I do shoutouts real quick? Can I do shoutouts real quick?
If they're your friends, you can do it.
Yeah. This is the camera?
Yeah.
Massive shout out to Franco Persano. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much again for this. And I'm going to give you back to Ed and to continue with the end of day 1.
Thank you very much, Mike, and congratulations to Mustafa there as well for taking that round 9 final round here of our day 1 coverage. And as you guys did see in that little cheeky announcement video with our rabbit who's been all the way around the world, this rescue rabbit has put some miles in. We are also going to be your coverage team for the World Championship Series, which is what this weekend is all building towards, really. So that's quite exciting for us, and hopefully we can make sure we bring you guys the same quality from the World Championships that you guys expect from our EU coverage here. And we've had a lot of fun with you guys today. Some of you took the bait, some of you didn't, but we've enjoyed it. And make sure you guys do tune in tomorrow from 9 a.m. local time here in Germany, where we're going to crack on with the last 3 rounds of Swiss before we get into that top cut. There might also be some more announcements for you guys, so make sure you do tune in and stick around. And let's see who we're going to crown the European champion, and also who else is going to be making their way to that WCS. Thank you very much, all of you, for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.